After all the laps, the triumphs, the setbacks, it's all come down to this weekend as the Wera Tools British Kart Championships dances for one last time in 2024 here at Three Sisters on the final double-header weekend of the season. 6 British champions will be crowned across the 2 days of racing here in Wigan, with a number of title pictures still very much open for discussion. Alfie Davidson will look to close out the IAME Waterswift Restricted Championship, knowing a continuation of his strong form could see him crowned champion on Saturday. Shennington Round 6 winner Daniel Ferguson is his closest challenger, hoping to perform once again. X30 Junior also looks to be set for a Fusion Motorsport driver. Can Harrison Mackie add the British title to his IAME Euro Series win earlier in the summer, or can Riley Cranham overturn the large points deficit over the course of the meeting? Ralphie Branscombe started the year with O-Plate victory in Honda Cadet. After the summer break, can he hold his nerve to add his name to the illustrious list of Honda British champions? Gus Lawrence knows a third X30 senior title is within his reach as standings leader going into the final weekend. But with Freddie Lloyd snapping at his heels, will it be the young pretender's time to dethrone the king? The closest battle within the IAME classes can be found in IAME Waterswift. Jarlath Sayer is yet to win a round this season, but his consistent scoring means he's only a handful of points behind Will Green. Can Green find form on Saturday to clinch it a day early, or will he need to rely on his Sunday form to hold off those behind? And the tightest battle of them all, KZ2 goes into this weekend with only 2 points standing between Josh Price and Charlie Turner at the head of the standings. They'll both need to bring their A-game to one of the fastest, most arduous circuits in the country. All the action, every lap of every race can be followed across the Motorsport UK and Alpha Live platform of channels. It's time to go racing here in Lancashire for Event 9 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships.
And a very warm welcome back to Three Sisters for the last day of the season for the 2024 Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Bit windy, bit blustery here, but good conditions for the drivers out there for today's racing. My name is Andrew Mather. Alongside me in the commentary box for the final time this season is Henry Beaudette. Henry, we've seen some champions elect already crowned, but still a number of the titles, particularly KZ2, particularly IAME Waterswift and X30 Senior, they're going down to the wire.
Yes, indeed. It was a fantastic day of racing yesterday. Like you said, we saw some titles decided on this. You're looking at the direct drive version of the circuit we're using here. It's called the Valley Circuit here at Three Sisters, 1,100 metres, a lot of elevation. The KZ2s do a slightly different circuit. We'll get to that later. This track has been here now for over 50 years. The weather's forecast today, it looks like it's going to stay dry. It's not warm, it's not sunny, it's cloudy, but it is dry. But of course, it's not just you and I, Andrew. Speaking of sunshine, our own little ray of sunshine out in the paddock, Nicole Sutherland will be bringing you all the action as well and lots of information.
Thank you, Henry. I think that might be the nicest thing you've ever said to me, to be honest. Like they said then, trackside here at a bit of a colder Wigan for today. Of course, final day of the 2024 Wera Tools British Kart Championships, and what a season. As the boys said, we crowned champions yesterday, but the curtain hasn't quite drawn yet. So much more to come today, so many more twists and turns. Of course, this season wouldn't have been possible without our army of championship sponsors, one of which, Wera Tools, are in the paddock today with a Radical SR3 car that they'll be debuting next year in the Radical Cup Championship. If you're here in the paddock, go and say hello to Wera Tools, check out the car. Of course, as well, Demon Tweaks has been with this championship since day dot, and we're going to hear from Demon Tweaks just now before we head off into today's racing.
Here at Demon Tweaks, you probably know us for our massive kartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from all of the biggest brands in the game. We're so much more than that. So if you're looking for kart parts, then we've got you there. Come and have a look. We've got everything from Rotax parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashes, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers and loads more. Oh, and if you're looking to hone your skills away from the track, then we've got everything that you're going to need to build the ultimate sim rig. So whether it's karting, sim, or motorsport in general, it's safe to say we've got everything that you're going to need.
Very good. Thank you to Demon Tweaks for their continued support. Agenda of events. If you were with us yesterday, it's rinse and repeat for this final round of the championship. All classes have 2 heats of 8 minutes plus 1 lap, and then the finals later on this afternoon. Honda Cadet will be going first before IAME Water Swift Restricted, then IAME Water Swift, then X30 Junior, then X30 Senior, and then KZ2, and we go through that sequence 3 times.
Yes, indeed. A big hello to everybody watching on the live stream. Hello to Michael Burke watching in Bathurst, Australia. Shaz Walshy saying good luck to Harry Walsh in Junior X30. Kenzo Craigie getting plenty of support, as is Shay Hilton. Now, we mentioned earlier that the KZ2 drivers do a slightly different variation. They do the full international circuit. The speeds are nearly 100 miles an hour. And a huge thank you to 2020 British Kart champion Joe Charlton and the Energy Course team for sending us an onboard lap of the KZ2s. Now, we're used to talking over the onboard laps. However, I think for this onboard lap, the pictures say it all.
Magnificent.
Absolutely outstanding. So as the drivers in KZ2, they go down Conrod Straight through turn 1, up past Pentith Climb, and then towards Cowards Summit. They are doing 98 miles an hour, and the runoff area is about a metre before you hit tyre barriers. It is the most intense British karting lap, short circuit British lap in shifter karting. We have lost a couple of KZ2s. No, they haven't just gone off and haven't landed yet. Jake Weston sprained wrist yesterday. Hope that Jake is okay. Nat Thomas as well. Paulie Bard got the coughs and snivels, coughs and sneezels, spread diseasels. So he is recovering at home as well. He's just feeling a bit under the weather. Now, we look at Honda Cadet GX200. Petition to see Henry and Andrew feature in KZ2 next season.
The feature wouldn't be very long.
Absolutely love to have a go in those KZ2 carts. There's Margaris Kvetskis. Sponsored by Traditional Jacket Potato. Well, he was certainly the hot potato yesterday, taking the victory, and will be getting ready to go very, very soon indeed. This is one of the championships that is still to be decided. Who's going to come out on top? We'll find out very shortly.
Let's take you through the first grid of the day. Ed Spain has pole position for Ambition Motorsports. Alongside on the front row of the grid, it's Margaris Kvetskis. Ryan White and Archie Cannon form an all-Scottish row 2. It's going to be White's last day with the number 1 plate. Ralphie Branscombe could very well be taking that number 1 plate. He's on row 3 next to Riley Blakemore. Archie Loveridge and Kevin Ivanov start on row 4.
Esme Rosie and Shay Hilton go from row number 5. Harry Grant and Jayan Prakash go from row 6, with Luke Jardine at the back of the field. 13 drivers heading through what is turn number 1, the first complex of corners. They go then out onto over Pentith Climb, down the hill. This is Joey Dunlop curve, Joey Dunlop corner, onto the straight next to the dummy grid. and then into Paddock Bend. After Paddock Bend, they go into the S's. There's the S's. Those curbs are frighteningly high for some of these young drivers. Out onto Rogerson's Straight, and then they are in to Luna Bend.
Let's go down. I think we've got some information with Nicole.
Just caught up with Ralphie Branscombe's dad, Joe. Joe told me he's really nervous, but Ralphie's the opposite. Feeling very calm, feeling very confident. Let's see how he gets on. Back to you, boy.
Thank you very much, Nicole. The situation for Ralphie Branscombe, kind of similar to what we saw with Alfie David yesterday. It's a case of just get through. Nice and safe races today to formalise the championship lead he's got. Competing in this round today, ladies and gentlemen, also starts giving drivers their 20 bonus points for attending every single round.
Yes.
So that does come into play today. Ed Spain, though, great opportunity for Ed Spain here. Was your winner at Lark Hall earlier on in the season. And can he get back on the podium today? Got to get through these two heats first. Here's the first one of them. Eyes on the lights for the standing start in Honda Cadet GX200. And away we go. Very even start for both drivers on the front row of the grid. It's going to be Spain who leads into turn one. Kvetskis there in second place. Where is champion-elect Ralphie Branscombe? He's down in about 8th place at the moment. 9th place, that's not too bad. I say, he just needs to get through these two heats unscathed, nice and safe, and he'll accumulate the points that tips him over the max possible scores for everybody else out there. Ryan White on the attack. If he's going to have one last day with the number one plate, he's going to try and make it a good one. That's a nice bit of work from Ryan White up to second place.
Yes, a good start from the Ambition Motorsport kart of Ed Spain. Great to see the Ambition team back at the forefront. Paul James in the paddock. Those very distinctive white, blue and turquoise liveried Honda-powered karts. We complete lap number one. Ryan White is second, then Kvetskis in the number 15 kart, the leading privateer runner. Well, no, Ryan White technically down as a privateer. That's because the team didn't get their name in properly, but there is a team helping Ryan White, that Project One kart that the Scotsman uses. Riley Blakemore is third. Now, there is a change, Andrew Mather. Ryan White, he is not going... if he's going to go down, he's going to go down swinging like a proper Scotsman.
That's a really good start for Ryan White. He has had a round win so far this year. That was the second day at Wilton Mill, and maybe that's the thing with Ryan White, that he likes the double headers, because at this stage, a few months ago when we had that last appearance of Honda Cadet, he really came into that Sunday set of races with new vigour, and he's done so again here in the early stages at Three Sisters. 6 minutes to go in this one. It's a group of three clear of Riley Blakemore there in fourth. Ralphie Branscombe at the moment in 8th place. That is absolutely fine for his championship bid. Who else has improved in the early stages? Loveridge and Ivanov both up a spot. Jayan Prakash has made a spot up as well, past Harry Grants for 11th place. It looks like Luke Jardine has also followed through to 12th.
Yeah, so you can see Margaret Kvetskis is drawn up the rear bumper of Ed Spain as they go into Luna Bend, and of course momentum being key in this. In fourth position, Riley Blakemore trying to close that gap, but Spain at the moment in second, content to push Ryan White, not to pass him. This will help keep the lead pack at a minimum in terms of numbers. As you can see, the field flowing through that wonderful first chicane over Coward Summit and down towards Joey Dunlop curve. Sumner Speed on the live chat. Yes, there is a race school here. Or there was. I'm not sure. The circuit's undergone a couple of ownership changes. I'm sure there is still a driving experience here. They actually did have an old Footwork Arrows Formula One car that you could drive around Three Sisters. Not quite sure how fast you get it up to, but yes, I don't know if it's still here or what happened to it, but at some point they did. Now, Ralphie Branscombe, you said he was, Nicole said that his dad, Joe, is nervous. Ralphie, I was at the restaurant this morning with Ralphie and his mum, and yeah, Ralphie just happy, chatting away, having a laugh, you know, he was racing a pro kart in an endurance race. And he was racing against, well, Archie Cannon, the S plate holder, is running in 5th at the moment. And last weekend, they had some a mixed pro kart race, and Ralphie Branscombe was racing against Archie Cannon's dad. But I believe we have Nicole back down trackside to give us a little bit more information with 4 minutes of this one to go.
Just caught up with the 73 of Archie Loveridge's dad. His dad said to me that he's not quite been able to get his head in the game this weekend and has struggled on pace. Let's see if we can watch Archie this weekend, grab a podium and improve on that.
Absolutely. Well, Archie Loveridge still has got a very good shot at second in the championship. Overnight was 5 points down on Kvetskis, the winner from yesterday. Has just lost 6th place, though, to Ralphie Branscombe. Ralphie Branscombe has negotiated the first few laps of this race and now is starting to get into his rhythm, keeping the level of risk low. This is a really mature run so far from the champion-elect. A little further up the order, Archie Cannon is improving. Has got past Riley Blakemore in the recent moments of this race. That's meaning the S-plate is up to P4.
Thank you to Ekbob of Max on the live chat. Yes, he promised me last weekend there would be videos from the F2 Stock Car World Finals. They will be in my messenger box when... Oh, there we go. And congratulations to former British Kart Championship contender, the Flying Mullet, Archie Brown, who won the British Saloon Stock Car Championship last night as well.
Fantastic. 2.5 minutes of this one to go. Some of our youngest drivers here this weekend, getting towards the latter stages of their first heat of the day, 3rd heat of the weekend. Into the rhythm, having had some really tricky conditions yesterday, the Hondas.
Yes. I mean, what the mechanics think, if it's going to be a wet day, be a wet day. Just stay wet. Don't change your mind every 30 seconds, which is what the situation was yesterday. Have to say, this battle for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th is a good one. The top 3 are in a train. Look at Kevin Ivanov in that plain white kart, doing his best to try and catch and just hang on to this group. We've got just over 90 seconds to go. It's white, Spain, Kvetskis, then a gap of 1.9 seconds to Archie Cannon, and I think Ralphie Branscombe, the O-Plate champion there, behind Riley Blakemore, is going to be saying, well, Archie, I was racing against your dad last weekend, now I'm going to race against you, and I'm going to prove that I'm faster than you and your dad. And if, I don't know the result of last weekend's race, but if Archie Cannon, if Archie Cannon's dad wasn't as fast as Archie, then Archie needs to settle the score here.
It does indeed.
Change? No, down. Almost.
Yeah, nearly a move there for Ed Spain past the leader, Ryan White. It's been a change further down the order. Harry Grant is back into the top 10. Has got back ahead of Jayan Prakash and Luke Jardine. All drivers in terms of their race pace, covered by a second.
Yes.
One's at the front doing the 49.7s. Everybody else in the lower 49s or the 50-point somethings. This battle started to spice up though. Ryan White trying to make his number 1 kart as wide as possible, going down the middle of the track along the Rogerson Straight. That's absolutely fine. Now winding it up through Luna Bend. Kvetskis still there as well, waiting for a moment to attack. We're going to have 2 more laps of this one. 25 seconds on the clock as they go over start-finish. White to driver's right, keeps the lead. It's going to be tricky though. Both of these drivers have been very quick this weekend.
I commentating on this circuit, or on the Valley circuit, a long time ago at a Formula Kart Stars round, and it was a mini-max race, and it had 24 drivers in it, as we've got a new race leader, and his name is Ed Spain. And the mini-max race, I was about 24 drivers in it. A driver by the name of Lemuel Pay defended from the word go. All 24 drivers finished in one line. It can happen. But, of course, defending rules. Ryan White started defending with about 50 seconds to go. That's reasonable enough. But it's now game on, and look at how close the second group are getting. They were 1.9 seconds back Now they're 1.3 seconds back as we start the last lap. White, Blakemore, Kvetskis, but the cavalry are coming, but are they going to run out of time, Andrew?
I think they are going to run out of time. They're going to run out of corners. It was a mighty move from Ryan White to retake the lead into Luna Bend. Nearly 3 wide as they go into Paddock. Kvetskis has got a little bit of overlap down the inside. He's going to take second place. That's good news for Ryan White. He's got a bit of a lead now, but the biggest challenge is yet to come. Down the Rogerson Straight, left then right through Luna Bend. Has Kvetskis timed this perfectly? Won both of the heats yesterday. He's got to get on the power. This is the difficult bit now for Ryan White as they run to the line. You can see them pushing all the way. It's going to be a close one. It's Kvetskis. Kvetskis gets it on timing by 0.03. Ryan White P2, Ed Spade P3. All 3 of them covered by 0.04 of a second.
If that's the way the racing is going to play out today, sign me right up. That was fantastic. 3 drivers, a blanket finish, separated by 0.04 of a second. And that's quite significant. Kvetskis has just proved that in Honda Cadet you can get the slipstream, and in a drag race you have enough time to pass the driver in front of you. Riley Blakemore finishing in 4th position, Archie Cannon 5th, Archie Lovebridge 6th, Ralphie Branscombe, there he is, 7th position, and he will be happy with that. No championship points available for this race. There are 2 sets of championship points left up for grabs in each class. The first one will come at the end of both heats, called the intermediate classification. The order in intermediate classification, that hands out championship points, and then obviously the final themselves. But as we look at the Honda Cadet drivers, this is what you want to see.
It is indeed.
Look at them now.
2:05, we will see the Honda Cadets back out for their second heat. We're going to give them that time to get ready for that one. We're going to get ready for the next race as well after this short ad break. IAME Water Swift Restricted is next.
Yes, please.
Welcome back to Three Sisters. Sorry, I nearly said where we were last week. I was distracted by the fact that our ugly mugs are on the television.
Well, I mean, luckily there's some glass and a wall separating us. That is our commentary position and Alpha Live HQ for the weekend. Now, IAME Water Swift Restricted. We had a championship decided yesterday, but Andrew, there are also tickets to the IAME Warriors final up for grabs. This is heat 1 of the day for Water Swift Restricted.
Let's take you through the grid for the first heat in IAME Water Swift Restricted here today. Daniel Ferguson and Alfie Davidson on the front row of the grid. Going to give us one last battle in 2024. Chester Forks, yesterday's round winner, starts on the inside of row number 2 alongside James Roots. On row number 3, it's Oscar Kenny and Henry Algar. Mason Hibbett and Harry Chapman go from row 4. Completing the 10 runners on row 5, it's Ilias Sami and Ethan Robinson. One ticket available for IWF 2024 from the IAME Water Swift Restricted category. That'll be to go and race in the X30 mini category, in the still within the Water Swift platform family, but with the higher power category. So Alfie Davidson has got that ticket already.
Okay, yes.
He's got a bit of experience as well from running an IAME Euro Series at that same power grade as well. So he'll be familiar with that step up when we go to Valencia to the international circuit. Lucas Guerrero.
I don't know why Lee Manchester's smiling. He's outside in the cold. But there's one of our race directors. Now, Mason Hibbert. Is Nan Lisa's watching?
Yes.
She watched yesterday for the one race that they didn't get out for. I spoke to Will, and it was just they just dropped the ball, didn't get ready in time. Happens to the best of them. Here we go then, into the tram lines. It's Water Swift restricted. Race 1 underway. Daniel Ferguson from the start, and Alfie Davidson cuts across to the outside of row number 1 to take the race lead. What a good scene it is to see a champion racing out. He doesn't want to go and sit in the pits and just, for risk of getting excluded. Nope, I've raced all year. The racing is very good, very sporting, and we're going to carry on in the same vein.
James Roots has had a good start. Roots for Evolve Motorsports is up to 3rd place, ahead of Chester Fawkes. I think Harry Chapman's had a good start as well.
Yes.
If I'm counting correctly, he's up to 6th or 7th place, having started on the outside of row number 4. Winding it round Luna Bend to complete the first lap. Alfie Davidson is going to be your race leader, side by side between Mason Hibbert there. Getting a bit of an assist from his teammate Ethan Robinson through and into 7th and 8th places. Chester Fawkes having a look down the inside of James Roots, but it's Davidson, Ferguson, Roots, Fawkes, Kenny. That's your top 5. Henry Algar is held in 6th place with that move late on lap 1. Hibbert is back up to 7th place ahead of a fast-starting Robinson. Chapman and Sammy complete the 10 runners.
Now, of course, there is a move from the number 33 of Mason Hibbert. Oh, and it just... that's at the 33 or the 23. The 23 of Ethan Robinson as well, another of the Fusion karts. Now, our Might E Bambino British Open champion, Henry Hales, is here in the paddock, looking at graduating into this class next year. So I know him and his dad are here watching, and Henry is proudly wearing his Wera Tools cap, which he won at
3 weeks ago.
3 weeks ago. But yeah, we'll see. I'm sure he is a name that we will see in this class next year as he'll come out of Joey Dunlop corner. And side by side, Daniel Ferguson takes the lead. And of course, they've raced against each other all year. This is the last time they could race against each other for some time. I don't know who's moving into what class, what the ages are, or anything like that. But it's like, okay, well, we've had a good season together. Let's, Alfie, you may have won the title, but I want to win the last race. The last time we fight each other on track, I want to come out on top. That's what they want to do. James Roots in 3rd position. And then just behind Roots is Chester Fawkes in P4.
Is indeed. And then, again, this is a race that's so far going very similarly to how we've seen a lot of the heats in IAME Water Swift Restricted go all the way back to PF International at the start of the season. We saw this style of racing, nobody able to break away. It'll all be about timing. Davidson back down the inside, elects to retake the lead. It's quite comfortable as a race leader. Some drivers tighten up a bit when they get into this position and start to defend. It's not the case for Alfie Davidson. He's happy to lead the train out and work with his competitors and then fight it out on the last couple of laps. On to the 5th lap in a short moment's time. Davidson leads, Ferguson P2. James Roots had a tricky season at times, but has had some podiums, was on the podium twice at Wilton Mill earlier on in the season. It's good to see him back up there in 3rd place.
Well, I've got to say, I think the Roots is on fire merchandise. The delay in getting that out into the paddock may have had something to do with his drop in form, because the Roots is on fire merch is going to be quite literally straight fire. Side by side once again. That's the last 3 laps going into Paddock Bend. There's been a change of lead. Now, Chester Fawkes in the number 38 kart. Is that the same Danger UK? Because when Chester Fawkes has got Danger UK on the side of his kart, I'm contractually obliged to go danger, high voltage. Anyway, contractually obliged to, ladies and gentlemen. Yes.
3 minutes and 45 seconds to go. Oh, Davidson back down the inside of Ferguson into turn 1. That's a lovely move late on turn in to get that one done. Ferguson's going to have a little nibble back as they come back down the hill and towards Joey Dunlop corner. James Root patiently holding there in third. Davidson defends to the inside. We're not going to see an overtake into Paddock Bend this time around. Oscar Kenny not out of this race as well there in 5th place on the last day for the Oliver Rowland Motorsport team at this level. We had a good chat with the main man himself last night during the Paddock show that you can see during the lunch break. Do stick around for that. 3 minutes to go. Warning for the number 46 of Alfie Davidson from race control.
Yes, and we chatted to Oliver Rowland last night, but we're going to chat to somebody else right now. Well, I'm not going to chat to somebody else right now. Nicole Sutherland is. Who have you got now down in the pit lane, Nicole?
The tension isn't just on out there on the track for this front of row battle. The tension is on over in the pit lane. I can see Daniel Ferguson's mechanic Ben Curl giving him the head down signal, telling him to push. Up to you, boys.
Yes, you can imagine. So Ben Curl and Danny Curl here with the Ram Racing team helping Daniel Ferguson. Again, head down. It's so important that these young drivers, they do look for their mechanics to give them signals, to give them information. There comes Chester Forks. Normally it's a case of, how much of a gap they've got behind, or if someone's closing, whether they should sit or whether now's the time to go. But the dark art of kart mechanic signals is legendary in this sport. But as we were saying, Oscar Kenny, it would be really nice to see Oliver Rowland Motorsport on top of the British Kart Championship podium one more time before the team goes its separate ways. And Alfie Davidson, again, this is a great four-car battle. Kenny is just working. Here comes Chester Forks. Oh, a crossover there. He thought about it. Now business is picking up. Watch the gaps on the timing pylon, ladies and gentlemen. 1.19 seconds back to Oscar Kenny. 2.59 back to Mason Hibbert. Those will come down in a hurry.
Ferguson looking to the outside towards turn 1. No way through there without a slipstream ahead. I think he needs a bit of an assist here from James Roots. If James Roots has got the pace to get right on the rear bumper of the number 15 as they come out of Luna Bend. 60 seconds to go. Oscar Kenny's doing a great job here. This is so hard. This is so hard when you're on your own on a fast circuit like this where the slipstream is very powerful indeed.
Oh, yes.
Going up against a quartet, not 2 karts, not 3 karts, 4 karts. And Oscar Kenny's holding in there down the inside. Goes Ferguson for the race lead. It's got it.
Good
Brilliant move from Daniel Ferguson. Has got to keep it controlled now. There's going to be 2 more laps of this one. And that's now, I did wonder whether that might be coming. I think that's going to be for some of the defensive moves. Davidson plus 5-second penalties on the grass. He's out of control. Spins across the front of Oscar Kenny. And Alfie Davidson, the champion-elect, is out of the running in this one.
He was defending and things were heating up. And again, Alfie Davidson, he's got his bonus points, but he does just need to stay out of trouble. I wonder if we will see him again for heat number 2 after that there. But it's going to be Daniel Ferguson, James Roots and Chester Forks. We're down to 3 at the front as we will come into Luna Bend for the penultimate time. Now, we saw second place out-drag the leader to the line in Honda Cadet. Will we see the same in Water Swift Restricted? Ferguson defending the inside. Will Roots stick to the inside? No one swings out wide to get a good run out of the first complex of corners. Now up over the brow of the hill. Forks going to the outside line. He'll get a good run through Joey Dunlop curve, but can he find a bit of clear track to make a move? Here we go, Andrew Mather.
Into Paddock Bend for the last time in this heat. It's another close one in IAME Water Swift Restricted. The champion-elect has gone from the battle here. So it's down to Ferguson, Roots and Forks to sort it out in the last couple of corners. Although Daniel Ferguson's now under investigation as well. This is going to be one that's decided later on. There's a little bit of a moment there with Chester Forks. James Roots is not happy about that at all. We're still not done. Here comes the run to the line. Is Ferguson going to hold on? Yes. he is. Daniel Ferguson takes the checkered flag, P1 in the first race. Has picked up a warning, though, on the last lap. Chester Fawkes P2, James Roots P3, Oscar Kenny with a brave drive there. If it wasn't for that moment where I'm sure he'll have had to lift out for the spinning Alfie Davidson, he could have been part of that pack, but it's a solid result there in fourth. Mason Hibbert back in the top 5 ahead of Harry Chapman, Henry Algar, Ilias Sami, Alfie Davidson, who does have a 5-second penalty which will promote Ethan Robinson up to 9th. That is your provisional running order in Water Swift Restricted. 2
races, and the combined margin of victory has been less than 1/10 of a second. 900ths of a second combined margin of victory after 2 races. There is a look at the Water Swift Restricted drivers hopping out of their carts and looking around the scrutineering bay. I did see we have the iPhone of Doom, which is Michelle is in charge of today. I didn't see anybody fall foul of the iPhone of Doom, which, you know, is there's the Nigel Edwards and his clipboard of importance, Michelle and her iPhone of Doom. There is a chat between Ferguson and Chester Fawkes. What's going on? As Roots comes across the weigh scales now. And it's time that before we get started with our next race to have another word from one of our fantastic sponsors.
Welcome back to Three Sisters, the last day of the season for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. 2 races down for the first round of heats, but we move our attention to one of the what's sure to be highlights of the day, the IAME Water Swift category. Not decided yet. Will Green is your championship leader. Very simple way of explaining this. He needs a 6th place in an intermediate classification or a final to be champion today.
So either or.
Either or.
Either or. And that is with, that is as long as his nearest rival,
which is going to be, well, in terms of the points overnight, it's Jarlath Sayer, but the actual threat is from Finley Lines because of how the drop scores work. So Finley Lines is the only driver who can overhaul the point score of Will Green and has got to win through the intermediate classification and the final to do so.
Okay, so there we go. There is Finley Lines. You know, Finley has not made his task any easier by qualifying mid-grid. Got to say, lungs on that grid, Marshall. Jeez.
12th place for Finley Lines.
12th place for Finley Lines. Excellent. Well, what Finley needs, like my bottle of Iron Brew, he needs a 2-litre dose of optimism. What's going to happen in Water Swift?
Here we go then for IAME Water Swift. Austin Gibson on pole position alongside championship leader Will Green. Teddy Porter and Austin Newstead go from the 2nd row of the grid. Colby Patterson and Harley Musk start on row 3 ahead of Luca Narroway. Much better qualifying than yesterday, and similar story for Sukhmani Kira. They're both on row 4.
Row number 5 is Jarlath Sayer and George Clark, with Christian Colby and the aforementioned Finley Lines on row number 6. Row 7 is Freddie Wood. Max Mason goes from grid 14 alongside Charlie Clough, and then Harry Williams.
Next row of the grid, Knight Measures starts alongside Blair Smith. George House and Johnston Stewart complete the top 20. On row 11, Callum Graham and Andy Stewart. Sophie Campbell from Northern Ireland starts alongside Joseph Davies of row 12. Oscar Miller and Ian Carey are teammates on row number 13, ahead of Grayson Wortley and Baron Altonsoy on row 14. Ryan Meta completes the 29 runners in this one.
A full house as well, which is always good to see. So, Austin Gibson, Aussie to his mates.
On pole position for this one.
On pole position. The Will Green will obviously have tactics on his mind, but those two Oliver Rowland Motorsport drivers, they just want to go out on top. They want to, put their team on the top step of the podium one last time.
To the line then, are we good to go for 8 minutes plus 1 lap? Yes, we are. Lights are green. We're racing in IAME Water Swift for the deciding day in the championship. Good start for Austin Gibson. Will Green's going to take it nice and easy in the early stages. Just make sure he gets through. There's one spinner, two spinners off towards the back. I think Grayson Wortley in the black and green livery was one of the drivers in a spot of bother there, but both of them have got back onto the circuit. Early stages, Gibson leads this race. I think Teddy Porter's on the attack in the early stages of this one, as his teammate Colby Patterson. Oliver Rowland Motorsport going for one last stand here at Three Sisters. Will Green quite happy at the moment, P4, but crucially ahead of Findlay Lines. If he does that across the course of these two heats, he'll be champion.
Yes, and of course, Findlay Lines, for those of you unfamiliar, he has got the lime green crash helmet on. He's on the predominantly white with flecks of blue and luminous yellow Synergy Kart. The Maximum Networks backed driver, the E-Play holder, there he is. So it's quite simple. That driver on your screen there has got to, over the course of this race and the next heat race, has got to score more points than any other driver so that he finishes as the best placed driver in the intermediate classification. That's number one, what he has to do. And of course, at the moment, he is only running 16th. He's actually lost ground from the start. Then, if he does that, he's got to make sure that Will Green finishes lower than 6. We've got to move for the lead, and Teddy J. Porter goes into top spot for the ORM team.
And lovely teamwork there between the two ORMs. Patterson with a little assist there just to get Porter enough speed down the inside and into the lead of this race. Austin Gibson's going to fight back though, back into Paddock Ben. Lovely move by Aussie there. Oh, that's all getting a little bit tight. Will Green's going to hop up into second place. Austin Newstead goes round the outside. Lovely stuff there from Austin Newstead to get past both of the ORMs. Here's Sugmani Kira down the inside. Big day for Sugmani Kira because, of course, we're talking about championships. Everyone in the top 10 will get a seeded plate of some description. And we've also got the question of the IWF tickets to be discussed in this category. 3 of them available. Is there. Porter down the inside. That's getting a little bit rough. It's turn 1. Sugmani Kira is going to lose a number. Sorry, Jarlath Sayer was losing a number of positions there in the number 8. Jarlath Sayer trying to hold on to second place in the championship. He's already got his tickets to the IWF. He qualified through the IAME Euro Series. Adstid, your new race leader, Will Green, takes it away from Austin Gibson. Once again, if he's going to win the championship, he wants to do it in style.
Yes, indeed. The best way to stay out of trouble, stay in front of the trouble at the head of the field. Now, there is Austin Newstead in 3rd position for the BMR Restart team. There is Findlay Lines. Lines, the last time we checked, he was 16th. He is smack bang in the middle of this hornet's nest of go-karts. And that's the number 8 kart of Jarlath Sayer, having a bit of a rough day. He's just been passed by that green and white OMS racing kart of, I believe, that was George Clark. Yes. Spoke to George's mechanic, Alicia Barrett, yesterday. Now, Findlay Lines has gained a couple of places. He's up to 13th, but chances slipping away.
4 minutes to go. Will Green, who's been tremendous on Sundays in previous double headers. Is in fact unbeaten in terms of the finals through each of the visits to PF International, Wilton Mill and Shennington. Can he do it again today? This is a bit close. This is Luca Narroway with the yellow helmet there, trying to find a way past Jarlath Sayer. Tough race this for Jarlath Sayer. He's being ganged up on a little bit. Here comes Finley Lines down the inside. I think Blair Smith was also nipping through there. It's a really tough race for Sayer.
But I've got to say, that kart with a black nose cone on, that Falcon kart for Evolve Motorsport, Luca Narroway is having an outstanding weekend. This is the best I've seen Luca for a long time. He's really got the bit between his teeth. He looks fast. He looks nice and aggressive. I would imagine it's probably because his dad's landed over the mechanicking duties to somebody else. Only joking. But no, really good to see Luca Narroway do well. Here he goes again, up the inside of one of the BMR karts. And now Finley Lines, 2 for the price of 1 special offer.
That was a lovely, lovely run from Finley Lines, who calmly got himself down the inside of both of his competitors there. That Lines up to 10th place. He's got to go now. This is a really important lap for Finley Lines. He's got 2 3/4 minutes to go. There's a bit of a gap now to find up to George Clark, who's there in 8th place. He's just got to get as high up the order as possible and hope for the best in the second heat. The trouble is, the time qualifying from earlier sets the grid for both heats. It's not a case of where, it's not like where you will finish this result, you start in the second one. That's not how it works. So Finley Lines has got to do a lot of overtaking to keep his slim championship bid alive. Let's head down to Nicole Sutherland.
With Will Green's mechanic, who has told me about the maturity level of that young driver. I would say that maturity and that level-headed approach is what has pushed him through to such a strong lead in the later stages of this race. Back to you, boys.
Thank you very much, Nicole. I think that's Joseph Davies is out. The premium karting number 78 is going to try and get back onto circuit, but it's we've had so much rain in England the last few days that it's going to be very, very tricky, very boggy out there off the tarmac.
Yes, it is something of a quagmire off track. Now, there is Austin Newstead passing Austin Gibson for second. God, the last time you saw 2 Austins together, it was probably about 1983 on the M25. One was a Maxi, the other was an Allegro. There we go, side by side again. And Newstead defends. Like I said, the baby-faced assassin picks his moments. Now, this group, they're falling away from Will Green. If Will Green wins this race and Finley Lines finishes 9th, where he currently is running, that's not game over, because that's not the end of the heat races. It simply means at that point in the intermediate classification, Will Green will be leading and Finley Lines will be 9th. There's still one race for Finley to try and overturn that, but it would be very, very difficult indeed, although he could gain a couple of positions here if this lot keep tripping over each other like they're doing.
Very, very close into turn 1 there. 30 seconds of this one to go. Gibson defends. St. Marnie Kira is on the scene down the inside of the number 24 of Colby Patterson. These drivers who all know each other very well. They've not just raced here in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships across the course of 2024. Many of them have been part of the IAME Euro Series grid. The problem out there, the number 93, Johnston Stewart, one of the ORMs, looks to be out of this one. What a shame for Johnston, because he was the highest debutant in this race up to that point.
Yes, that would now go to Andy Stewart, Johnston's sister. So that's a nice little present.
Very good at skipping.
Have a little look back there now. Look at Finley Lines. Finley Lines has got past George Clark. He's still got clear track in front of him, so he's still got ground to make up. However, the more this group are battling, Lines is getting closer. However, the clock has struck 0. The next time that Will Green crosses the start-finish line, he'll see the last lap board.
Absolutely, and the gap is 1.8 seconds at the moment for Will Green. This will be a really good feeling for Will Green, that he's negotiated his way through this race. He's tantalisingly close to adding the British title to the IAME Euro Series title that he won in Belgium earlier on this year. Gibson still doing a great job to hold on to second place, and Colby Patterson as well goes round the outside of Austin Newstead up into third. Newstead down to fourth. It's now going to deal with Sukmani Kira, who's taken great strides across the course of the 2024 season. Member of the Alpine Race Her programme. It's going to be part of that programme for a good number of years. There's the information that I've received in the paddock. Will Green, though, is one more step towards the British title. His teammate in the number 51, Charlie Clough, is out of the race, but no problem for Will Green. That is half the job done. He needs to replicate that performance again to give himself the buffer in the championship. Green takes heat number 1 and is 1 heat away from becoming British champion. It's still going on further down the field. That's Sophie Campbell gaining a couple of spots late on, but it's Green from Gibson, Patterson, Newstead, Kira. Top 5 covered by 3 seconds.
We talk, so much about drivers being, role models outside the sport, and Sukmani Kira, certainly that young lady, the backgrounds, the culture that she comes from as well, acting as a real inspiration for lots of other young girls, come into the sport. Doesn't matter what skin colour, what race, creed or religion you are. Karting is for all, and these young drivers we saw with Dian Pahal last week. Again, they are aware that they are role models outside the sport because of the level of coverage they get, in the British Championship. Kenzo Craigie, he is the first karting world champion of colour, and he's aware of that. And he knows that, and that's something that, he wants to use that. Obviously, him winning a world championship is great on a personal level, but he does also want to use that as a platform to bring other people, of mixed race and, minorities, in ethnic minorities into this paddock. And I wholeheartedly commend him and Sukmani and the others who are taking on those roles for doing so.
Did a great job with it as well. Drivers into scrutineering, going through the mandatory checks. We're going to take another short break here at Three Sisters and be back for the next race in a few moments' time. Welcome back to Lancashire. Welcome back to Three Sisters just outside of Wigan. Getting ready for the next heat. First appearance of the day for the X30 Junior category. This category already decided in terms of where the championship is going. But another one where the tickets to the IAME Warrior Final in Valencia later on in the year is going to be a topic of discussion for today. 3 tickets available, per the information here in the box. Mackie's already qualified as well through his efforts in the IAME Euro Series. Who's going to be taking those other tickets? Let's find out what happens in this next heat. Let's take you through the grid for this one. Then Riley Cranham on pole position is joined by Rocco Leon Shenton on the front row. Joey Brown having a tremendous weekend is on an all-fusion row 2, joined by Aaron Richardson. Row 3, champion-elect Harrison Mackie starts alongside George Edgar. Thomas Minspearing and Morgan Moore go from row number 4. Archie Owen and Harry Walsh are on row number 5 ahead of Harrison Whitcomb, on row 6 next to Monda Junior Canini. Row 7, Zach Green, he's got his ticket to IWF already. Starts on row 7 next to Leif Khan. Row 8, it's Cameron Edmonds and Theo Lestrange.
Kenzo Craigie starts down in 17th. What can the Junior World Champion do from there? He starts alongside Mayan Patel, Sky Parker and Evan Purcell. Then Hamish Forrest, Max Ewell, Jake Brook, Dylan Patel, and the Purple People Eater himself, Jeff Nürnbergen, Alexander D. Benedictis, Katrina E.E. and Ashley Haza in the smartest looking go-karts we have here out of. There's 118 drivers here, and Ashley Haza is half German, half Jamaican. They have the full Jamaican livery on that car and race suit. It looks absolutely spectacular.
Here we go then towards the line. Are we good for the starts on this occasion? No, the lights have not gone out at our end, and the chevron flags are out at Marshall Post 6 that we can see from the commentary box. That's a false start. We'll go round again.
You know I'm stupid, Andrew.
No.
Well, Louise Richardson always says G.I. Aaron, but it's not. I've just realised it's capital G, lowercase L. Good luck, Aaron. I thought G.I. Aaron. I thought it was G.I. Joe. Never mind. There's Ashley Haza. Look at that kart. He's got lots of sponsors on there, which is good to see. He's got his dual nationality now as well. And Ashley Haza, Alex Powell and Zane Burgess, they're the Jamaican sensations in car racing and karting. But, Ashley Haza, that is cool runnings all the way. Now, privateer driver on the front row of the grid, Rocco Leon Shenton, trying to take one against the big guns. Here we go, second time of asking. Now we're off and racing. And look at that trio of Fusion drivers. Line astern into turn number 1. The Argenti kart of Thomas Min spearing, getting sideways behind them. But they are all through the first couple of corners over the crest. Oh dear, Harry Walsh. Someone notify air traffic control. He got some serious airtime there.
I didn't know we were going to get Walsh Airlines coming through Three Sisters today, but thankfully he's back on the tarmac. 7.5 minutes to go in this one. So 1-2-3 for Fusion at the moment. Riley Cranham, who, similar to some of the championship scenarios that we're talking about, just get through the races safely. He'll take the number 2 plate and a ticket to IWF 24 to join his teammate Harrison Mackie. One of the biggest events of the year. Morgan Moore on the attack down the inside of Archie Owen there for P6. Morgan Moore has had an impressive season for premium karting coming down the hill. So it's Cranham from Mackie, Joey Brown P3, Thomas Min Spearing up to P4. Spearing in the discussion for one of those 3 tickets to Valencia as well. He's got a decent lead over George Edgar in the points overnight. Still could take 3rd place away from Kenzo Craig. Is out of the race. It's one of the Crocs. It's Max Ewell in the number 55.
Yeah, so I wondered why the marshal at the entrance to Paddock Corner was wearing the waving the yellow flag. The Cypress or Eyes who's wearing it. Here goes Harrison Whitcomb at the inside. Harrison got the bit between his teeth. In the point standings, Harrison has had a less than stellar campaign. Obviously, he'll be disappointed by where he is in the points, but he Semi 92 says, hi, do you know when the seniors are out? They're out next, but you've got 6 minutes of fantastic junior action before then, Semi. How American do I want to be? Semi. There is Thomas Min Spearing. The OKN category, the OKN World Cup that you commentated on at PF International. Thomas Min Spearing and Harrison Whitcomb featured heavily in that. I have to say, well, we've got a Malaysian young lady in the race, Katrina E.E. She is down in, she's 23rd. She's gained 4 places, which is good to see.
Biggest mover in the race so far. Kenzo Craigie has gained 5 places from where he started, the OK Junior World Champion. Joey Brown having a really good race here, Henry. He's got past Harrison Mackie into second place.
Yes.
Joey Brown, another one of those drivers who through the course of the season I think is really taking a big step forward. You know, you look at his results, you know, he's in the Repechauges at PF International. He's now racing at the very front. Thomas Minsberg was down the inside of Mackie there, has taken third place. Rocco Lee and Shenton there in fourth. Mackie just having a good bit of fun with it. And it is, you mentioned it already, Henry, it's really good to see Harrison Mackie out on track. I was a little bit concerned that we weren't going to see it today. He sat out the last round of the IAME Euro Series to make sure, you know, nothing went wrong. He already had enough points to be champion in that series, and he's already got enough before the start of today, but he's going out there having one last run.
Yeah, the drivers have got to have faith in their own abilities. What does it say about a driver that they win a championship and they think, oh, I don't want to get disqualified, so I'm not going to race? Well, if you have that attitude, then you're going to get yourself into trouble. You've got to have things like, well, I've got this far, and so, you know, why would I do any different now? I understand it. Do I like it? No. Do I understand it and respect the decision when it's made? Yes, I do. Because, you know, these teams, these drivers, these families, they pour an awful lot of hard-earned Finley cash into this sport, as do the sponsors of some of these drivers. And, there is Kenzo Craigie, who has gained 6 places. And there is the BMR restart, number 44. Of no, that was a lie.
14.
It was the 14 of Archie Owen, who was a wild card, was the Welshman at the World Junior Championships. And I spoke to his mum earlier, and they arrived with the team BMR. They hadn't done a World Championship before. The material was all new to both Archie and the team, and yet qualified 5th in group, and was unlucky not to make the actual final. They said they wanted to make the super heat. But they actually not only made the super heat, they could have made the final. But it was a fantastic learning experience as we look at Harrison Mackie now starting to try and pick up places. And I think that's a deliberate thing for Harrison. He's waited for that front group to just spread itself out a little bit.
Just a little bit, just to give him that comfort out there. Shenton down the inside of Brown. Love that move there. From the youngster on the number 86, the privateer, past Joey Brown, will now set about resuming his battle that he had with Riley Cranham 24 hours ago.
And this is what I got to say. You know, I love Dan Hazelwood to bits. I think that Dan Hazelwood, the Fusion Motorsport team, they have added such a layer of professionalism to the British paddock, and they're the standard bearer that other teams have to aim for in here. The likes of Dan Holland Racing, Strawberry Racing, Argenti Motorsports. Dan Holland, they have seen off Dan Hazelwood, the Fusion team. They've seen off so many competitions, but there's nothing more than I like to see than a privateer driver like Rocco Shenton absolutely taking it to the big guns. It proves that if you want to do this just as a family, because it's just Rocco and his dad here. It's just Rocco and his dad against the big might of the Fusions and all the other teams. I absolutely love it because it shows that it still can be done. You can do it as a privateer in this sport. The lad and dad era is not over in this paddock. It's hard, but it's not over.
New fastest lap of the race from Harrison Mackie, 42.67 seconds. He's starting to wind it up now. The number 57 of Cameron Edmonds, just to report, has had a report of a transponder not functioning. That might be as a result of we had Walsh Airlines and we had Edmonds Airlines, both having a bit of an off-track excursion. So that might be a factor in all of that. But don't worry, if you've seen the number 57 cascade down the timing order. 50 seconds to go. I think we're going to get 3 more laps in here. Yeah, 48 seconds on the clock. They'll come round and still have 4 or 5 seconds on the timer to complete lap number 11. The question is, can Shenton close in on Cranham? It's the top 3 from yesterday's heats back at the front of the order. Kenzo Craig is back up into the top 10. 7 places gained for the number 44 now, just ahead of Zach Green. Zach Green, we mentioned during the grid readouts, It's one of the British drivers already heading to the IWF 24 competition in Valencia. That was virtually finishing second in the IAME Euro Series. And he'll be looking to get himself up the order. He's 8th in the points in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships overnight. New fastest lap from Shenton. 2 laps to go. 0.2 of a second is the gap. What can Shenton do about the pace of Riley Cranham here, who's impressed a lot of people across the course of 2024? He's trying to secure his way to Valencia today. Would like to start it with this heat victory, but Shenton is a fighter out there. He's not going to give this one up easily through Luna Bend. About to go on to the final lap. This has been a good, solid lap from Riley Cranham. He's not going to be under too much pressure as they head on to the final lap.
Well, let's see. The gap was 0.3 of a second. Shenton in the slipstream gets a good run through turn number 1, a little bit tidier than the race leader. He'll go over the crest. Now, watch for the move going into Paddock Bend. He'll try and set the race leader up here. Will he dive to the inside? He thinks about it. Oh, Cranham cuts it off. Cuts it off late. And Shenton might have to make do with second place now. But the intention from Shenton was there.
Was indeed. Riley Cranham takes it round Luna Bend for the last time in the first heat of the day for X30 Junior. We'll see the checkered flag. Cranham wins again ahead of Shenton and Mackie. It's the same top 3 from yesterday's heats to kick off things here on Sunday. Joey Brown P4, Thomas Min Spearing P5. That will help Spearing out a lot in his quest to at least finish 4th in the championship today, maybe even higher. Morgan Moore scores well again in 6th. Aaron Richardson, Harrison Whitcomb, Archie Owen and Kenzo Craigie complete the top 10.
Zach Green, George Edgar, Cameron Edmonds, Mondi Jr, Canini are next. Then it's Northern Ireland's Evan Purcell, and the Republic of Ireland's Theona Strange, Laith Khan, Sky Parker, Hamish Forrest, Harry Walsh, Jake Brook, Dylan Patel, Zeph Nurnberger, Mayan Patel, Katrina EE and Alexander Di Benedictis with Ashley Haza. Again, Ashley, he has moved out of Honda Cadet into Junior X30.
That's a step and a half.
That is like saying, oh, right, you've walked up your local hill, now try and climb Mount Everest, you know?
It's getting up to speed across the course of the weekend. Riley Cranham, though, starts the day very nicely indeed. He'll be pleased with that effort. Had to fight for it, had to hold off Rockley and Shenton in the latter stages. He'll start the second heat knowing that he's got a very, very good chance of being on pole position for the final here today.
There's Rocco. Yeah, now, talk about, he's a fighter. He fights and scraps for every single position. He's got that us against the world mentality that, you know, privateers sometimes need to have. So we have got Senior X30 coming up next after this short commercial break.
Let's head into the action in X30 Senior. Freddie Lloyd and Gus Lawrence, the two at the head of the standings, are sharing the front row for the start of today's action. Fred Green and Lewis Bird go from row number 2. Henry Gregory and Noah Wolf start on row 3. Ali Cresswell and Aaron Brown are on row 4.
Then it's Hayden Eldridge, Cian Garrity, Sam Lewis and Harvey Roth, with Archie Tillett, Oliver Stilp, Dylan Brierley and Michael Gray in the Buzzing Hornets. number 73. Then it is David McIntyre, Dayton Coulthard, Oliver Rands, Harry Ewell, your top 20.
Freddie Housley and Casper Piecki go from row 11. Conor McPullen and Ty Stansfield go from row number 12. It's a 24-strong field. Championship situation overnight. Gus Lawrence has 804 points secured. Freddie Lloyd, 791. Noah Wolf, 780. Cian Geraghty, 771. We're mainly going to be looking at that Lawrence versus Lloyd battle. The difference in terms of what they can achieve with a perfect day is 10 points. The key thing for me, though, Henry, if Lloyd repeats the same form we saw in the final yesterday where he took the win, Gus Lawrence has got to stay up there. He's got to be second. He's got to be third in that region to fend off any last-minute heroics from Lloyd.
Very quickly, before we get underway, I want to say a big hello to Andrew Salis, watching in Turkey. He's having his Brazilian butt lift, his turkey teeth, and some breast augmentation done, all at the same time. So hello to Andrew. I hope the anaesthetic isn't too hard. Wait to see, the new figure when you get back to the paddock very soon. We are off and racing. Gus Lawrence, statement of intent early on by Lawrence. He closes the door and forces fast Freddie Lloyd to back out of it going through turn number 1. Now, eagle-eyed viewers and watchers of Alpha Live karting over the number of years will recall that Gus Lawrence and another driver, Reggie Dewey, Mr. Excitement, had many a discussion and a tussle in Kart Masters over the years, not always seeing eye to eye. Guess who Freddie Lloyd's mechanic is this weekend?
Reggie Dewey.
Exactly. The plot doth thicken, ladies and gentlemen. The Wolfman, Van Amersfoort, racing back to Noah Wolf, moves into P2, and up into third position is the BMR restart number 24 of Lewis Bird, and Freddie Lloyd down to fourth. Lloyd, the pressure is now on him.
He's got to move. He's got to move quick as Freddie Lloyd. He cannot afford to let the likes of Lawrence and Wolf get too far ahead. Noah Wolf, who was your Wera Tools driver of the day at Shennington, the last time that we had one of these IAME double headers. Spoke to him this morning. What's his game plan? Attack, attack, attack. Get out there, win as many races as he can, and see what happens. It's a long shot for the title for Noah Wolf, but you never know. On the last day of a season, as down the inside there, Lewis Bird has a little look. 6.5 minutes remaining in this one. Gus Lawrence's pace, 42.2 last time around. Noah Wolf is closing in, 42.1 last time around. There is Bird in third, with Lloyd, Fred Green there as well in 5th place, who's had a good start. Aaron Brown's had a decent start, up 2 spots, is now 6th.
The Vismo International number 46, just ahead of Henry Gregory, who is racing with Croc Promotion this weekend. Him and his dad were due to race privateers, but they started the season on a Croc. He thought, let's finish it on a Croc as well. Dayton Coulthard on the right cart. There he goes briefly through your shot, up into 14th position. Now Freddie Lloyd is starting to attack. So there's Lawrence, Wolf, Bird and Lloyd, with Green in 5th, then Brown, Geraghty, Gregory, Cresswell and Roth rounding out your top 10.
And also good to see for Coulthard, he's got the right flag on today, because he was English yesterday.
What's this? Oh dear, Coulthard had English.
It's definitely not a Scottish flag yesterday, but we'll move over that one. 5 minutes to go. Big attack here from Lloyd down the inside of Bird. That's lovely. That's 3rd place for Freddie Lloyd. Now he's got to go and attack and try and close down Noah Wolf across the course of the next 5 minutes. Gus Lawrence will be liking this one right now. He's got it into his hands. He's got it under control. Keep an eye on Aaron Brown. Brown's pace in the middle of this race is absolutely fantastic. New fastest lap of the race. The driver who not just pedals, he also tunes the engines himself. Very talented young man in many respects. Is flying there in that number 46. Next target, Fred Green in the 51.
Well, it goes to show, looking at the engine builders, You've got Litchfield, PFI, Grice, IAME, Paul Carr, Brown Power, S-Sport, Aventus, Jacob Stilp Racing Engines. You've got Simon Wright Engines. You've 10 different engine builders on this grid. I like that.
Yes.
You know, obviously, yeah, that's good. Ideally, that would keep costs down a little bit because everyone wants to try and retain their customers whilst increasing the amount of waft. Now, hot air's blowing up in the commentary box. Nicole Sutherland, what hot air have you found down in the pits as we look at Green making a move?
The fight is on most definitely within this championship, but Freddie Lloyd's mechanic Reggie Dewey has just said to me how confident he is in Freddie and that he considers him to be like a little brother. Let's see how it all unfolds.
Absolutely, Nicole. We should also mention top 3 will be going through to the IWF. We will confirm it in due course, but in terms of Euro Series qualification, we haven't got anyone in this category who was already qualified through. So it's going to be very, very competitive to see who is going to be joining the British contingent.
Here's Freddie.
As down the inside goes Lloyd. That's second place. Here we go. Here we go. Right, this is what we've been looking forward to overnight. Lloyd has now got Gus Lawrence in his sight. Gus Lawrence looking to make it 3 X30 senior titles in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships in a row. A feat that nobody in the modern era has achieved. Freddie Lloyd, now he's got to turn it up. Now is the time where he starts to make his effort to see, can he dethrone the king?
Let's see. 2 minutes, 20 seconds left on the clock, plus a lap. The fastest lap of the race goes to Gus Lawrence. The gap that Freddie Lloyd has to close is 1.03 seconds. Now, this is where we start looking at sector times. 3 timing sectors per lap, and each sector takes on more and more importance. If you're faster through the first sector, that normally means you're carrying more speed into the second sector. You have to have momentum now. Lloyd cannot make a mistake. You could take it as read that Gus Lawrence won't make a mistake. Lloyd has to dig very deep now. He has to. This is not life or death in terms of the championship, but Lloyd has to keep piling the pressure on Gus Lawrence. It's all that Lloyd can do.
Down towards Joey Dunlop corner once again. We're on lap number 10 of the first heat of the day for X30 Senior. Gus Lawrence's lead is 1.1 seconds, 19.39 through the first sector for the reigning champion. 19.35 seconds for the driver trying to take that number 1 plate away from the PF International Karting team. Noah Wolf still pushing on in 3rd place. Lewis Bird there in 4th. One of the things that has really impressed me with the seniors this weekend, Henry, we started the weekend with Lawrence, Lloyd, Wolf, Geraghty and Bird in the top 5 in the championship standings. They're all there. No one's having a bad weekend.
No, that's
Everybody has brought their top game to Three Sisters this weekend, and it's creating a pulsating scene at the end of the season.
Yeah, because whoever wins this, they won't be winning it by default. They will have earned it because, everyone has brought their A game to the final round. Now, the gap has remained just over 1 second. We have got 15 seconds to go. 2 laps of this heat remaining. And Lawrence has things under control at the moment. Freddie Lloyd has been able to pull away from Noah Wolf, who is now under pressure from Lewis Bird. Aaron Brown, Fred Green and Cian Geraghty are next. Into Paddock we go. Oh, I do like that, I've got to say. In between the multitude of equipment that we have there. But there is a very smart, that's Van Amersfoort Racing, the black and red kart of Noah Wolf. Very distinctive kart in world karting. I think it's pretty much the only one that's liveried like that. Yeah. It's a bit like the Austrian lad who's got better electrical.
Nicholas Schaufler.
It reminds me of a 1975 March Formula One car driven by Vittorio Brambilla, the Monza Gorilla. Vittorio Brambilla. Anyway, speaking of gorillas, has Gus Lawrence done his hair this morning? I can confirm he has. I saw him. Barnett is on point, as is the driving.
And it's going to be 1-0 in the early stages of today's battle in X30 Senior to Gus Lawrence. It's not job done yet for the reigning champion, but Gus Lawrence takes an early advantage in the title fight with the first win of the day. Freddie Lloyd comes home in second place to limit the losses. Noah Wolf P3. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, the top three in the championship standings to kick off things here at Three Sisters. Lewis Bird P4, trying to take that position away from Cian Geraghty, will be happy with that. Aaron Brown, superb there in fifth, ahead of Geraghty. Fred Green, Henry Gregory, Hayden Eldridge, Alistair Cresswell, all holding there in the top 10.
A good, excellent result for privateer, Crop Promotions' Michael Gray. Michael, the Irishman. Now, I've got to say, we talked about the Buzzing Hornets.
Yes.
That's a homage to the late 90s Jordan Formula One cars. Now, I mean, you know as well as I do that Eddie Jordan loves his British karting, watches it all the time. He had a bit of a problem when TKM Racing went away, but, you know, because Eddie loves his TKM Racing. But a big hello to the Irish. Irish eyes are smiling on Michael Gray this morning. There's Freddie Lloyd. But yeah, that's a great little tribute to...
one of my favourite liveries of F1
Really?
history ever. Yeah, oh yeah, because I was a big Damon Hill fan.
Ah, well, now see, 1996, they had the gold livery car.
Gold one.
Yeah,
Grundle and Barrichello.
Now the gold one was my favourite. But of course, when you're talking Jordan Formula One cars, the original 191E, 7-Up, the green, the emerald green, Bertrand Gachot before he sprayed mace in a taxi driver's face, and Andrea De Cesaris, the late and much missed. That was the all-time. Oh, that car. Mwah. Speaking of mwah, Barnett on point. Gus Lawrence looking good, and there's Noah Wolf dragging his go-kart around, and there's nothing that calms a driver down more than if you've just. You know, you might hate each other on the circuit, but then you've got to manually put your car over the weigh scales in front of each other. That'll calm the nerves a little bit. Here we go. Speaking of calming the nerves, let's take a quick break from the racing. Hello to Guillermo Alvarez. We are having lots of fun in Three Sisters, and have a quick commercial break before the KZ2s go out. Woo!
Welcome back to Three Sisters, and two commentators who are like giddy schoolboys in the box, because Henry, KZ2 is next, and it's a championship decider where, you know, we're talking about Gus Lawrence needing to match results and, you know, stay up there in the top three. That is not the situation here, ladies and gentlemen, between Josh Price and Charlie Turner. To win it, they've got to win it. They've got to go out and beat each other. There's no following each other around and taking second place.
Nope.
This is going to be a war.
Love that. Love it. And the back of the field there's Ryan Green. That Daniela Rossi go-kart had a huge seize in warm-up that spat him off at the top of the hill, fastest part of the circuit. He's made it back out there. Here we go then, boys and girls. Strap in for KZ2.
It's all on the line. It's KZ2 and Ella Stevens starts on pole position with Ashley Lewis for company on the front row. Josh Price is on row 2 alongside Miles Murphy, but crucially he is ahead of his championship rival Charlie Turner. Turner is joined on row 3 by Derek Morgan. Lee Ward goes from row 4 alongside George Barker. Bryn Kinch starts 9th. Jake Weston will not take the start of the race after his crash yesterday. We do wish Jake a quick recovery from his hand injury. Ryan Green completes the runners in this one. It is a very simple scenario between Price leading the championship by 5 points, Turner in second place. It's just they've got to beat each other. They've just got to make sure that they're ahead of the other if they're going to be British champion by the end of today.
Yes, and let's not forget Ella Stevens, pole position for the second day running on that Jade Racing Viral ART. And this is not anything against the Jade team at all, they were absolutely amazing people, but the title is going to be decided between Rush Performance and More Racing. Two of the most, if you talk about teams in this paddock with laughter, smiles, friendly faces, always happy to chat, Rush Performance and More Racing are those two, and it's going to be great to see. I mean, last night, how does Charlie Turner prepare? Well, the team go out for a curry. Saturday night curry. Apparently, it was very nice. Apparently, it was very, very nice.
Good.
Josh Price spent Saturday night massaging the guns. You know, just massaging his guns, because he needs every single one of those muscles to try and stay ahead, to tame these beasts on the fastest, most intimidating short circuit in British karting. Nearly 100 miles an hour over the top of the hill, and they'll get to that in just a few short seconds' time.
All under control then. Eyes on those lights. They'll come on one by one. And the final round of this year's British KZ2 Championship will be go. And away we go. Not a good start for Ashley Lewis. An initial good run from Stevens, but it is, well, Ashley, no, that's a great second phase for Ashley Lewis. Has got the lead. Derek Morgan's had a quick start as well. Both of the championship contenders, Price and Turner, are up a position at least. Miles Murphy is in there as well. Ella Stevens' problems at the start seem to have returned. The initial getaway off the line was great, but I wonder if that first shift from first to second just bolts a little bit. Stevens down to around 7th place, and Turner's down the inside of Price. Turner's down the inside of Price. It's not for the race lead, but that is an early big move from Charlie Turner. This is what we're talking about. It doesn't matter if it's a battle for first, second, third, fourth, all the way down to ninth. They have just got to beat one another to take the title. No holds barred. 7 minutes to go. Ashley Lewis leads. Charlie Turner P2. It's a Rush Performance 1-2, but here comes Price.
Oh, Price looking over the top there. And look at that. Look at the runoff. There is virtually zero runoff there. It is frightening. Price again to the inside. Ashley Lewis leads by 2 seconds. A stalwart of this championship. Could he be about to break his victory duck? He's been driving very well all season, and this is the perfect kind of day where all the attention is focused on a championship that are driving to think, well, do you know what? You worry about that. I'm going to take today's battle. Here we go. Out of Luna, Murphy in the wheel tracks of Price and Turner. Here comes Josh Price to the inside, uphill, flat out over the crest, takes the race, or takes second position. That's the second big move we've seen. And now his teammate Miles Murphy getting inside. Oh, and I believe that Murphy may have even helped Turner through the Joey Dunlop curve there. I hope Turner needs to fight back. Here comes Morgan and Stevens in 5th and 6th. But now Charlie Turner has got a problem on his hands because Josh Price is pulling away.
Is indeed. Josh Price is going to try and get down the road. Focus over the next couple of laps to see if he can catch Ashley Lewis. This is a very good scenario now for Josh Price, because he's not only beating Charlie Turner, but he's got a teammate in between him and his championship rival. He's just set the fastest lap of the heat so far, 48.38 seconds. He's got 2/10 on Ashley Lewis's pace at this stage.
Wow.
Through again, over the rise, down into Joey Dunlop corner. This is danger now for Charlie Turner because he's got Derek Morgan, another driver who's not going to be worrying about championship permutations. He just wants to get his best result of the year possible so far. Charlie Turner has got to dig deep now, has got to find a way past Miles Murphy, who as a teammate to Josh Price is not going to be in any mood to just let the O-plate through.
Yes, indeed. But Turner, the O-plate champion, has to fight back and fight back soon. Miles Murphy is the perfect buffer zone between Josh Price and Charlie Turner. This is where Turner had his huge accident in testing. He was saying that he was keeping an ice pack on his knees because of all the bruising that he's got. That pain, you have to try and use that pain to his advantage. Grit your teeth. It's now or never in this race. 4 minutes to go. Ashley Lewis continues to lead by 1.5 seconds over Price. And Murphy just keeping Turner behind him. Stevens, Morgan, and then up into 7th place. What a drive from George Barker. Barker is and he's not far behind either, followed by Bryn Kinch, Ryan Green and Lee Ward.
So the pace for Barker is really good. He's in the 48s, 48.98. A driver who's developed a lot across the course of the season. His first year in KZ2. Can be very proud of the effort. He's trying to saw one of his videos that he does to document his journey. Said,
yes,
I want one of those seeded plates. I want one of those top 10
Good
plates.
for him.
And at the moment, he is on course to achieve that. 3 minutes and 15 seconds to go. Ella Stevens, we've been talking about the race pace across the course this season. She's been fantastic in the middle phases of these heats and finals. And this is going to be an additional problem now for Charlie Turner. Can Stevens find a way through and take points away from Charlie Turner? There's no loyalties in terms of teams here because Ella Stevens racing for Jade Racing Team. Big slide from Miles Murphy, drifting it at over 90 miles an hour. Here at Three Sisters, Turner's got down the inside. Huge move from Charlie Turner back up to 3rd.
Permission to ask the director, James Fitzhugh, for a nice slow motion replay of Miles Murphy sliding it through that Coward Summit at nearly 100 miles an hour, please, sir.
2.5 minutes to go. Still not the scenario that Turner would have wanted. This was the move from Turner over the crest. Look at this. Fantastic from Miles Murphy. Oh, bit of oppo there. And see how calm Turner was at the wheel through Joey Dunlop and got the run down the inside into Paddock Bend.
Alan, Dev and myself are just off to a quiet room to have a moment with ourselves. Yes. Thank you to our Alpha Live crew. Here we go. I know, a little bit of oppo as well, which was great to see. Murphy fighting back at the inside. And of course, Murphy, part of the Moore Racing stable with Josh Price. And I know that Luke Moore is going to be watching and cheering Miles Murphy on. But I've got to say, Luke Moore, close your ears. You don't want to listen to this, my friend.
We have 2 developments from race control, plus 5 second penalties for both the number 4, Miles Murphy, and the 2:4:24 Ashley Lewis, the race leader.
Jump starts,
possibly
perhaps.
Jump start. That was my first thought as well, Henry. But that's going to change things. That at the moment is going to give Josh Price the heat win. It's going to elevate Charlie Turner to P2. He may not be fully aware of that right now because he's got Miles Murphy and Ella Stevens all over his rear axle. 60 seconds to go. There is your driver in first position on the road. But with that plus 5 second penalty, this could be a cool moment for Ashley Lewis, who's quite possibly going to lose his first heat win of the year.
Yes, and we'll talk about Josh Price. I mean, the second to his Moore Racing teammate Morgan Porter in last year's British Championship has really taken this championship by the scruff of the neck this year. Charlie Turner has just not given up. He has dug in and you know, I think this is 4th season in gearbox karting now. And Ella Stevens, the E-plate holder. That's not just because her name's Ella. She's the English champion. She won that title at the Shannington Super Prix earlier this year. Derek Morgan, again, privateers up at the front. Look at that. Even at this level, where you know, we spoke to Piers Sexton last night on the Paddock show, which I urge you to watch. I say that all the time. This Paddock show, however, actually contains some
Wholesome.
really good journalistic, you know, wholesome content for your viewing delectation. It's not the usual nonsense with me in it. It's still got me in it, but it's not quite as much nonsense. Andrew Mather provides it, and here comes Ella!
Oh!
Ella! Across the top there, sorry.
Down the inside into 4th place. We're on the final lap of this one. Little check over the shoulder there from Charlie Turner. He knows he's got a bit of a gap now. There is your race leader, Ashley Lewis, but if you're just joining us, the news from Race Control is that there is a plus 5-second penalty on the way for the number 24, Josh Price, taking it nice and easy now, knowing he doesn't need to overtake to take maximum points from this first heat in the title decider for KZ2. Round the final couple of corners, Ashley Lewis takes it on the road, but because Josh Price finishes 1 second back, he will inherit first place. Second will go to Charlie Turner by 0.06 of a second. Ella Stevens was strong at the end of that race. Finishes P4 on the road, will be elevated to 3rd. Miles Murphy 5th on the road, but also has a plus 5-second penalty in race. Will drop 1 position to 6th. Derek Morgan will gain 2 spots past both Murphy and Ashley Lewis. George Barker, really good run there for George Barker.
Oh no.
Good race pace. Problems at the end, it would seem, for Ryan Green.
I really hope that's not another engine problem. These KZ2 engines have been worked very, very hard, and I hope that Ryan Green and his dad, the privateers, have not just experienced another costly failure on the last lap. A big shout out to George Barker, not for finishing 7th, but for finishing 7th, just 8 seconds behind Derek Morgan. This is a driver that turned up at Warden Law, having not driven a KZ before, and almost got lapped. He has worked incredibly hard on in his driving, you know, as a team, you know, learning the equipment. Well done to George for doing, you know, a great job there.
And the fulfillment that he will be getting as well, you know, as I say, he was seconds off the pace at Warden Law. You know, we're now talking tenths. Tenths of a second a lap. The improvement has been fantastic, and he's very proud of the job he's done this year. Josh Price.
And the Guns of Navarone on screen, but comes through.
That is going to bring us to the end of the first round of heats. Don't go anywhere. Paddock Show is coming right up after this short ad break.
Hello and welcome to the last Paddock Show of the year. It's definitely an end of term feel here at Three Sisters. It's event 9 of the 2024 Wera Tools British Kart Championship, and there are a lot of lasts here this week, including the last time we're going to see that logo in the British paddock. But I tell you what, we've got 27.5 minutes to have a little wander around Three Sisters, and what has been a very exciting day. Some championships have been decided, some will go down to the wire.
They will indeed. Shall we pop into our
let's go and have a
to
look.
begin with things?
Chat.
See what we can find.
So I've got to say, since in the modern era of the British Championship, Oliver Roller Motorsport, they have they have produced several champions. Harley Keeble, Brandon Carr's come through these ranks, lots of others, Keane Nakamura,
Berta.
Going Jr., Berta, the rest. But all good things come to an end. A little unknown fact is that back in 2005, the very first commentary I ever did on any race was at Landau, Stars of Tomorrow. The first race 1, was Jicker, heat number 1. And this man went round the outside of Jack Harvey at the final hairpin to win the race. Oliver Rowland, first of all, obviously sad to see you go, but on behalf of everyone, thank you for giving a lot back and giving a lot of drivers who wouldn't have had a chance to compete at a high level the opportunity to show how good they are.
No, yeah, I mean it's been a fantastic journey. It's a bit sad that it's coming to an end, to be honest, but with commitments outside of here, it's just so difficult to keep on top of everything. But we've had a great journey. As you said, we've helped plenty of young drivers, and that was the main aim, and something that I will still continue to do moving forward. Yeah,
because obviously it might be the end of the team, but knowing you will be working with young drivers, helping them, guiding them as best you can, whilst also reminding everybody that this man here was good enough, fast enough to be on any Formula One grid in the last 15 years.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I still intend, as I said, to work with some young drivers. We've got Arvid, who was the first driver in ORM, now moving into Formula 2 next year. So a lot of effort will be going into that to try and get him to Formula 1. But also my career in Formula E, it's been a good season, and hopefully we can really push forward and do a good job.
Yeah, Arvid Lindblad, I don't know if you remember, when Lando Norris launched his kart brand at Adria, there was a bunch of young karters that were there. Arvid Lindblad, formerly of this parish, was there, and everyone was like, "Hi Lando," and Arvid Lindblad went, "I'll see you on the grid in 5 years." That was about 3-4 years ago. He wasn't short of confidence, was he?
He wasn't, no, but he works extremely hard, and what he's been able to achieve already, 2 years in single-seaters and winning races in Formula 3 this year at 16 years old is incredible. So he's always had a good confidence, but he's always backed it up on track, which is important. But he's keeping his feet on the ground, working hard, and hopefully we can see him on the grid in a couple of years' time.
Yeah, excellent.
Season's not done as well. There's still another day of it to go, and hopefully some runs in RWF the end of the year off the back of some good Euro Series runs.
Yeah, obviously today was challenging. I think we had a lot of speed with some of them, but it's actually incredible at the moment how competitive the interclass is. You look at the lap times in that last heat, I think the second heat, and there was 2:10 or a tenth and a half between the top 12 drivers. It's incredible. I think what IAME have done, the whole championship, all the teams, is amazing. And hopefully tomorrow we have to be perfect. We've got some stuff to improve overnight, and if they can have a good run, hopefully they can finish on top.
What do you think is the best memory from the years of running the team?
It's a good question.
Home time.
Yeah, it's hard, to be honest. I think maybe when we dominated in 2018 with Keeble and then Burgoyne and Carr, I think the unity that we had as a team was amazing, and also seeing what it meant to them when they won the championship, coming from not a lot and we were able to support them to kind of achieve something that was kind of never expected, was probably one of the best moments for me.
Fantastic stuff.
Brilliant. Well, Oliver,
thank you very much.
Well done. Thank you.
I'll be following anyway. So.
Of course, we're not going to stop being out of the paddock completely. No. I'm sure that you'll be following things keenly. So, tomorrow, finish off an era with the British Championship.
We do.
On top of the podium, we hope. Fingers crossed. Thank you.
Fingers crossed.
Oliver Rowland. Again. So yeah, that's a last, but we could see a lot of firsts. A first podium, a first win possibly for the E-play holder.
Wasn't
Oscar
far away
Kelly
today as well.
Wasn't far away today. He's been knocking on the door. Teddy J. Porter, what a strong run he had. Was caught out by, unfortunately, a bit of an oiling up issue, the plug oiling up. Harry Williams over there in kart number 44. There's still a chance for some firsts on the last day we'll see this awning in the paddock.
One of the things that's impressed me across the course of the IAME season, not just here in the British Kart Championships, but Euro Series as well, like Colby Patterson, another name.
Yep.
I've seen Colby race for a good number of years, but I've never seen a year quite like in terms of the improvements for Colby and others in this awning. It's a full testament to Ollie and his whole team for what they've achieved this year.
Exactly. Let's move on, and while we walk, we can just sort of summarise the action today. So 6 classes, Honda, Cadet. That went the way of
Ralphie Branscombe in terms
Branscombe.
of championship is looking pretty good. He's
Yes.
not got the job done yet,
Nope.
but he didn't lose any major ground today. But great, you say a number of lasts and firsts. A new winner, Marius Kavakis, stepping up into the
yes, Marius Kavakis.
What
What a performance! Now. We're going to do something that is going to make us wildly unpopular because she absolutely hates being on camera.
She does.
But Championship coordinator Danielle Short is also bidding farewell to the championship. Danielle is the oil that grinds the cogs of every part of this championship. So we're going to slowly walk in here. Now, there's the stewards. I believe that Trevor's also leaving us. But, right, hang on a second. This is going to have to be a little bit tactical.
It is a bit.
Because I think we've been rumbled and she's scarpered. But we have to say thank you. So let's have a little look. We're going to go in there. There's Hugh. There's Richard Locke. Right. Shh. Quiet, everybody. Very, very. We're hunting rabbits. Ah, right, here we go. Now, this is what you call the classic pincer movement. Andrew stands there. I stand here.
She can't get away.
Hello. We wanted to come and say, turn around, no. This is Danielle Short, who effectively runs this whole show and keeps all us lot in line. And after so many years, you're leaving us. What are we going to do? What are we going to do?
I have absolutely no idea. I'm sure everybody will be absolutely just fine without me.
Well, we've said farewell and thank you to Oliver Rowland. Next time we say thank you for everything that you've done, because this job, this is the happy place. It's supposed to be the happy place, but it's hard to be a happy place when the stewards are in there and all the people that normally sit down there have been called the stewards because they've been naughty. But it's your job to kind of maintain a good atmosphere, to deal with people that are very stressed, that are very amped up, that have got, lots of money, lots of, pressure riding on it, and you've got to kind of calm them down, and that takes a unique set of skills that not many in the sport have.
Probably, yeah. I would say you're probably quite right. Probably quite right.
Why do you do it? Why do you love this particular job? Because you do love it.
I do love it. And I just love the sport. I love the sport more than anything. Really probably more than the job. But sort of fell into it by default, really, when I finished racing myself. So just do it, don't you?
Well, I'm sure
Love the
you'll be
sport.
very busy with Trent Valley Kart Club next year. We'll see you at a later event this year. But so thank you to Danielle Short for leading on, and
Thank you.
Good luck to whoever replaces, because you have some
Very big shoes.
even though she's got small feet, you've got very, very, very big shoes to fill. Right, that went well. Let's go.
Let's zip out. Let's carry on into the rest of the paddock. Thank you, Danielle, once again for your time. She didn't know that was going to happen.
No,
She
of
took it all
course
in
she didn't.
good
Well,
grace.
if you gave her an absolute sniff of the fact that she was going to be on camera, then she would have been gone.
Nah, she'd been straight out of the paddock.
Straight out of the paddock.
Let's move on up.
What, to an awning that hasn't got loud
Yes,
music
that'll
blaring
get
in
us-
it? Let's go and see Piers Sexton.
Let's have a look into the PSR
Piers
awning.
Sexton is the first team owner to bring a Formula 1 driver into the paddock when he came to Glenagorse with Jack Doohan.
Jack Doohan, yeah.
A couple of ways now, Alpine.
Also, Liam Lawson tested KZ with us as well.
Oh, there we go, yeah.
And also, Ollie Behrman did Kim Bolton in KZ with us as well.
Yes, he
So,
did.
not just Jack.
So what is it about your particular team that is the factory for drivers who are heading on a trajectory to the very top of the sport?
I think I had a driver, Rishu Shijima,
Yes.
who was with me, started basically at 15, came over here on his own, everything else, and was with me, who wanted to then progress to car racing. Very early on, I saw that the KZ was very beneficial, basically, for getting more track time. You know, he started late, and to catch up with starts, gears, putting sets of new tyres on, everything else, the KZ for me is fantastic for that. And just to go through the processes. In car racing, you don't get enough time, obviously, on the track, as we all know. And yeah, it was just great training. We used to obviously lead his helmet up and stuff, so it made his neck stronger, ready for car racing. And it was just a fantastic training ground. And obviously all the F1 drivers go to South Garda, you know, testing during the winter. And I think now everybody sees that, and it's good to keep sharp.
Yeah.
You know, KZ's a serious bit of kit.
Well,
so.
I mean, you look at the racing today of just how spectacular it is, how close to the edge you are, how you've got to be so inch perfect, and you can see why.
Exactly. I mean, today's sort of F3, F2, F1, tyre management is key. It's crucial, you know. Obviously, through the race, they have to manage the tyre, and then the end, obviously, of the race, then they can push. But you know, you have to work with the tyre. And KZ is very similar to that. You know, you have to manage the input of the throttle, the steering, everything else to manage the rear tyre so that you've got good tyres for the final. And therefore, again, it's just a great tool to use. Easy tool, cheaper tool than going car testing for sure. Just a great tool and great racing.
And for all the people that talk about the cost of karting, buying a KZ2 and coming to Three Sisters for the day is a lot cheaper than going to buy a Dallara Formula 3
most
car
definitely,
and hiring Silverstone.
Most definitely. And in actual fact, you know, once you've bought the equipment of the KZ, the rest of it, the running cost is actually fairly, well, probably cheaper than X30 if I'm honest, for the running cost. Yes, the initial outlay is big, but I think they're fantastic bits of kit, I really do. And yeah, we did a lot of work with Reese, and it helped him massively for sure. And obviously, yeah, with Jack and everything else, they love driving them. It's back to their roots, and yeah, keeps them sharp during the winter for sure.
Fantastic. Well, thank you very much, Piers. A quick word about today's crop. What was your day?
Yeah, hard work, to be honest with you. I mean, listen, as you well know, I was out of the arena as such for a few years whilst I went and did the car racing stuff. Coming back now and starting from scratch is hard work. Obviously, yeah, I've won a lot in the past, but when you have to start again, you literally have to start again. So we've got drivers that are fairly inexperienced and are just learning their craft. And when you have days like today of changeable conditions, that is not easy.
No, it's not. But again, you learn a lot in a short space of time.
100% you learn a lot, you know, but it's just a process of you have to make mistakes to learn, and that's what they're doing right now. So we've had the speed, you know, Dylan Patel here races in senior in the Euro, and our theoretical lap time when we were out in Genk was actually 4 tenths faster than what won the race in the A final or in the main final. So we know we've got the pace. Obviously, from history, I know that my equipment's good enough. It's just waiting for the drivers to learn as much as they can before we can start winning again.
Every aspect's just got to click into place.
And we see that many a time with the driver. You know, it maybe take 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, but they'll get there in the end.
It's for sure they'll get there, you know, and it's about dedication. I'm obviously standing here going, look, you know, I'm just waiting for you to get better, to come to the standard ready to win races, and that's where we are really. You know, we've got some drivers coming over from China and Asia and stuff again. I'm now doing quite a lot of work in China. We're about to hopefully build an academy and stuff there to sort of upgrade their motorsport, make their motorsport ladder better, and then some of the drivers will come over here. So we've already started that process with a young lad called Bruce. He's the first driver. Unfortunately, he wasn't allowed to do the last round because it's a rule of the championship that if you haven't done another round, you can't do the last one. So he's been at PF testing. He's over here for 4 months and then we'll probably stay, and that's now starting our sort of connection again with Asia as we had before I went car racing basically. So.
Excellent, there we go. Thank you very much.
Look forward to it.
So there we've had several lasts. There was a first driver to bring an F1 driver, a future F1 driver, to the British Championship paddock in the modern era, Piers Sexton. Good luck tomorrow.
Thanks guys.
Right. The gloom descends upon the circuit and it's raining. Oh dear. Right then, let's try and find another awning quickly.
Yes.
Argenti, let's go to should we try and find a world champion?
I think so. Let's see if he's still around. He's had a camera in his face many times this weekend.
Pardon?
Pardon?
What? Pardon? Sorry.
Second place for Kenzo today, and I think 2024 will obviously go down as the year he won the OK Junior World Championship, and we're very proud of that feat. But it's been a difficult year for him. Really, really difficult challenge for him.
Certainly
good to see
has.
that he's, in terms of his British Kart Championship season, he's finishing stronger than he's done for the season as a whole.
Yes, so here we are in the Argentione. Now there is Kenzo's wagon. Joe Turney is there, he's been overseeing. So I got to just quickly say, Joe, it's been, you were at Sherrington running a lot of the camp. This is a, you know, second place today. This team manager job is suiting you.
Yeah, not too bad. The last race was a bit horrible to be making some calls, but no, it was good. Second with Kenzo. Tom had a hard race from the outside, but then fifth with Harrison, so not too bad. But I think we can do better tomorrow.
Question: before the final in Junior X30, there were many people around Harrison Whittaker's wagon trying to get it to work. They succeeded. What was the problem?
I didn't say it wouldn't start.
Well, that's a problem. That's a problem.
Wouldn't happen again.
And then it did start, so yeah. But he got a penalty.
Of course he did. You know, it's Welsh, isn't he?
That'll happen.
Yeah, that'll happen. Good to see you, Joe. Good to see you doing a great job, and you know, we'll see you a lot more. We did an interview a couple of years ago. And we called it Crossroads because there's been a lot of crossroads in this man's career. At another crossroads, you know, a couple of weeks ago, and now it's just finding that new way forward, which I'm sure you will.
Exactly. Tidy.
Always a crossroads. Cheers. Always a crossroads. Cheers, Joe.
See you later.
No problems. Right. We haven't got a world champion in here.
Nope.
We nearly had a world champion.
We nearly did.
Right. Thank you very much, Argenti. Right. To any young karter who has a sulk after they don't win a race and don't want to come and speak to the media, that man there is the ultimate professional.
He is.
You don't need me to tell you what happened, and yet every press conference afterwards with you and Anthony Jordan, the podium, here, you know, that's a professional. The next time a driver goes, I don't want to talk, I had a bad race, look at Joe Turney. That is a professional.
And honestly, I echo Henry's points with the press conference.
Right.
It was hard. It was a really... It was tough on me and Anthony.
Yes.
We're not even the drivers.
Drivers, stand here. Driver, stand here. Driver, don't go away, stand here. Right, there we go.
Turn and face the camera.
Baby-faced assassin, Honda, and driver who looks very cold. Take it away, Andrew Mather.
Austin, good day. Well, ups and downs, but the pace from yesterday was still there.
Yeah, unfortunately in the second heat we had a bit of a engine failure, but luckily I managed to get through to the final and just on the line taking third.
And it's still very competitive in the categories. It's been, you know, you're very experienced against this group. You've raced them all season in the British Championships and Euro Series as well. How special has it been to be part of this class?
Yeah, especially because I'm at the front. It's really competitive, and it means everything to be up the front.
Very good, Ed. Come on in, and again a bit of a testing day. Some tough conditions for you as well.
Oh yeah, loads of times we're on slicks in the wet, so fun but tricky as hard.
What's going through your head when that happens? I was really impressed with the whole group of you. That I don't think anybody really had any offs. You know, you all kept it on the circuit. But were you a bit nervous?
Yeah, but it's just the main thing is to keep it cool during those times and just try and get through it.
What have you made of some of the racing at the very front? Obviously, Kavekis has come through and been really quick this weekend.
Yeah, it was good racing, but hopefully we'll be faster tomorrow.
Good stuff. Going in, Blair is, if I'm not mistaken, tricky day.
Yeah, not the best day. Hopefully better tomorrow.
What happened on the straight there? Was it in the final? I'd say my mind's gone fuzzy now at the end of the day. Is it mechanical failure?
No, so Austin broke down, and then Harry Williams turned into him and swerved over the track, and I couldn't go anywhere.
So yeah, just a bit of a wrong place at the wrong time. But again, like the speed from yesterday was good, and when it was going well, it was still looking good at the front. So hope for tomorrow.
Yeah, hopefully tomorrow we can get a podium.
And again, racing in this category, what's your favourite thing about it?
The racing. It's really hard to like overtake and around this track on the straight and stuff.
Very good. I say some drivers have up and down days, but all looking very positively to tomorrow.
Yeah, you know, because it's a long off season. Right, let's have a little wander down this way. Thank you very much, drivers. BMR Restart.
Yes.
A team that you spotted were very fast in practice
yes.
and testing, and came close But like I said, we spoke with Austin and a few other drivers. You can see the jig of plenty is looking like it's getting ready for a new customer. Let's have a look. Look, can we spot any drivers in here? The problem is, when it gets cold and dark at the end of the year, everyone wants to
huddle in,
go home. But I gotta say, there's some smart-looking wagons there. George House, another driver, hasn't quite managed to unlock all the keys to victory, even though he's been fast enough. Looking around, other chassis ahead, you know, we're right in the way here. Here comes the jig, and we shall go there. Now we'll just have a quick look. Just quickly randomly ask this employee here, how many wagons have you had on this bad boy this evening?
Probably about 2 or 3, maybe 4. I don't know. I haven't put mine on it, so luckily.
Luckily. Now, the cart going on the jig on a Saturday night, is that normally a bad thing, or is it something that you like to do just to, you know, as a matter of course?
Sometimes it's a bad thing, but sometimes it is usually bad.
Are we going to see a win in this awning tomorrow?
Hopefully.
If you got to pick one driver that is probably best placed to pick up a win tomorrow, who would it be?
Probably Lewis Bird.
Lewis Bird, fair enough. New recruit, Lewis Bird. Okay, there we go. Thank you very much. Well, no drivers. There we go. We shall continue on our merry way. There's Ben Platten, Mr. BMR. How are you, Ben?
I'm very well, mate. How are you?
I'm doing okay. It's nice and sunny, isn't it?
It's beautiful, mate. It's been a horrendous day, to be honest with you. A bit up and down.
Yeah.
Every time we seem to hit the track, the weather changes. But there you go. It's racing, mate.
Meant to try us. One of your boys said that of all the drivers in your awning, Lewis Bird's got the best chance of a win tomorrow. What would you say, Lewis, Austin?
Hopefully, mate. Austin, Lewis. Yeah, we're fast enough. We're there.
You are indeed.
We'll do all right.
You are indeed.
Excellent. Right, thank you very much, Ben.
Have a good evening.
Right, we'll carry on going.
I think Ben summed it up brilliantly there. Yes. That they really were, as a team, unlucky with the weather today.
Oh, yeah.
So when it was dry conditions again, you saw the likes of Austin Newstead, Blair Smith coming through.
Jamie Green,
order.
they seem to have all gone home.
Yep.
Evolve, Motorsport have all gone home. But you know what? Last to leave the party, as always. Let's have a little look. Rush Performance. Now, we talked about Charlie Turner's accident in practice yesterday. How about we can see? There's people. It's okay. They're all adults. They can drink adult beverages. Brian Rush.
How you doing,
I'm doing all right. How are you?
Good. Yeah, not too bad. It's not too bad at all.
Excellent.
Considering it's a bit cold and wet.
Now, do we have the carcass, the remains of Charlie's go-kart from yesterday?
Yeah, it's over there. Yes,
it's actually, shall we look?
Let's have a look over here.
It's been repaired.
It's been repaired. It was looking in a sorry state, wasn't it?
Yeah. We've had a few crashes this weekend. The circuit doesn't really suit the speed, to be honest. That using the international circuit, they're doing about 96, 98 mile an hour as they turn into the kink. And no fault of the drivers at all. If they have a mechanical, they're in the wall.
Yes.
We've seen now today four karts written off and one guy with a broken wrist. So,
Jake Weston.
So we've gone from a nice 12, 9, 10. It's not great. It's not great.
No, but
that's
I mean,
my opinion. Anyway,
well, bring Charlie in. Charlie, come and have a chat to my Pookie Bear Andrew.
Charlie,
about how good your day was today.
Brave day today. Big turnaround from 24 hours ago, and the final. You must have been proud of that drive.
Yeah, definitely. Considering the weather was a bit changeable, and yesterday wasn't a very good day whatsoever. But the first heat was pretty much my fault. I burned my own clutch. I got no one's blame but myself. But no, I came back through in the final, got to second. Josh obviously had some pace. He's done quite a lot of laps around here. But we'll try again tomorrow. Championship fight's still on, but just go for it and see what happens.
And as I say, I think we called it peculiarities with drop scores. Even though Josh got the win today, you closed that gap from the heats to the end of the final in terms of the championship score. So could that be a bit of a turn of momentum on your side?
Yeah, definitely. But obviously tomorrow's another day. We just got to see what happens tomorrow.
How will you rest tonight, and how much work more on the equipment, or is it just kind of keep it calm for tomorrow?
Well, as you can see, I'm just cleaning and prepping. Me and my mechanic Ollie are just cleaning it ready. But tonight we're going to go out for a nice chilled evening. We're going to go for a curry. That's what we always do on Saturday night.
A Ruby Murray.
And before I have the curry, I'm going to put an ice pack on my knee because it was knackered from the accident yesterday. So then I'll have a shower and reset tomorrow and try again. Hopefully go for the top spot.
And after the curry, put an ice pack on something else. No?
And toilet roll in the fridge.
Without wanting, I mean, we don't want to bring the mood down or anything like that. But I mean, you posted something on social media. It's been a hard year for you, family, away from the track. When all drivers' families go through times, when times are bad outside, how important is it to come into an environment with friends and do something to take your mind off things, to do something you love that you're good at? How important is the people around you and the team itself?
Yeah, massively. You know, obviously being with my friends, they're like family to me, especially Brian.
Well, I've heard that Brian was a bit of a boy. He might actually be family back in the day. Sorry, Dave.
Obviously, my dad. Yeah.
We're going back to Wales.
So no, sadly, I've just lost my lovely dog Amber. She passed away about 2 weeks ago, and obviously as a pet, my
it's
dog
not a pet.
Amber,
It's not a pet.
No, it was heartbreaking for all of us, and I don't think I've been so upset for a while, to be honest. But and we lost a close friend as well that we knew, so it's been a bit of a tough year. Yeah, it's been a tough year, to be honest. But us will come away from the track and obviously just bring all the enjoyment back into it.
Yeah, good.
We make it happen. This tent, we want everyone to enjoy it. End of. We want results. Of course, everyone wants to win. But the most important factor in here is that we all have a laugh, and we all enjoy our racing weekends. Rather, it's some places, some teams it becomes too serious. And we are serious when it comes to it. We want to do the right thing, but for sure, it's got to be enjoyable. Otherwise, there's no point.
Yeah.
There's no point.
Yeah.
This is a sport to enjoy.
It's much harder to be serious when Chris Adams is in the tent, so not having him around this year. Hiya, Chris. There we go. Or rather, Christine, as he's now known. I heard the operation went really well.
Chris, we are missing you like a toothache.
Hi, Chris.
Right, well, we will leave the rush performance morning. Thank you very much, drivers.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, team owners, mechanics, fathers, and all that. Yeah. When all else fails, you need a team to have a laugh with. And I think rush performance, more racing, they're two KZ teams that the atmosphere is always,
it's always
spot on. Yeah, always up in the tent. How long have we got left with this?
I think we've got a couple of minutes. We might have enough time just to look into Birrell for a very, 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 very quick moment.
Yes.
If not, we'll probably
There's your new co-commentator for next year,
I say,
Stuart.
What a start,
Hello,
Stuart.
Mrs. Stuart.
In fact, he'll be our
Good
last
to see you
word.
back. Good to see you back.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm pleased to be here and upright now after 9 long weeks.
Yes. Anyone watching this at home, don't speed, wear your seatbelts.
You saved my life. Thank you very much.
No problem.
And everybody.
And Oliver's, yeah.
And Oliver's as well.
On that happy note, right.
We're going to wrap up there.
Thank
you very much for watching. This has been the last Paddock show of this year's Wera Tools British Kart Championships. If you're watching on the live broadcast for Sunday, this is when it gets exciting. The second round of heats and those all-important finals are on their way. If you're watching on the Karting UK YouTube channel, do make sure that you've subscribed.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I've been Andrew. He's been Henry. Let's get back to it.
Bye. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Three Sisters in Wigan. It's the final afternoon, the final event of the 2024 Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championship. Each one of the 118 drivers present here today have got one heat race and one final left to go before their season finishes Honda Cadet are on the grid. Nicole Sutherland joins me in the commentary box while Andrew Mather takes a short leave of absence to elsewhere. Nicole, this is the class that you started out in, lots of fond memories for you. The key to winning is stay smooth and just maintain as much momentum as possible.
Absolutely. The key in this, like you said, is that smooth driving, being nice and gentle on the wheel, on the brakes, through every corner. For me, like you said, it's very nostalgic watching these Hondas go round. It's where I first started. My first chassis was a Zip Lightning, and I love the class.
Excellent. Here we go. Honda Cadet on circuit for Heat 2. Okay, here is your starting lineup. 12 drivers. First row of the grid, Ed Spain and Margaris Kvetskis. Row 2, Ryan White and Archie Cannon.
Row 3 is Ralphie Branscombe and Riley Blakemore. 4 will be Archie Loveridge and Kevin Ivanov.
Row number 5 is Rosie, Shea Hilton, Harry Grant and Cheyan Prakash, with Luke Jardine rounding out the field. 8 minutes, the sun is shining. It's still a bit cool. It is nearly October after all, but these Honda engines, these 4-stroke engines, Nicole, they do like the nice cool air.
Definitely do. They like to keep nice and cool temperature. If it gets too hot, they're running too hot, you just lose all of that momentum. And like you said earlier on, Henry, this class is all about momentum.
This is the class, of course, that not just Nicole Sutherland started in, but Alex Albon started in as well. Lots and lots of very good drivers. Oliver Behrman, I remember driving a bit of Honda Cadet back in the day.
First time I ever raced at a big championship round was a race at Shennington, and Oliver Behrman won that weekend.
Just beat you to the flag, I'm sure, by
yeah, it was out of me and Ollie.
Yeah, exactly. Don't never let facts get away with a good story. You let him have it.
Yeah, I'll let him have that one.
Exactly. Here we go then. Ralphie Branscombe, the O Plate champion. He's not assured of the title yet, but it will be pretty much signed, sealed and delivered as long as he just finishes in and around the top 6 in this race. There he is, 3rd row of the grid. Now, a standing start, 8 minutes.
His dad, Joe, spoke with him earlier. He said he's a lot more nervous than Ralphie is. He was kind of pacing up and down. He said Ralphie's got a bit of a level head, to be honest.
And we are off and racing. The lights are out. Branscombe to the inside. Ed Spain and Margaris Kvetskis on the outside. Tucks into the middle of the track, going through turn number 1. Single file for the whole field, up and over the brow. And all 13 drivers head off, with Spain, the number 72 Ambition Motorsport Kart, leading. Kvetskis in that privateer, number 15. Kvetskis, sponsored by Total Jacket Potatoes. Traditional jacket potatoes, rather. That's, he's certainly a hot potato this weekend. It's Riley Blakemore in the number 68 Kart into Luna Bend for the first time. It is Spain, Kvetskis. Then it is the number 1 plate, Ryan White. Like I said, if he's going to go down, he's going to go down swinging. He wants to end his season on a high note. End of lap number 1. And there's Kevin Ivanov playing white go-kart. It's perfect to put a couple of sponsor logos on, don't you think?
Yeah, he's got those Vera Tools and Demon Tweaks sponsorship logos on there. Just a question for you then, Henry.
Oh, go on then.
Ed Spain, I've noticed throughout this championship, it gets to the Sunday and he lights things up compared to maybe the rest of the weekend. He did a similar thing in Larkle where he got a win in. Would you say that's maybe a settling in kind of pattern that we see from Ed? What would you put that down to?
Well, yeah, certainly. The drivers have got to peak at the most important race. The whole point is they don't hand out any prizes for being fastest in qualifying. The only trophies that get handed out are at the end of the weekend. It's a skill that all drivers have to learn. You see at the start of a weekend, some drivers, they're bouncing around and off the walls because they're really excited. And by Sunday afternoon, they've had a bit of a lull. They've worn themselves out. And of course, these are the youngest members of the paddock, both here and the the Water Swift restricted drivers. So yeah, he does. He peaks at the right time. That's not just down to the driver, that's down to kart as well. You know, you have to keep working with the kart. The mechanics haven't just said, all right, we were quick this morning, don't touch it. That's not the case in karting, is it?
No, definitely not. I think karting is one of those sports where every session you're monitoring what's going on with a completely separate component. It's not all about the driver, it's about the engine, it's about the tyres, it's about the kart.
Yeah, indeed. Now, Ralphie Branscombe in 4th position, trying to push Ryan White up to these two. Kvetskis is pushing Ed Spain along. Spain sets the fastest lap of the race. That is predominantly to do with the fact that Margaris Kvetskis was pushing him and helping him and just bump drafting him along. And the same can be said now for Ralphie Branscombe. Watch see how Branscombe, how close he gets to the back of Ryan White's car. 8 wheels working together through the S's and out onto Rogerson Straight. These curves as well, Nicole, they're huge. And against these Honda karts, some of the inside curves, they come up to like the driver's waists.
Absolutely brutal, to be honest. It's one of those, you hit too much of it, you're going to be completely unsettled and bouncing around. It's absolutely not what you want. But similarly, so, you know, there is a sweet spot with these curbs. You get them just right, you kiss them perfectly, and you get that nice run through the rest of the corner.
Yeah, you can see on some circuits, drivers actually use the curb to help rotate the kart. See that PF International quite a bit, and yeah, even coming through the Joey Dunlop curve there, you've got to just rest the inside wheel of the kart on those curbs to almost to help straight line it as much as possible. And coming out here, this middle part, whoop, whoop, you can see him just using some of the curve.
It does come into it though, Henry, a bit of driver's preference with curbs. Yep. I used to find where I was a bit of a smaller driver with a lot of weight on the seat,
yep,
a lot of curbs I just wouldn't touch because I couldn't handle that weight being thrown around.
Yep.
And it's not always faster, it depends on how the driver wants to take the corner.
And the setup of the kart. Now, Branscombe is doing a good job of pushing White up to the race leader. Last time around, all 4 of our leaders had virtually identical lap time. They paired off. It's a bit like Noah and his ark. They're 2 by 2 by 2 by 2 because behind White and Branscombe, we can see Archie Cannon and Riley Blakemore in 5th and 6th working together. Then it's Ivanov and Archie Loveridge working together. 3 minutes to go. They haven't given up yet, though. These drivers in 5th and 6th, they all know at some point the leaders will go side by side and slow each other down.
Absolutely, and like you said, that 2 by 2 by 2 setup we're seeing in this race is most probably down to the toe. You see these drivers are within each other's draft, so they can follow each other around, but they've lost the front packs because the straight is too long. As soon as you make a mistake and you've lost the toe from the pack behind, you drop off, and that's why you're seeing this pattern of pairs of drivers.
Yeah, indeed, and they're communicating with each other, looking over the shoulder. Now, you see this all the time in British karting. Drivers look over their shoulder and then they give a little signal. How much of that as a driver do you see when another driver is communicating with you, and do you understand what they're saying and do trust what they're saying?
That's a bit of like a question of how long's a piece of string kind of question. It depends on who's in front of you, it depends on where you're standing in a championship, and I think it depends on your own mentality as a driver. I used to find certain drivers I would listen to and think, yeah, okay, I will push you, I will work with you, but then you've got others that you think, nah, as soon as you leave the door open, I'm going.
Yeah, exactly. You learn over the course of a season who you can trust and who might pull the wool over your eyes, so to speak. But we got now just over 90 seconds to go. Haven't seen Kvetskis make his move yet. Could we be waiting to see for a last corner lunge? You know, that's one way to guarantee. We saw Kvetskis do this coming out of Luna Bend in heat number 1. He was second coming out of the final corner, but he did win the drag race to the line by just a couple of thousandths of a second. But he doesn't want to get too far off the rear bumper of Ed Spain's kart. There's a 2 kart length gap there. By the time they get to turn number 1, Kvetskis will be right back there. He is. That goes to show the draft, the vacuum of air that Ed Spain creates behind his kart. Kvetskis just gets sucked along.
Yeah, absolutely. Kvetskis, I must say, I've been so impressed with him this weekend. The way he's been driving that car yesterday to not make a single mistake with slicks on the wet. His stepdad Stuart did say to me that's where he learnt to drive. But he, on this track, I would say, is a really strong circuit for him.
Here we go then. So we have 40 seconds to go, 2 laps remaining. That's the first time we've seen Ed Spain deviate from the racing line. He just sort of jigged to the inside going down Rogerson Straight just to sort of dissuade Margaris Kvetskis from thinking of making a move. And now he is defending the inside line. 20 seconds to go. Kvetskis will try to go round the outside, and he just... the first Slim Shady of the weekend up at turn number 1. Great move.
I can't say much more than that then great move, Henry. Completely agree with you there.
But now he's got to defend. Spain will try and come back at him straight away, and look at that, coming down into Paddock Bend. This track, I am told, it can be quite an easy track to defend because of the nature of the corners, how fast and flowing it is.
Yeah, you notice as well that the last sector is kind of all downhill, so I think that gives a driver so much momentum where they would lose it from sitting on the white line. They gain it from going downhill, which makes closing the door way easier. Here we go then. So the clock has struck 0. Last lap begins. Kvetskis. Can Ed Spain do what Kvetskis did a lap ago? Not quite. Kvetskis covers the inside line. They go through the first complex, up over the brow. This Joey Dunlop curve is very, very tight, and Spain literally pushing Kvetskis through the corner. It's a good run off, but Kvetskis defends. Spain coming up the inside, still trying to place his Honda there, wheel to wheel. You cannot get closer than that. Out of the S's, out onto Rogerson Straight. Kvetskis checks over his shoulder. Look how much closer the two chasing drivers, White and Branscombe, are getting. Now this is the drag race to the line. Kvetskis has it. We'll see Spain jink to the outside as they go to the line. Will it be enough? No, Kvetskis does it. And a really well-timed attack from Kvetskis, and then he defended. Yeah, and you could see both Ed and Margaris giving each other a bit of a hand signal there to say, well done, fair play, bit of race and respect going on between those two drivers. Okay, let's have a look at your full provisional results. Margaris Kvetskis winning by 0.05 of a second. He won the first race by 0.03 of a second. Third position, Ryan White, by Ed Spain, then Ralphie Branscombe fourth. All that Ralphie needs to do, that gives Ralphie Branscombe 6th place in the intermediate classification. Blakemore, Cannon and Loveridge 5th, 6th and 7th. Ivanov is 8th, Esme Rosie is 9th, Shea Hilton, J.M. Prakash, Harry Grant and Luke Jardine, your finishers. Now, Nicole, I know you're going back out onto the grid to find out as much more information. What is the... Is it got a last day of term feeling, I suppose? In some of the classes where the titles have been decided, it's a bit more relaxing than the classes that have still got titles on the line. Can you sense a difference between the different sets of mechanics? I would say, even though it's a last round, a last day of terms, it is quite relaxed because some of those categories, like you said, they have their winners, it's decided, but then in the classes, you know, where it's very much up for grabs, it's all getting a little bit tense, between the mechanics and some of the teams, but it's good to watch, it's good to observe. Right, brilliant. Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Henry Gregory he's not using Uncle Tyrone anymore. That's a bit of a shame. The Henry Gregory Paddock Show needs a feature. Well, maybe that will never see the light of day. Maybe it will. Who knows? So as Nicole Sutherland heads back down to the box, we will have a short word from our sponsors.
Welcome back to Three Sisters, and getting ready for the second heat of the day, Henry, for the IAME Water Swift Restricted category.
Yeah. Ah! Oh!
I know,
Sorry.
my ugly mug's back
Sorry. I was expecting... It's not Nicole Sutherland, it's Andrew Mather. It's Water Swift Restricted.
Let's take you through the runners and riders for this one. IAME Water Swift Restricted E2 has Daniel Ferguson on pole position. Alfie Davidson, champion-elect, alongside on the front row, and he does take the start for this one. Chester Fawkes and James Roots form up row number 2 ahead of Oscar Kenny and Henry Algar on row 3. Mason Hibbert and Harry Chapman start on row 4, completing the 10 runners. It's Ilyas Sami and Ethan Robinson.
Yes, indeed, as the leaves turn from green to a rustic brown, autumn is here. But these drivers are just in the spring of their careers. And the first race of the day got very, very intense towards the end. The finishing order on track was not the finishing order.
No.
Please remind us of what the eventual result of heat number 1 was, Andrew.
With penalties for Ferguson, Fawkes and Davidson. James Roots was your heat 1 winner ahead of Oscar Kenny. Mason Hibbert, Harry Chapman and Henry Algar, that was your 1 through 5. Ferguson P6, Fawkes P7, Sami, Robertson and Davidson. So that's how they form up at the moment in the intermediate classification. Results from that race and the one to come will be combined to set the grid for the final. We run the starters orders. We're green and racing once again in IAME Water Swift Restricted. Good start for Daniel Ferguson. Good start for Fawkes as well, as immediately up to P2. Davidson's got to be patient on the outside there. Slots into 4th place behind Oscar Kenny. All drivers through the first couple of corners, heading down towards Joey Dunlop. Corner for the first time, as Fawkes has an ambitious look down the inside of Ferguson through the chicane.
I mean, going down, having a look at the inside going into Joey Dunlop curve is a risk at the best of times. Doing it on lap number 1 is, wow, it shows that Chester Fawkes, he is here to do the double. With Oscar Kenny running in 3rd, Davidson in 4th. Kenny lets the inside of Fawkes. Davidson trying to follow him through. Oscar Kenny up into P2. How long for? Because Davidson using momentum and Fawkes, after being passed, oh, look at that tyre smoke between Kenny and Fawkes, and that costs Chester Fawkes a little bit of time. James Roots has gone through, and I think Mason Hibbert went through as well in the number 33 Fusion Motorsport kart. So it's Ferguson from Davidson, from Kenny, from Hibbert, from Roots, from Fawkes, with Chapman, Robinson, Algar and Ilyas Sami next in line.
It's really up for grabs. Who's going to have pole position for the final and the next haul of 65 championship points? The destination of the number 1 plate may be decided. The number 2 plate looks like it's going to Daniel Ferguson, but then all the others are still very much up for discussion. End of that lap, and Ferguson now sits 3rd in the intermediate classification. James Roots being in 5th place. That move past Chester Fawkes has given him provisionally pole position. But Oscar Kenny is in the middle of those two, so it's still very tight. It's going to be 1 position here, 1 position there for the remaining 6 minutes of this race. It's the familiar sight of Ferguson and Davidson at the front, working together to try and drop Oscar Kenny.
Yes, indeed. Davidson will try and work with Ferguson. They worked well for most of heat number 1, but then when it came crunch time, Ferguson sort of squeezing Davidson onto the grass, and kept squeezing until there was only grass in front of Davidson. Through turn number 1, fastest lap, Alfie Davidson, 49.43 seconds. They're starting to pull away from Kenny in 3rd and Roots in 4th. Then Hibbert, Chapman, Robinson, Algar and Sami are next.
5 minutes to go. Fastest lap at the moment is with Alfie Davidson, that 49.43, and this is good work from the champion-elect once again. Oscar Kenny's got to dig deep here. Is holding onto a spot that would be on the front row for the final. Second in the IC right now, that's led by the driver immediately behind him, James Roots. Ferguson, as mentioned, would be up to third. Mason Hibbert there in the number 33 would also be on the second row of the grid if things stand as they are. But right now, Hibbert's having to deal with Harry Chapman. On to another lap, end of lap number 4. And it's 2 by 2 at the front of the field. Ferguson from Davidson, Kenny from Roots.
Yes, and Davidson couldn't get closer if he tried. The only way that Alfie Davidson could get closer to Daniel Ferguson through the Joey Dunlop curve was if he sat in his lap. That was precision driving, and look at that. You know, Davidson is just sitting, waiting, working with his rival, finding the opportune moment to pounce and take the lead at a point of the track where Ferguson cannot fight straight back. But the time to do that is not yet, because we are now only just over halfway through this race. Change for third position. James Roots in the Evolve Motorsport 21 passes the E-plate holder of Oscar Kenny, with Fawkes, Hibbert and Chapman line astern, 5th, 6th and 7th. Then a bit of a gap back to Algar and Robinson, and then Sammy all on his own at the back. But Ilyas Sammy in kart number 26, you know, the Jamie Green racing driver, he is working hard and improving all the while.
Indeed, everyone's lap pace is covered by a second at the moment. That move from Roots has changed things a little bit in the IC. It's elevated Ferguson up onto the front row of the grid now. Remember, a tiebreaker scenario on the points is decided by the timed qualifying performance of the respective drivers. Ferguson, quickest in TQ, is always going to win one of those. James Roots has not had a full complement of 65 championship points in one go so far this season. He's had second place at point scoring stages a few times, 2 podiums at Wilton Mill in finals, and then a very good performance through the first set of heats at PF International. So this would be a real big boost for James Roots, who's had a good season but a testing season at times. It's in that fight for holding on for at least 4th place in the title picture ahead of Hibbert, and to get a number 1 in your results column by the end of the season will be a good feeling.
And of course, you forget how dominant Alfie Davidson was at the start of the year. And even when he didn't win a heat race, for example, he had done enough over the course of the 2 heats on that particular day to secure maximum championship points. So yeah, I mean, looking at your wonderful spreadsheet there, Andrew, I mean, how many drivers other than Alfie Davidson actually have scored a maximum point score this year?
2. Fawkes yesterday in the final, and Ferguson a few times at Shennington and Wilson Mill.
Yeah, you know, everything else, Davidson has scored maximum points, and that has come to the likes of Kenny and Roots. I'm sure that James Roots has got lots of 3rd and 4th place points hauls, but hasn't quite cracked top spot. Could this be the moment? It's looking good, I have to say, with 90 seconds plus a lap to go.
Into turn 1 go the race leaders. Ferguson still ahead of Davidson, both of them identical lap times to the nearest 100th that time around, 49.21, about 4 tenths quicker than Roots, Kenny, Fawkes and others behind. No other changes in the race order. We'll keep an eye on Mason Hibbert, because Mason Hibbert is not too far off the rear bumper of Chester Fawkes, has gained a place from where he started. This has been a good return from Mason Hibbert after a difficult day yesterday. Into Luna Bend, 40 seconds remaining on the clock. We're going to have 2 more laps after the completion of lap number 9. Ferguson and Davidson, they won't fight yet. Yes, their gap is still growing. Oh, say that, here we go, down the inside. Davidson goes, no, not listening to you, Andrew. I'm going to go through now and take the lead as we start the penultimate lap.
Yeah, it was about at this point in race number 1 that things started to break loose, as it were. This time I noticed that when Davidson got his nose to the inside of Ferguson let him have it. You know, he thought, okay, he didn't squeeze and defend like he did in race number 1, so he shows he's learning. You know, this is just a heat race. Ferguson, that penalty in race number 1, dropped him down the order. He has climbed back to P2 in the provisional, in the intermediate classification. So that means a front row start for the final as things stand, but as he loses the lead, it's now Oscar Kenny that takes second place in the points standings in the intermediate classification for this class. So Alfie Davidson, of course, who finished the first race last, he is going to move on and move up the order to stay on 10 points. Ferguson will have to make do. Well, they have to make do. That's not a bad start for Ferguson, starting directly behind the pole man, James Roots, and directly in front of this man on your screen now, Alfie Davidson.
I'd fully agree. If Ferguson could get a good start in the final, they'll be on the inside by the time they get to turn 1. Alfie Davidson is going to take another heat victory, continuing to grow his points and wins tally. Wins by just under half a second ahead of Daniel Ferguson. James Roots third, has a P1 in his championship scores for the first time this season. That is the biggest haul of points for the Evolved Motorsport driver in one hit this year. A very good set of heats from Roots, third in that one. Oscar Kenny will be alongside him for the front row in the final. That fourth place there leaves him on 6 points in the intermediate classification. Chester Fawkes is going to have work to do if he's going to repeat his finals win from yesterday, 5th in that race. 12 points overall. He'll be on the inside of row number 4. Mason Hibbert, Harry Chapman, Henry Algar, Ethan Robinson and Ilyas Sami were the second half of the finishers for that one. So to re-emphasise, Roots from Kenny row 1, Ferguson Hibbert row 2, Davidson Chapman row 3, Fawkes and Algar row 4. That is a provisional standing.
Now, it's been a long time since I did sort of leaf drawings where you get your crayons and you put your piece of paper over a leaf and you draw it. Those leaves there, they are oak tree leaves, I believe. Nothing beats a good oak tree leaf. You know, we're going to get any conkers? It's conker season.
It is conker season.
Now, this is a sad, sad thing, Andrew Mather.
Yes.
None of this generation on track now knows what it's like to play conkers and how to pickle a conker and you know, and then get your eye taken out by a rogue bit of conker that your schoolmate has just flicked off your string and shattered. Now we know why conkers isn't allowed to play anymore. But are we ready for this, Andrew Mather?
Go on.
This is from James Fitzhugh, the producer.
It is.
Who is going to conquer the day today.
Ba-dum.
He's here all week, ladies and gentlemen.
Final time for Water Swift Restricted, 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock local time, if you're particularly following the restricted category for the last one of the year.
That's enough time to go out, pick a conker, drill it through with string through it, you know, little tie a knot, and then just play conkers to see how you can. I remember I had a 12er. A 12er. I had a 12er when I was in junior school. Only people of a certain age will know how good that conker was if it was a 12er. And we pickled it in vinegar, me and my dad.
There we go. So let's go.
Anyone on the live chat had more than a 12er when they played conkers in school? Let us know.
We're going to take a short break. Next up, IAME Water Swift.
Best points tally in the intermediate classification. He's 8th at the moment, and Will Green has to finish lower than 6th in the intermediate classification. Let's see what happens in Water Swift.
Let's take you through the runners and riders for this one. Austin Gibson starts on pole position. Will Green alongside on the front row knows if he holds that position, he will be 2024 British champion. Teddy J. Porter and Austin Newstead go from row number 2. Colby Patterson and Harley Musk start on row 3. Luca Narroway and Sukhmani Kira go from row 4.
Jarlath Sayer and George Clark round out your top 10 ahead of Christian Kobe and Finley Lines. Then it's Freddie Wood and Max Mason, Charlie Clough and Harry Williams.
Next up, Night Measures goes alongside Blair Smith on row 9. George Houghton, Johnston Stewart completes the top 20. Callum Graham and Andy Stewart go from row 11 ahead of Sophie Campbell and Joseph Davies on row 12. Oscar Miller and Ian Carey fall up and all. Norris Carey Motorsport row 13. Grayson Wortley and Baron Altensoy start on row 14. Orion Meta makes it a 29-strong field.
Not enough people these days are called Norris. Yeah, Norris McWhirter. Norris off Corrie. Yeah. and Norris Carey. Here we go then. This could be, well, the defining moment of the Water Swift season. The GP plate of Will Green on the front row. The bright lime green crash helmet and white race suit of Synergy's Finley Lines starts 6 rows behind his title rival.
Green won from Gibson in the first race. Patterson and Newstead are well positioned in the intermediate classification as well. Can Sukhmani Kira move from 5th place in the first race? Let's go racing again in IAME Water Swift. 8 minutes plus 1 lap underway. Crucial point of the race here for Will Green. He attacks it, holds 2nd place behind Gibson. That's a good start. A couple of the drivers up on the curb, including Luke Narroway and one of the Ollie Rowland Motorsport runners. Austin Newstead fights hard to hold on to 3rd place. This is a very, very good start, though, Henry, for Will Green. There's a car top in the background. Green's down the inside of the race lead. As is that Max Mason in the 71. Yes, it is. Good moment for one of the JGRs into the lead of this race. Not so good for Max Mason, but what a brave start from Will Green. There's going to be pressure on him in this race, but he's raising himself to the task. Leads at the end of lap 1.
And it was a poor start again for the driver you just saw on your screen, Finley Lines. From 12th, he drops to 15th. He has left himself a mountain to climb as his title rival leads consummately at the front. Lines, though, past another 8 or 9 drivers from lap 1 to the end of heat number 1. He's going to have to do a lot more than that and hope that there's a problem for the GP plate. There's the number 42 Kart of George Clark for the OMS racing team. Heading out, he's having a good run. Spoke to Alicia Barrett yesterday and she was saying that she was, they were looking for a top 5. There's Teddy J. Porter in that number 66 car. Teddy just gets a wheel on the curb, but that nose cone looked a bit wibbly-wobbly to me.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely having some degrees of freedom.
Oh, Luca Narroway.
Wow, Luca Narroway holding it all together onto the grass. There is Sukhmani Kira in the number 9. That's going to do her hopes of being high up the grid for the final. No good at all. 6 minutes remaining in this race. Remember, the key for Will Green, he doesn't need to win this race. He just needs to finish 6th or higher in the intermediate classification to secure the title. Right now, he has around an 11 or 12 place buffer on that position at the moment in the intermediate classification within this race. Few things to note. Austin Newstead, 2nd place on the road, plus 5-second penalty for the BMR race team leader down the inside. Newstead's now got other problems because Colby Patterson's on the move, like his mum did it 2 weeks ago at the World Championships. Patterson is singing through the field.
Excellent work there, Andrew Mather. I'm enjoying that. Yes, Austin Newstead. At this stage of the race, I would imagine that possibly could be start line infringement, although I don't know what else we might have missed going into the first corner. Now, we don't have a camera, I think, positioned down on the side of the grid of the paddock where the mechanics are. It would be interesting to see what Will Green's mechanic is telling to his driver. This is the championship crowning moment. Nicole's been down there with the mechanics, but the mechanics play such an important role. You know, Will Green, he's just driving. He'll know what he's doing. So his mechanic I'll be saying to him, look, it's okay. You know, you're doing fine. Finley Lyons is nowhere, or he's not in a contention. You can see one mechanic signalling there, and as you look across the line, it's what does a mechanic do when a driver is about to win a title? How does the mechanic communicate that to his or her driver?
I'd imagine that they're just trying to keep Will Green calm
Yes.
at the moment. And out of the race is Johnston Stewart in the number 93. That looks to be, I think, through sector number 1. Yeah, Johnston Stewart has not come through sector number 1 on the 5th lap of this race. You know, there's been so many things to say about Will Green's season, and we've called him Mr. Sunday many times. Another really impressive thing for me, the scary thing about it in a way, is I actually think he's got even stronger as the season's gone on.
Well,
He is another driver who's taken a step forward. His consistency that wasn't quite there last year, which was part of the result of him just missing out on the British title in 2023. He's worked on that. He's executed things over the last couple of months, whether it be here in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships or on the continent for the IAME Euro Series, where he's already got the title in that competition. He has been ruthless in a way in a category where it's always going to be competitive.
You look at this, of course, the Watersworth Classic was IAME Cadet. Macaulay Bishop won it as a privateer in 2019. In 2019 or 2020? 2020 rather. Then it has been, Fusion dominated. Apart from Macaulay Bishop, the last time, Oliver Rowland Motorsports won a few British titles, but you've got to go a long, long way back in the history books to find out, apart from Bishop, when a non-Fusion or ORM driver was British. It could have been Dexter Patterson back in about 2015. That won that for the IAME Motorsports team back as it was then. So what Jamie Green Racing has done this year has been phenomenal as well, to come in and take on the establishment as a new team, a newish team, and just to rise to the ranks, to work hard, and to then take a British title. As we look at Finley Lyons there trying his best. Finley is still mired back in 10th place behind Luca Narroway.
Is indeed. We've got to also sing the praises of Colby Patterson in this race. Colby Patterson's best result so far this year, best point scoring stage result, is 5th. He is on to smash that today. If he holds on to this place, he's in 2nd place in the I-Series. Here's an attack from Narroway. Finley Lyons does it again. 2 for the price of 1. Bit of a moment there between Luca Narroway and Christian Coby, but they both keep it on the road. Narroway's going to defend down the hill to hold on to that position. Finley Lyons trying to secure one of those tickets to Valencia for the IAME Warrior Finals. He's looking on course to do so. He's making his way through the field. Another notification from race control, +5 second penalty, this time for the number 21 of Harley Musk, who is currently 7th on the road.
A big hello to Kathy Watson, who is watching this race. Saying hello to John and Shay Watson. Love Kathy on her new iPhone. I think we should play a game. I'm going to guess her new iPhone is Midnight Blue. Any contenders on that, Andrew Mather?
I don't know my Apple products well enough to know what they...
All right, I'm guessing Midnight Blue. Kathy, let us know. What colour is your new iPhone?
23 seconds to go. Will Green's lead is 1.32 seconds. And if he didn't believe before, and I'm sure he did, he could start to believe now that he's going to secure a very, very historic title. It's going to give him the double. We've already seen it done in the X30 junior category. Harrison Mackie achieved it yesterday. But to do it here in the Water Swift categories of both British and European titles within this formula is going to be very special indeed. Still the battle raging on for second place. Colby Patterson ahead of Austin Newstead and Austin Gibson. If you're just joining us, Newstead does have a +5 second penalty from earlier on in the race. Biggest mover out there, Blair Smith, showing again in the dry conditions. BMR have got some proper pace this weekend, up 8 spots to 10th. And not far behind is George House's teammates, who's had 7 spots to 12.
Oh, it was ultramarine blue. Ultramarine blue. We're joined by royalty as well. Mila and Alicia Wellborn, Royal Princess Motorsports from the United States. I hope that your karting career is keeping going and you're learning lots and they are enjoying the coverage. Mila and Alessia, Wellborn in the USA. Hello to you both. Watching a class that I'm sure, well, you know, Mini Swift or Micro Swift in the USA. I'm sure that we may see Royal Princess in one of those classes. Who knows? Maybe coming over here to race one day. You never know. But here's the moment, Andrew Mather, the moment that you've all been waiting for.
Will Green comes out of Luna Bend. The job is done. Will Green becomes the 2024 Wera Tools British Kart Champion in IAME Water Swift. He does the double of national and continental title. He already has secured his place at the IAME Warrior Finals. All that's to do now is go for the treble. He takes it in style. His second heats win of the day. Another maximum score of 65 championship points. And he goes later on today for his 4th finals victory on a Sunday out of 4. What a performance.
Yeah, well done to Will. This is, of course, provisional. But of course, yeah, a well done to Will, to the entire team. Last year, Will won the Mark Hines Award for the most promising cadet age driver in the country. He certainly lived up to that moment. Now I can see the black and green jackets of the Jamie Green Racing teams behind there. I think we're going to, let's follow Will over, and there is the moment. You've done it, my son. Well, that's not his son, but you've done it, my old chestnut. You have done it. And a congratulations from one of his teammates there. And yeah, I have to say, just look how cool, calm and collected he looks. That driver on your screen has just won a British title. To add to his European title, he's won a British Grand Prix, and he could go and win, we could be a leading IAME warrior. Because we're not allowed to say world, because the FIA get funny about it. Global. Good, global. Well, he's very, very good anyway.
He's very good indeed.
Yes.
The result then, Green from Gibson, Newstead, Patterson, Porter, Lyons, Sayer and Kobe. Still the final to come. That will be at 4:25 for the 12-minute +1 lap final. Let's take a short break. X30 Junior is next. Well, we've already seen another champion crowned today. Let's move back to X30 Junior, where we saw Harrison Mackie secure the title yesterday and achieve his own national and continental double. Still plenty to be decided, though, in the ranked positions, Henry. And, of course, those 3 IWF tickets up for grabs.
Yes, indeed. Here we go, then, ladies and gentlemen. It's Heat 2 for Junior X30.
second heat of the day for X30 Junior, and it's Riley Cranham on pole position alongside the driver who finished just behind him in the first heat, Rocker Lane Shenton on the front row. Joey Brown and Aaron Richardson on an all-Fusion Motorsport row 2. Champion-elect Harrison Mackie goes from the inside of row 3 next to George Edgar. Thomas Mintz-Spearing still in the mix for one of those seeded plate starts on row 4 alongside Morgan Moore.
Row number 5 is Archie Owen alongside Harry Walsh, then Harrison Whitcomb and Mondi Junior Canini. Row 7 is Zach Green and Laith Khan with Cameron Edmonds and Ireland's Theo Lestrange on row 8.
Row 9, OK Junior World Champion Kenzo Craigie starts alongside Mayan Patel. Sky Parker of Wales goes alongside Evan Purcell from Northern Ireland on row 10. Hamish Forrest and Max Ewell will go from row 11. Jake Brook and Dylan Patel start on row 12. Seth Nurnberger and Alexander De Benedictis starts on row 13. Katrina E and Jamaica's Ashley Haza completes the 28 runners in this, the second heat of the day for X30 Junior. Running order in the IC as things stand. Cranham on 0 points, Shenton 2, Mackie 3, Brown 4, Spearing 5. That just sounds like there wasn't a lot happening in the first heat. Anyone who watched it will know it was anything but. Let's see what goes in heat number 2. And Shenton gets across. Cranham's a touch on the grass, catches it up through the first couple of corners. They're all clean there or thereabouts, but another great aggressive.
Oh dear.
As a problem towards the back end of the field. Sky Parker's
Parker,
involved.
the 55.
Max Ewell as well is out on lap number 1, but another great start from Rocker Lee and Shenton there. Henry takes the lead.
And I saw the purple people eater of Zef Nurnberger also involved in that incident as well. So we said it earlier, good start from the Mick Barrett Racing number 17 of George Edgar up into P3. Now, we said it in race number 1, Rocco Leon Shenton taking the fight to the masses of the Fusion Motorsport entries. He fell back at the start and got back into P2, did Shenton, but I think he's realised the best way to beat them is just to get out front of them, stay in front of them, don't allow them to work together as a unit. There goes the privateer, number 86, Aaron Richardson. Is up there. Oh, Nanny June is on the live chat celebrating Harrison Mackie's championship yesterday. I did hear that Nanny June was last seen staggering into a nightclub at 6 o'clock this morning. But, you know, the grandparents celebrating keenly as well. Sharon Walsh on the live chat. Harry Walsh, number 73, running in 14th position, says that she hopes that Harry can keep all 4 wheels on the ground this time. Yeah, every time the kart takes off, the parents are watching back home with the family members. They're the ones that have...
we don't want to see Walsh Airlines on flight radar.
No, we
today.
do not.
6 minutes to go in this one. Rocker Lane Shenton nice and comfortable at the moment, half a second clear. This engaging battle for second place involving a driver who, a few weeks' time, is off to Valencia, not for the IWF, but for the FIA Motorsport Games. George Edgar representing Great Britain in that one. At the moment, though, he's losing third place to Riley Cranham. Riley Cranham, new fastest lap of the race. George Edgar feeling the need to defend. As wow, look at the waft for Cranham, straight down the inside. In the mix of one straight, he's gone from 4th to 2nd.
Now, I just decided, I know what's happened with George Edgar, why he's driving so well in this race. During the lunch break, George's team bosses, Dan Barrett and Mick Barrett, they were presented, you did the interview, with their Wera Excellence Awards. They've put their Wera tools to good use, and that kart, that number 17 kart of George Edgar, is flying as a result.
Absolutely. It's trying to find a way past Aaron Richardson there for 3rd place. I should say George Edgar is very much in the mix for another one of those that you could have 2 trips to Valencia in the space of a couple of weeks, especially if he does that down the inside of Aaron Richardson to take 3rd place away from the driver in the number 62. That was an awesome move. He's got a bit of a deficit to find up to Thomas Mintz-Spearing, who currently holds 4th place. Remember, Harrison Mackie's ticket effectively will dropped down the order. He's already secured his spot in the team for Valencia. As Kenzo Craigie's having a bit of a rough moment there in the middle of the pack.
That looks a little bit distasteful, I have to say. Viewers from all over the world. We've got people watching from Australia. We've got people watching from Brisbane, from Bathurst, Australia. People watching from the United States of America. We've got Cross-Eyed Lion, Dirk from Germany. Watching, I can't think. Oh dear, George Edgar getting that was
on the marbles.
That was on the marbles. Joey Brown assisting George Edgar onto the marbles, and here is some formation flying for the two Fusion drivers, number 62 Aaron Richardson and Harrison Mackie, our champion. And look at Mackie is trying now to help get as many of his teammates as high up the championship order as possible. So he was working with Aaron Richardson. He goes for the move. He's got Thomas Min Spearing right behind him in the Argenti Motorsport number 75. Then it's Joey Brown, Morgan Moore, Bondi Junior Canini is 8th. Oh, Kenzo Craigie out of the race. The junior world champion will not finish this one.
And that's not going to help in Kenzo Craigie's hopes of finishing 3rd in the championship. That is going to open the door, I think, for his teammate Thomas Min Spearing, who's having another decent run here. He's in 5th place on the road. More importantly, he's 5th place in the intermediate classification. This is the stage of the season where drivers will be looking to get rid of some of their not so good results from earlier on in the year. Thomas Min Spearing had a very rough start to this championship campaign, 21st and 17th across the first round at PF International. The 21st has already gone.
Here we go.
Results yesterday. It very much could be the 17th going in this one as well. Cranham all over the back of Rocco Leon Shenton. He doesn't need this move to be on pole position for the final. Right now, these two are tied on points, but remember, TQ tiebreaker. Cranham was quicker, but for the psychological side of it, Henry, Cranham is going to want to find a way through here.
Yes, and when have you ever known Rocco Leon Shenton to not fight for a position?
One word, never.
Never, exactly. Now, speaking of the N-words, Nicole is down in pit lane. What have you got for us, Nicole?
Thank you, Henry. So we've just seen Kenzo Craigie retire from the race, the number 44. From what I've been told by the mechanic, it seems like it's because of a power issue. Back to you, boys.
Yeah, he qualified badly, but then he was coming through the field in heat number 1. We did see an incident here at Paddock Bend a couple of laps ago where it looked as though a driver just drove into Kenzo Craigie. Possibly that was a power issue developing, power issue or lack thereof.
No, they've been pushing it on the engine this weekend. We'll hopefully still see Kenzo Craigie in the mix, but I think a hope of taking one of the finals this weekend is probably embering away. Yes. He was 2nd in the final yesterday, of course. 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. Shenton versus Cranham once again here this weekend at Three Sisters. Harrison Mackie holding in 3rd place. Right now it would be those top 3 in those positions for the final later on today. Thomas Min Spearing, this is because Jerry Brown started to fade a little bit in this race. Thomas Min Spearing is now up to 4th place in the IC. That will be another championship point. That is not good news for his Argenti Motorsport teammate Kenzo Craigie. Another of the Argentis is out there. He's had a tough weekend, he's had a tough season, but he's keeping on fighting. Harrison Whitcomb trying to find a way past Zach Green. Zach Green, who's already got his ticket to the IWF.
Now, we just saw on our screens momentarily ago the number 20 Kart, the Jade Racing number 20 of Mayan Patel. He is running in 15th place. He's the leading rookie in this race, which is a good job of him. Now Shenton has the bit between his teeth. Cranham starts to defend. Neither of these, I mean, Cranham is a very unassuming looking character, but you cast your mind back to Kart Masters on Saturday. Riley Cranham did not finish a single race. He had to start at the back of the grid for the repechage and came through to put it on the podium. I think he might have won a class at Kart Masters. So he doesn't know how to give up. Neither does Rocco Shenton. This is Fusion versus Privateer at the front of the Junior X30 field. The clock has struck 0. We're looking at the chaser pack. There's Spearing being followed by Richardson, Moore and Canini, but the two leaders nose to tail into Paddock. This is now crunch time. Andrew Mather
is indeed out onto the Rogerson Straight on lap number 12 into Luna Bend. This is an important run for Riley Cranham. He's got to go now, because Rocco Jensen's going to know that a great opportunity to get by is along the main straight here towards turn number 1. What kind of power have they got? Cranham's aware that he's coming, but he's not close enough to go for it down into turn 1. We're on to the last lap now. Down the hill towards Joey Dunlop corner, through the little chicane before it at high speed. That's good stuff from Riley Cranham. He's keeping it composed. He's not needing to fight too hard at the moment. If he can hold this position, he'll be on pole position for the final. He'll have second place in the championship zone up as well. Along the Rogerson Straight one last time in this heat. There's a +5 second penalty for Harry Walsh, unfortunately. Further down the field, Riley Cranham is in the zone. Riley Cranham takes the second heat and will be on pole position for the final later today. Rocco Leon Shenton will join him on the front row. Another second place for the privateer. Harrison Mackie will form up behind his Fusion Motorsport teammate in third. Thomas Minspearing with that fourth place takes a very useful fourth place as well in the intermediate classification. That is a big, big haul of points in the championship. Morgan Moore finishes fifth.
Morgan Moore also finishes fifth in the intermediate classification. Aaron Richardson, sixth in that race and sixth in the intermediate classification. Monday Junior Canini comes home in seventh with Zach Green in eighth. Then it's Harrison Whitcomb and Archie Owen, the Welsh duo rounding out the top 10, followed by Joey Brown, Cameron Edmonds, George Edgar, Mayan Patel, Laith Khan, Theo Lestrange, Evan Purcell, Jake Brook, Harry Walsh, Dylan Patel, Katrina E.E., the Malaysian lady, and then Hamish Forrest, Alexander Di Benedictis, Zeph Nurnberger, and Ashley Haas. As we look at Riley Cranham bringing his kart onto the weighbridge. This is good for the driver's dexterity here, because they've got to steer their kart into place and then check themselves to make sure that they are legal. And as we watch Cranham, and I'd give that a 7.2 out of 10 there for steering.
Bit of work to do.
Bit of work to do. At least Harris Mackey's better at driving than he is at parking the weigh scales. Andrew Mather, tell us when the final is, so the viewers know, and then tell us what commercial we're going to see. You don't know that.
I don't know that now, should be meant to mention. But yeah, 4:50 for the Junior X30 final. We'll take a short ad break. Next up, Heat 2 for Senior X30. Welcome back once again to Three Sisters near Wigan for the finale of this year's Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Our attentions turn back to X30 Senior. And, well, we're very lucky because of all the titles that have been decided. There's 2 championships still up for grabs. They're the last 2 in the schedule. X30 Senior, second heat, is next. The next episode of the tale of Lawrence versus Lloyd is about to begin. Freddie Lloyd has pole position for this one. Gus Lawrence, championship leader, alongside on the front row, Heat 1. Fred Green and Lewis Bird are on the second row of the grid. Henry Gregory and Noah Wolf go from row 3. Alistair Cresswell and Aaron Brown go from row number 4. They're ahead of Hayden Eldridge and Cian Geraghty on the 5th row of the grid. Sam Lewis and Harvey Roth go from row 6. On row 7, Archie Tillett. Great first race for Tillett. Starts this one alongside Ollie Stilp. Dylan Briley and Michael Gray starts on row number 8. It's an all-Scottish row 9. David McIntyre alongside Dayton Coulthard. Oliver Rance and Harry Ewell complete the top 20. On row 11, it's Freddie Housley and Casper Piecki. Conor McPollan and Ty Stansfield go from row number 12. It's a 24-strong field for this, the second heat of the day for X30 Senior. The result from earlier, Lawrence took the win, Lloyd P2, still very much in the balance between both of them for the British title. Noah Wolf was third, Lewis Bird Noah Wolf was third, Lewis Bird was fourth. I think we're going to be going round again for this one. Indeed, there is the flashing yellow light, so an extra formation lap for the drivers. Gives us enough time to run through some of the other positions. Aaron Brown 5th in that first heat ahead of Cian Geraghty, Fred Green and Henry Gregory. In terms of IWF tickets from Euro Series, none of these drivers featured in the Euro Series, so it's all up for grabs. But we should mention that we have already got alumni of the British Championships qualified for Valencia.
A lot, in other words.
Marcus Luzio, Finn McLaughlin's already there as well. They took 2 of the 3 tickets from the final standings of the IAME Euro Series in that very close battle with Danny Caronini of Italy. And, well, it's going to be great to see who from this grid is going to join them for a few weeks' time.
Yes, now, I've come up with it before we get to the start. Henry Gregory's Paddock Walk, the title of it. Greg's on legs.
Greg's on legs indeed. Let's see what he can do. It's going to be an extra formation lap again.
They were we are going to have so earlier this morning, ladies and gentlemen, Alpha Live gave a camera and a microphone to Casper Piecki and Henry Gregory well, apparently they may have borrowed it without asking. But anyway, they figured out how to turn it on, and they did record their own unofficial Paddock show. If it passes the censors, it will be shared on Alpha Live's social media channel in the future. But we got to call it Greg's on legs. That's decided. There is the buzzing horn at number 77 of Ireland's Michael Gray. And we look for, this is great, the front row, Freddie Lloyd, Gus Lawrence. It's all boiling down to this. Noah Wolf in there as well. Senior X30, it's been the pride of Britain for so long in this championship, and this year is no different.
Here we go then. The next round of this enticing battle between Gus Lawrence and Freddie Lloyd is under starters' orders. Towards the lights they go. Green, we're racing once again in the senior category. The start is going to be key, and Lloyd's got the advantage this time. He didn't get it right in heat number 1, but he's got the lead this time around. Lewis Bird has had a good start as well. Gus Lawrence is down to 3rd place. He's got to defend now from Noah Wolf to make sure he doesn't go down through the order, but that is exactly the start that Freddie Lloyd had needed, wanted. He's got it, Henry. This could be a big moment.
He learnt his lesson from heat 1 well. If you notice, as he crossed the line, he moved across to pin Gus Lawrence on the outside of the circuit. This morning, he didn't do that, and Gus Lawrence came right across to pin Freddie Lloyd to the inside of the track, and that was the move that gave Gus Lawrence the victory at the end of the day. So Lloyd learning fast, and he's got Lewis Bird in between himself and Gus Lawrence. this would, if things stay as they are, this would give Lloyd a top spot in intermediate classification.
But if Lawrence holds his position, it would be second place. It would be a few more points in his championship. Remember, the drivers are basically racing themselves, their efforts from earlier on in the season. Gus Lawrence is 22nd from the first part of round 2. That got written off last night. His next result he's trying to get rid of is the 8th place in the final at PF in round 2. If he gets second place in the IC provisionally, and we do stress that word, he takes his tally beyond what Freddie Lloyd can achieve. 831 would be the tally for Lawrence going into the final. 830 would be the max possible for Freddie Lloyd if he wins this stage and the final. But there's lots of ifs and buts in this one. If Lawrence starts to fall down the order, Lewis Bird there in the number 24 is ready to pick up the pieces and throw this championship wide open once again.
And Gus Lawrence would need to lose quite a few places, because at the moment Lloyd has 2 points, Lawrence has 3, Bird, who is ahead of Lawrence, has 6, and then Wolf would be on 8, Fred Green on 11, Aaron Brown on 11, Gerrity on 13, and Gregory on 16. So Gus Lawrence, yeah, he would need to drop a couple of positions on track to lose a couple of positions in the intermediate classification. Sarah Tomlin saying, come on Aaron, you can do it. And that is Aaron Brown, who is up in 6th position for the Vismo team.
And the other quandary for Freddie Lloyd, I know that there's some very knowledgeable viewers who will maybe be thinking, well, what if Lloyd starts to do a bit of professional sportsmanship back the field? That is not what he wants to do, because Lawrence won for the first heat. Lloyd at the moment only has a 1-point advantage in the intermediate classification.
Yeah.
It's very simple. Lloyd has got to go out and win this race and hope that the racing gods come into play a little bit. That's not completely out of the question, because Gus Lawrence at the moment, I say he doesn't look quicker than Lewis Bird, but again, the experience of Lawrence, he's been in this position before, of course, winner of this championship the last 2 years. He knows how to deliver through to the end of the season. He'll be keeping it calm. He knows right now this is okay. This is fine. He doesn't need to force the issue on Lewis Bird right now, or he's all over the back of the BMR number 24 now. In and down towards Joey Dunlop corner once again. Is this where Gus Lawrence starts to get a little bit more aggressive? He cannot afford a single mistake though. Green, Wolf, Gerrity, Brown, Gregory and Eldridge, they are all right there. It's still tantalisingly close.
And I wonder where Gus Lawrence's mechanic, Stephen Lamian, is standing. I can see Nicole Sutherland is down with some of the mechanics watching from pit wall, but where would Stephen Lamian be? Because this is a situation where the mechanic comes into his own, because Lawrence won't know all the machinations from where he's sitting, but he will be told by his mechanic where Stephen Lamian is. And I'll have to say, though, by just sitting behind Lewis Bird, the BMR number 24, is closing in on Freddie Lloyd for the race lead.
Is indeed. That's another way that Gus Lawrence can, of course, win this title, is charging through. But right, oh, now this is danger. Down the inside goes Fred Green. Fred Green goes through past Gus Lawrence. So that is going to put Lawrence on 4 points. Green will improve a little bit, but he's currently on 11. He'll go to 10. But now a little bit of that margin for error for Gus Lawrence goes away a touch. Now we're in a scenario. No, we're not. So I was about to... Actually, no, we are. We are. If Freddie Lloyd...
Well, Lawrence is still going to be second in the intermediate classifications at the moment.
With the tiebreaker, yes, even if Lewis Bird goes through. So so right now, Freddie Lloyd doesn't want to think along those lines of try and almost gift Lewis Bird a win here, because it's not going to have the effect that he wants. Gus Lawrence is pulling away from Cian Gerrity behind. That is good news for the reigning champion. 2 minutes to go here. in what could be a crucial defining heat in this year's British Championships. Cian Geraghty is the fastest driver on circuit at the moment as well, 41.59. It's getting a bit tight, it's squeaky bum time out there for Gus Lawrence. He's still in a decent position, but if Cian Geraghty can find a way through, Gus tapped his head, Cian's going to go for it down the inside to take 4th place. That's another point onto the tally of Gus Lawrence. Now the maths is in a position where if Freddie Lloyd was to pull over, let Lewis Bird through, Lewis Bird would take an intermediate classification position away from Gus Lawrence. Why is that important, ladies and gentlemen? It would keep the title picture open.
So somehow Reggie Dewey needs to communicate to Freddie Lloyd that if he needs to pull back to second, because to keep the title fight alive, he needs to let Lewis Bird go. Can this happen? This would be incredible. Lawrence still runs 5th on the road. The key thing is Lewis Bird would go from having 6 points to 4 points. And that would put him in front of Gus Lawrence in the intermediate classification, and it would keep the title fight for Freddie Lloyd mathematically alive. There is Reggie Dewey looking at the timing. He's not communicating anything to Freddie Lloyd. He might want to start doing so, although it looks like by the way Lewis Bird is going, Freddie Lloyd might not have a say in the matter, because Bird is flying.
5 seconds to go. We're going to have 2 more laps of this one, including the one that we're on. I think what Lloyd's trying to do right now, it's just give himself the buffer to Fred Green. Give himself the buffer to Fred Green, so just to slip back into second place, if he knows, because that is the big question. We know, looking at all the maths and the stats here in the commentary box, but when you're flying around Three Sisters at many miles an hour, it's a bit of a different problem for the drivers out there. On to the last lap then. Well, this is what can happen sometimes with the drop score system at the end of the year, as Cian Geraghty's going for 3rd place on Fred Green. That could be good for Gus Lawrence, because remember, if he can find his way through past one of these two, he's back in the position he needs to secure the championship before the final. What is happening with Lloyd and Bird, though?
But there are no tannoy systems here. The crowd here at the circuit aren't hearing us. There's the problem. Well, Gus Lawrence is going to try and solve the problem. Freddie Lloyd is going to take this one. This could be Freddie Lloyd's race, but it could be Gus Lawrence's title.
Out of the final corner, what happens? Freddie Lloyd takes the checkered flag. Lewis Bird is 2nd, 3rd for Green, 4th for Geraghty, 5th for Lawrence, and I think that's it. I think that is it, because Freddie Lloyd is top of the intermediate classification. P1, he moves to 8:23. He can go to 8:30, but Gus Lawrence in P2 provisionally moves to 831 points, provisionally has retained his X30 senior title and becomes the first driver in the modern era of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Count them up. 1, 2, 3 senior titles.
Well done to Gus and to the entire Paul Fletcher International team. There is Freddie Lloyd. He will be like, well, job done. And, after it was always going to be tricky, but yeah, that's the first time that you didn't want to win a race. There's Lewis Bird. That was an absolutely storming drive from Lewis Bird. Championship machinations aside, excellent drive. Cian Geraghty, the GP plate holder, he comes home in 4th position behind Fred Green. Lawrence is 5th. Then it's Aaron Brown, Noah Wolf, Henry Gregory, Hayden Eldridge, and Alistair Cresswell, your top 10. Harvey Roth, Oliver Stilp, Sam Lewis, Oliver Rands, and the rest. But as we try and find Gus Lawrence, the next race, oh boy, it's only KZ2 coming up next.
There is the number 1 of Gus Lawrence. He might not know it yet, but by our calculations in the box, he has retained that plate. You can take a short ad break. Next up, KZ2. Let's get straight into it. KZ2 is next. Ella Stevens and Ashley Lewis on the front row. Josh Price on row 2, joined by Miles Murphy. Again, he needs to beat Charlie Turner. There is Turner on row 3, next to Derek Morgan. Lee Ward and George Barker from row number 4. We'll have Bryn Kinch next up on the 9th position of the grid. Jake Weston does not take the start of this race. He is withdrawn from the race. Ryan Green has got problems again. Oh, we saw this earlier on today in one of the practice sessions. He had a problem at the end of Heat 1, and it just is not going the way of the number 97 today.
Well, it was an engine seize is in race number 1. That in heat number 2, in heat number 1 rather, it was a clutch. Clutch went in heat number 2. Ryan and his dad have worked tirelessly, and it's not to be. Now, for those of you who didn't watch this morning's action, the KZ2s use the full outer international circuit. When they go up over the hill, they go down Conrad Straight. Turn 1 is flat out at 85 miles an hour, and then by the time they come to Coward's Summit, it is at 98 miles an hour they have been clocked at this weekend, and the runoff is about as long as my little finger. It is a monstrous circuit here at Three Sisters, and if you want to watch an onboard lap, please go back to the start of today's live broadcast, because Joe Charlton, former British kart champion, and the Energy Course team supplied us with an onboard lap. It is terrifying. Here we go then. Ella Stevens on pole position. On the outside of row number 1 is Ashley Lewis. The title contenders start 3rd and 5th. It's go. Ashley Lewis makes a good start. Ella Stevens slots into 2nd. That was better from Ella. Price is 3rd. Murphy is 4th. Then it is Turner in 5th, followed by Morgan, Ward, Barker and Kinch.
Into Paddock Bend for the first time. Good start for Ashley Lewis and for Ella Stevens. Crucial thing in terms of the championship, Josh Price has held his position ahead of Charlie Turner, and again he's got his rear gunner in the form of teammates Miles Murphy. There is Turner in 5th place. We'll keep you up to date with how the championship points are looking off the back of the intermediate classification, but right now Ashley Lewis isn't going to worry about that too much. He's going to be there at the front of the field. Ella Stevens P2 going one-on-one with Josh Price, as she did yesterday through the heats and the final for yesterday's round. If you missed any of the action from yesterday, you can watch it back on the Alpha Live and Karting UK YouTube platforms. As look at this.
Murphy side by side with Charlie Turner just behind these three. They were side by side going through Coward Summit. Turner comes out in front. We just caught a glimpse of that in the background of that camera shot, and it was probably a good thing we didn't see it, because I might have had an accident.
6.5 minutes to go. Turner needs to go now. There is a point scenario where we could see the title decided here. I think for us as neutrals in the box, we want to see this go to the final. But if Josh Price finishes at the top of the intermediate classification, to keep the title alive, Charlie Turner has to finish 3rd at least in the intermediate classification. Right now, he is 4th, 1 point behind his teammate Ashley Lewis, and because of Lewis's strong qualifying performance, Lewis would take the tiebreaker between the two of them should it be needed. So, bit of work to do now for Charlie Turner to catch up to his title rival Josh Price. There he is in 3rd place, who I think will be fully aware at the moment, Henry, that this is fine. it's strange in a way at the end of a season that there's almost 2 races going at once. There's the full race of all 9 runners here in KZ2, and then there's the mano v mano of Josh Price and Charlie Turner. That Price, in his mind, is the more important situation.
Yes. So a Motorsport Magpie bringing up a good point there. Turner needs somebody to pass Ashley Lewis.
Correct.
Yes. So Charlie Turner is willing Ella Stevens on to pass Ashley Lewis, because that would drop Ashley from 5 points to 7 points. It would keep Turner at 6 points, and he would move into third. Now you're getting it, Motorsport Magpie. Let's all play the mathematics game.
Let's get the abacus out. 5 minutes to go in this one. Ashley Lewis still leads from Ella Stevens. Now I'm sure there's some of you thinking, well, what is the risk of Josh Price getting through? Well, Josh Price is already in the lead of the intermediate classification. He can gain more championship points.
Yes.
From where he is at the moment. Charlie Turner has just done the fastest lap of the race.
Yes, there he goes.
48.38 seconds. There's another way of sorting things out for Charlie Turner. If he can catch this top 3
get a move on
and start getting in amongst it. And with his teammates at the front of this train, maybe that's a way that Rush Performance could make things happen. As down the inside went Price on Stevens and got through.
And it looked like Ella Stevens then missed a gear coming out of the corner, because whereas the direct drive karts go through the valley one way, the KZ2s go through the valley the opposite way. Same bit of tarmac, 2 directions. Here's Turner. Now Turner, a move of passing Ella Stevens would be perfect for Charlie Turner, because that would move him not only up a position on track, it would move him ahead of Ella Stevens into 3rd position in the classifications. Just what Charlie needs. And now Nicole Sutherland is down in pit lane as we watch Turner close in on Stevens.
More Racing's very own Sam Moore said to me earlier how it's so exciting with the point situation between Charlie and Josh that it almost feels like a first round. The question is, can he get that heat win in to secure the title and then the final? We'll see shortly.
A quick mentioning Sam Moore there, Tom Moore's brother. Sam suffering a bereavement in the family recently. We do hope Sam is obviously coping well with that. Here comes Charlie Turner. Oh, he catches Ella Stevens, leaps and bounds, dab of Oppo as they go across the top of the mountain here at Three Sisters. Turner closing in, Price closing in on Lewis for the race lead. Now, Ashley Lewis
going for it down the
inside. Charlie Turner loses the place. I was just about to say that Josh Price, if he caught and passed Ashley Lewis for the race lead, that would actually hinder his championship chances and give Charlie Turner another boost, and then Turner goes and fluffs his lines whilst he's trying to pass Ella Stevens.
Oh, it's all getting a little bit desperate out there for Charlie Turner now. So Price on 2 points, Lewis on 5, Stevens 6, Turner on 7, and that extra point for Charlie Turner. Now, we're just going to run the maths again. 4th place might, on a tiebreaker scenario, keep it alive, but really, I think for Charlie Turner, he needs to get himself up to 3rd place in the IC. He's got 2 minutes to try and do it. What does Josh Price do here? Does he know the situation that, strangely, he does not want to overtake Ashley Lewis here?
Josh Price thinks about how much more exciting it would be for you and I to commentate on a last race title decider in KZ2, and he sticks one at the inside of Lewis going into turn number 1 at nearly 100 miles an hour about now.
1 minute and 23 to go. Josh Price is go. He has a little look on the run up to the top of the hill there, up 3 stories and down again just as quickly as we say that. Just winning the provisional. This is why we always say provisional, folks. Yeah, at the moment, Josh Price winning the intermediate classification would move to 709. 4th place for Turner would leave his max possible on 709. Turner could still win a tiebreaker scenario in the last race of the season. So at the moment, I think he is just keeping things alive. But again, it's just so tight out there. Every single point matters. 43 seconds to go. The other problem
Price
now...
is going to make his move. He's looking like he's going to make his move, Andrew.
Yep.
The body language of that Kart, he's not quite close enough. But I think Josh Price will go for the lead if he gets a chance. Here we go. Across Coward's Summit. Both sideways. They're giving that the Kont tyres such a workout.
They are indeed. This is the battle a little bit further behind. Stevens and Murphy for third and fourth. Miles Murphy at the moment is holding fifth in the intermediate classification, but is 3 points behind Charlie Turner. So even a move past Ella Stevens isn't really going to help on that one. And again, tiebreaker scenario. Stevens would win in that one versus Turner. Time is up. On to the final lap in a few moments' time. Is this the moment for Josh Price? Out of the final corner, winding it up now, up to 90 miles an hour, 95 miles an hour, nearly 100 miles an hour. Up once again. Still, Ashley Lewis has the lead of this race, has moved into second place in the IC. Stevens still there in third, has just set the fastest lap of the race.
And Lewis defending. This is where Price is really good. Price is really, really good on this sector of the track, but he's running out of time. Half a lap to go, less than half a lap to go. 1 sector to go for Josh Price. Lewis sideways. Can Josh Price get a run? He doesn't realise that by getting a run, he's keeping the title fight alive in Charlie Turner's favour. They come to the line. Lewis celebrates. Well-deserved and much-needed, a timely victory. Price checks over his shoulder and finishes in P2. Ella Stevens is third, followed by Miles Murphy, Charlie Turner, Derek Morgan, Lee Ward, George Barker, Bryn Kinch sadly retired, and Ryan Green failed to take the start.
So that leaves the points provisionally from our unofficial calculations in the box.
Okay.
Josh Price has moved to 709.
Okay.
Charlie Turner's fourth, gets rid of a ninth from Shennington. He moves to 701.
Okay.
If he wins the final, he also moves to 709. So he needs Josh Price to drop score in the final and hope the countback and tiebreaker goes his way.
And if it's a tiebreaker, it's done on the last race of the season. So if Charlie Turner were to win the final, and Josh Price, what does Josh Price need to do to increase his championship score by 1, Andrew?
He needs to finish third.
Third
would move him to 710.
So a win for Charlie Turner and a fourth for Josh Price in the final would tie the points, the tiebreaker going on the best result of the last race, which would go to Turner. Turner wins the final and Price finishes third. Price takes the title by a point. Andrew Mather, please tell the viewers what time the KZ2 Championship Decider will get underway, because I think lots of people would want to watch that.
It will be at 5:40 local time. So
I'll make sure I'm still here for it.
Me too. Absolutely. So there's Ella Stevens, third place. The other drivers, of course, in that race. Price and Lewis will be row 1. Stevens and Turner row 2. Murphy and Morgan row 3. Ward and Barker row 4. That is all the heats completed. All that remains is the finals, and the first one of them is coming right up. It's finals time here at Three Sisters, and we kick things off with Honda Cadet GX200 for their 6th and final of the year. Ralphie Branscombe, by our unofficial provisional numbers in the box, is champion-elect. He goes into this race having been 6th in the intermediate classification on 702 points. That is a greater total already than what can be achieved by any of the other drivers with a race win in this one. Still quite blustery, strong gusts of wind across the circuit running down the straight into Paddock. Let's take a look through the grid for Honda Cadet GX200. Margaris Kovetskis starts on first on the grid. Ryan White alongside on the front row. Ed Spain has been great today. Starts on an All Ambition Motorsport row 2 with Riley Blakemore. Archie Cannon starts on row 3. There he is, Ralphie Branscombe, champion-elect in Honda Cadet's GX200. Row 4, Archie Loveridge and Kevin Imanov. Completing the top 10, it's Esme Rosie and Shay Hilton. Harry Grant and Jane Prakash go from row number 6. Luke Jardine completes the 13-strong field. Still things to be decided as well in terms of the seeded plates. Remember, all top 10 drivers at the end of the season get the honour of being able to hold those plates in Honda Cadet for 12 months.
You know something, I was looking outside the commentary box there, just overlooking the dummy grid, and sometimes you see things that are just beautiful, that remind you, you know, of that this is an adult sport, but the competitors are predominantly children. Ralphie Branscombe sitting on the dummy grid, his dad Joe was alongside him, and the various other, you know, mechanics, they give their final fist bumps, what have you, and Ralphie held out both hands. Joe went to give him a fist bump, and I realised, no, Alfie wanted a hug. He wanted to give his dad a hug because he knows his career, that kart, has probably been at some point in their life the bane of their lives. Yep. They've wanted to throw it in the skip when it hasn't been working. And then it's brought them so much pleasure. The whole family are here, privateer, dad on the spanners, mum on logistics and general emotional support and what have you. And just before he went out, there's Ralphie in the pink crash helmet. He just wanted to give his dad a hug beforehand. Not a fist bump like all the other kids. Like, no, we're still only 12 years old. There's a fist bump. And there's a hug. I want a hug. Just to say, we've done this together, and in 12 minutes' time, the journey will be over. This chapter of our journey will begin. Now, Ralphie, there's no excuse for not knowing where your grid slot is, however. Champion or not, you've still got to know where your grid slot is. You can... There we go. We're in. That's fantastic. You know, it's the small moments that sometimes just get you.
So, about to be under starters orders for the 6th and last time we go for the final in Honda Cadet GX200 for the 2024 Wera Tools British Kart Championships. We're watching live coverage from Three Sisters in Lancashire. Andrew Mather and Henry Beaudette on commentary duties for you for the crowning moment for Ralphie Branscombe. The lights are coming on for the standing start. 3 lights. 4 lights. The final is go. Good start for both Kovetskis and White on the front row of the grid. Kovetskis trying to continue this run of being in the top 3 at every points awarding stage for the last 3 rounds. That's a good start for the number 15, who will lead down towards Joey Dunlop corner for the first time. Great start for Branscombe, already up to 5th place, tucking in behind the S-plate of Archie Cannon. Clean start for the Honda Cadets. Ed Spain down the inside of Ryan White to go for 2nd place.
Christine Jones, so Riley Blakemore's grandparents watching as well. I think that we are simply Alpha Live are helping the older generation get used to how to use YouTube and the live chat feature. How many parents and drivers, let's be honest, who race in this championship have had to sit a grandparent down or a great uncle and say, right, this is how you comment in, and the commentators can see you. You open this button here and then type it in. And that, I wonder how many families in this championship have gone through that process to allow the grandparents to watch and comment in on their grandkids racing. But it's good stuff on the track. Here goes Archie Cannon, the Scottish Super Series champion, passing Ryan White, the outgoing British champion.
Good move there from Archie Cannon up to second place. Ralphie Branscombe tucks in behind the number 1 plate. Ralphie, you can start to believe it, lad. You are going to take that number 1 plate in about 10.5 minutes time down in Parc Ferme. Across the line to complete lap number 2. Kvetskis, how good has Margaris Kvetskis been this weekend?
Well, it's the consumption of many traditional jacket potatoes, his sponsor, that has obviously, I mean, it's no Spud, man, but can't all be internet sensations. He has got pink hair. Probably didn't charge £12 for a Spud. There we go. Anyway, back to the go-karting, ladies and gentlemen. There's a move at the back of the pack. That was one of the Zip drivers. That was Esme Rosie, I think, having a go at who was in front of Archie Shea Hilton.
9.5 minutes remaining. Kvetskis leads. Won the final yesterday. At the moment, is on for a clean sweep. A perfect weekend. Having been top of the intermediate classification through the heats earlier on today. That would be a big job to beat anything for that in terms of the driver of the day in the Excellence Award nominations. Proudly supported by title sponsor Wera Tools. 9 minutes remaining here in this one. There is Ralphie Branscombe, just holding in 4th place at the moment, doing a really professional job as well across the course of today. This has been a sign of the maturity that Ralphie has got at the moment as a driver, with the experience of winning the O plate earlier on in the year. He's not tried to rush things. I spoke to him this morning, and he's just, again, as cool as a cucumber here today, and enjoying his racing at the same time.
Nicole is down in pit lane as we watch the train of Hondas start another lap. Who have you got for us now, Nicole?
With the stepdad of our previous race leader and yesterday's winner, Margaris. Stuart, can you tell me about Margaris's progress since a flip at Warden Law a couple of months ago?
Basically, he's just grown so much in confidence. He always just lacked a little bit of overtaking, but since he did the flip, sorry, it's a bit noisy there, he just now is quite happy to take the move, knowing it's not going to hurt so bad. I think he's a bit crazy on that one, but he's happy with it, and it's certainly improved his driving. I think he's gone 7 out of 9 wins in a row now.
Thank you, Stuart. Great insight. Back to you, Henry.
Thank you, Noel. I love that. Yeah, now he's flipped his kart, he's not scared anymore because he knows it didn't hurt that much. Yeah, the inside psyche of a racing driver, ladies and gentlemen. Nicole did say the previous leader of this race, because as we were talking to Stuart out there on the track, Archie Cannon for the Zip team shot through into the race lead, still a lead group of 5, and courtesy of our timekeepers, motorsport-timing.co.uk, and Ian Rogers, I can now ask the disembodied voice in my head to put the live championship positions up on our screens now. There we go. Kvetskis see 10 points back, but Kvetskis can only gain a couple of points if he made a move for the race lead. So Branscombe just sitting and, watching, and they'll take... I know Ralphie's got one more race in Honda. He's got the London Cup at Rye House to go. But these are the times where, you're stepping out of a class of karts for the final time. And you're just sitting there thinking, do you know what? This kart has been kind to me. What have I learned? Look at the kids I'm racing with. Where will I next race against them? I know Ralphie Branscombe is going to step straight up into Junior X30 or Junior Rotax next year. These drivers, their careers will go and funnel off in different directions. They will take different branches of the motorsport tree. And you never know when you will cross swords again.
I'll tell you what, if he goes and wins that London Cup, he'll be joining us some very, very strong names on that trophy, because it's still there at Rye House.
Yes.
Salmon's name is on it, if I'm not mistaken. So
yes.
There's a name to follow in the footsteps within the history of Honda Cadet racing. 5.5 minutes of this one to go. Archie Cannon looking to beat his best results of the year so far, which was on home soil back in Scotland when we visited Lark Hall for the second round of this championship. He was second through the intermediate classification. This will be a big step forward for Cannon in terms of finals results. Hasn't been on the podium so far this year. Got very close at Wilton Mill on the previous Sunday of a double header. It's also been interesting, I think, this season, Henry, to see the dynamic of Honda Cadet as they switched from the heats pre-final final format at PF and Lark Hall, and then switched into the double header at Wilton Mill and Three Sisters. I think for some of the drivers out there, it's really helped their adaptability as racing drivers.
Yeah, because a lot of these youngsters, they're still soaking up, experiences like a sponge. And what they learned yesterday, they can put into practice today. Whereas at a single round weekend, what you learnt on the Sunday, you have to wait 3 weeks before you put into practice. Okay, let's recap. 4.5 minutes ago, Zip Factory Zip Kart leads from Privateer Project 1 from Ambition Motorsport Zip Kart. There was a change in Honda Cadet chassis dimensions, which has not helped the British kart manufacturers, I don't believe. I mean, we've got no BRKs on the grid. We've got a couple of Project Ones, a couple of Zip Karts, and does it help the British kart? Yes. What am I talking about, Henry? I just think that it's made it harder. It's made it harder, and this should be a type of a division where British chassis manufacturers should be able to excel. Motorsport Magpie saying Wera Tools didn't give us tools in the commentary box. No, there are 2 other tools in the commentary box. Other brands are available.
3.5 minutes remaining in this race. Ralphie Branscombe is the fastest driver out on circuit. Has just popped in a 49.66 second laps. And whilst he's taking it nice and easy, making sure that he does the professional job to bring this home, he's just reminding us there that he has got some really good speed this weekend. He's just tucked under the rear bumper of Ryan White at the moment there in 4th place. Jayan Prakash is on for a first top 10 result of the season. And
Jayan was a driver who has come on leaps and bounds under the tutelage of Paul James and the Ambition Motorsport team, has he not?
Oh, absolutely. In the number 44. There's the number 46 of Esme Rosie. Esme's having a really good day. This has been a strong weekend, consistently up in the top 10. Esme's best result is a P8 from Lark Hall, so that could still be beaten in the remaining 2.5 minutes.
That shot there of Ralphie Branscombe passing the number 1 plate kart of Ryan White, that was a metaphor for the season as a whole. As we look further up there is Prakash battling with Shea Hilton, Harry Grant, and the number 11 kart of Luke Jardine. There's Jayan Prakash going for a move, which is great to see. He's dropped down to 14th place now as Jayan, but he's still in with a chance.
Little note on Harry Grant as well. We did something a little bit different in terms of the recorded features that you can see on the Karting UK channel. A 2-part interview.
Right.
This weekend.
Yes.
And at PF International at the very start of the season.
Really? Okay.
With pretty much the exact same questions. So keep an eye on that one coming in due course, ladies and gentlemen. That's a quite cool thing to see how a driver thought they were going to do at the start of the season, and then how they actually did at the end of the season, what they've learned along the way.
Excellent. Any spoilers?
No.
Okay.
You'll have to go and watch it.
Oh, that's fair enough. There's the Project 1 number 1 kart of Ryan White. The first time that we saw a lot of these drivers was at the O-Plate at Wilton Mill in March, and the dates for 2025 are out. Please go to the British Kart Championships website and the British Kart Championship Instagram page to see the dates for 2025. It's going to be a packed season once again, and we'll also bring you, in addition to all the Wera Tools British Championship rounds, there will be O-Plates as well. As we look at now 3 to go. The last 30 seconds of Honda Cadet racing for the 2024 season. The number 68 of Riley Blakemore battling with Ralphie Branscombe. In fact, Riley's got ahead of Ralphie Branscombe now for 5th position. They're not too far behind the leaders. There go the leaders.
Fortunately for Blakemore, though, has got a plus 5 second penalty. That's just popped up on our screens.
No.
2 laps to go then. Archie Cannon, can he take a first win this season in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships and end his season on a high? Kvetskis took his first win of the season 24 hours ago. He's trying to close out a perfect weekend in terms of championship scores. Looks to the inside, the outside, back to the centre. No opportunity there through Paddock corner. Ed Spain, he's had victories so far this season as well. Think back to Lark Hall and that stunning victory up in Scotland. 1 lap to go. Who's going to join the Roll of Honour for 2024?
Oh, Ed Spain tries to get at the inside of Margaret Kvetskis and wheel to wheel. Look how close that is. They cross the line. 1 lap to go. Cannon leads. Kvetskis and Spain side by side for second. That could be significant there as Kvetskis and Spain went side by side through turn number 1. That, I think, has given Archie Cannon the break he needs. Are we going to see the S plate end the season on top of the podium for the Zip Kart team?
Archie Cannon hasn't visited the podium in any position so far this season. At the last opportunity, he could take a win onto the Rogerson Straight. Kvetskis is finishing strong. Remember the first heat from earlier on today, where Kvetskis was able to out-drag to the line and take race victory. It's going to be another close one here in Honda Cadet. Is Cannon going to take it? He thinks he's going to take it.
Oh, no! Oh, no! Oh, no!
Kvetskis wins. Does he on the line? He does by 0.02 seconds. Kvetskis completes the perfect weekend. The double-double. Archie Cannon celebrates too early and finishes P2 in the closest finish we've seen here this weekend.
Archie Cannon has just learnt the most painful lesson in the most painful way, and there's no words to say how you feel for Archie Cannon. I think as he crossed the line, he looked over, he realised that he stopped celebrating on this. There goes Drive. Well, I tell you what, Margaret Kvetskis has won this race. Ralphie Branscombe is your 2024 Wera Tools British champion. He's just disappeared off behind the Wera Tools podium backdrop. And there is Ralphie Branscombe. I would say Dad's probably crying more than son at this point. Let's have a look back at this replay. And Kvetskis just had the run and
did as he did in Heat 1 this morning. Exactly the same thing.
This wait there, he looks over now and you cue the Morgan Freeman voiceover. It was at this moment he realized he'd messed up. And no, he hand on his head. What can you say? Inches apart, but there is a smiling face. It is Ralphie Branscombe, and the painful thing is that Archie Cannon will have to go onto the podium, take the trophy, and, you know, it will be, hey, it will make a man of him. It will make a man of him. That's all you can say.
The results today in Honda Cadet, the finishes, just to check back through and verify them.
Yes.
Heat 1, 0.01 seconds, wide ahead of Kvetskis,
yes.
Apologies. Race 2, 0.05.
With the stepdad of our
previous
race leader
combined.
and yesterday's winner.
0.02 provisionally is the measure between Kvetskis and Cannon in the final. The cumulative gap between first and second today is less than 0.1 seconds.
Yes, less than a tenth of a second combined. 3 races, margin of victory. There is a look at some of the highlights. It boiled down to a 3-kart scrap between Cannon, Kvetskis and Spain. At one point, and there is Spain earlier on in the race, look how close they came. Now, the start of the last lap, Andrew, and was when Kvetskis, I thought, had lost it, but he crosses. Oh, it's painful to look at. Oh dear. Nicole Sutherland, from heartbreak to overjoyness. That's not a word, but it's a bad segue to Nicole Sutherland.
I have joined our race winner, Archie Cannon. Archie, your first win in the British Kart Championships. How do you feel?
Pretty great. Yeah.
Great, and tell me a bit about the race. It was quite full on, you know, you had to do a good job to fend off Margaret. Tell me about it.
Yeah, it was kind of a hard weekend, like yesterday I kind of not done well because it was wet and slicks, and today it was a little worse for me, yeah.
And Archie, I know that your mum, I see her around the paddock, she's always cheering you on, but who else have you got to thank?
Cheryl, she's a co-owner of Beaudette, you know that track, and the Zep team, and my dad, because he just came today.
Congratulations, Archie. I'm also going to get our championship winner, Ralphie Branscombe, to come over. He's celebrating over there with his dad. I think he's in a little bit of shock. Ralphie. Ralphie, you were one of the first drivers that I interviewed when I came into this job at this championship, and to see your progress has been absolutely fantastic. Tell me about it. How do you feel?
Well, considering British Road Plate was the first time I'm pretty sure I met you, it was just amazing because it was the first time on Vegas properly, and it was just so weird and so nice to win, and I've been just getting better and better on the Vegas.
And, you know, your dad, Joe, he's over there, he's very happy you ran and gave him a big hug, but who else have you got to thank for all of the hard work that's secured you a British Championship?
Well, I've got to thank my dad, my mum, all my family in general, JCC Young Ones, Drenico, and also Sharp Skips have been the best for me, and I will never forget them, and RPM's the best engine.
Congratulations, Ralphie. Dan Parker is going to give you that #1 plate. Yeah, wear that with pride. We'll head up then to hear from Wera Tools, and then it's on to the next race.
Welcome back to Three Sisters. Henry.
Yes. Nicole, there was an internet issue at Living Timing and Scoring at the very last second, which meant that the screen that Nicole Sutherland was looking at showed the positions at the start of the last lap, not the position at the end. Timing and Scoring has now adjusted itself to reflect the fact that Margaret Kvetskis did win that race. Archie Cannon thought he had won the race when he was speaking to Nicole, because the screens that were in Nicole's possession showed a different result. See, there you are. That's what it showed briefly, but now I can confirm that Margaret Kvetskis won that race by 0.02 of a second from Archie Cannon, Ed Spain, Ryan White and Ralphie Branscombe. There, on your screens, are the correct result. We apologise for the internet confusion that meant that that interview was a little bit sort of displaced.
And this is why there's a very high-speed camera on the start line. Let's get on to the next race. Let's head down to Nicole.
Down on the grid then, a grid that's suddenly gone very, very cold and very windy compared to the last race, but I'm down here with Chester. Chester, race win yesterday. Feeling confident that you can do the same again later on today?
Yeah, definitely feeling confident.
not the best of heats. Got penalty in heat 1 for just nudging someone accidentally into the corner. But heat 2 wasn't the best, just got pushed wide, lost loads of positions. But apart from that, I think we can gain loads back and win.
Well, hopefully we'll watch you gain that back then. We'll head up into the comms box as these drivers are going to head off shortly. Let Chester get into his seat and watch these Water Swift Restricteds go underway for the final time this year.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Getting ready then for the 8th and last Water Swift Restricted Final of 2024. James Roots on pole position for the first time in a final this year. Oscar Kenny alongside on the front row. Daniel Ferguson, P2 secured in the championship, starts alongside Mason Hibbert on the second row of the grid. Row 3 will not see Alfie Davidson start. He sits this one out, so Harry Chapman will be on his own there in P6. Chester Fawkes and Henry Algar go from the fourth row of the grid. Ilyas Sami and Ethan Robinson completes the runners in this one. Little bit of cloud. I say a little bit of cloud. Quite a few clouds have come over the circuit here at Three Sisters. We are receiving some reports that there may be some rain on the way. The conditions have been a far greater amount of stability than yesterday, where it was changing every couple of minutes. But there could be some drama later on. Wouldn't think for these drivers though. And we'll look to get through this 12-minute plus 1 lap final without any precipitation. So Alfie Davidson has won the championship. We know that on 854 points. Daniel Ferguson's 821 means by our early calculations that he is far enough ahead of what Chester Fawkes can achieve in this race to be in second place. You can hear on the microphones out on circuit, the wind really has got quite strong. This does very much feel like there may be a little bit of weather on the way. But no matter, for James Roots, great opportunity here to get the best result of the season so far. Heading towards the start line now. It's Roots on pole position. Oscar Kenny alongside. How great would it be for ORM to get a win on their last appearance in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships? We're green and racing. 12 minutes plus 1 lap underway. Very good start for James Roots. Oh, bit of a moment there for Oscar Kenny, who unfortunately falls down to penultimate position. James Roots leads this race in the early stages, and this is going to be a very special moment because we sometimes get drivers up in the box when they're not racing and they're having a little bit of a chill moment. We've not just got a driver, we've got a new British champion. Alfie Davidson joins me on the commentary. How are you feeling, young man?
I'm feeling very good. I've won the British, so I thought we would not go out and see what's happening in my racing.
What's it been like to race against this group of drivers this year in the British Championships?
It's been very hard. We've had a few consistents in the British. We've had some ups and downs through the whole entire year, so it's good to be British champ.
End of the first lap, James Roots leads by Daniel Ferguson by just over a third of a second. Harry Chapman's had a good start. He's up 3 places from where he started and is now there in third. Henry Algar's also gained 3 off the start. Ethan Robinson up 4. Those are your drivers progressing in the early stages. It's not just the British Championship that you've won this weekend, Alfie. Always is a problem there for the number 12 of Henry Algar, who drops down from 5th place. You're off to Valencia, mate. You are going to be representing your nation at the IAME Warrior Finals. Now, I know, of course, you've been racing in IAME Euro Series this year, so you've got a little bit of experience already stepping up to the full waft of a Water Swift. But how are you feeling ahead of that?
It's going to be very, very hard. I've been around there for the last, this year, but at the start of the year. Yeah, Winter Cup. It was our first time in Inter, like racing in a big class. We did quite well. We just need to work on a few bits in the class, which we can definitely do, and hopefully we can get a good finish in.
And for those who are a bit newer to the class, because you can say from experience within this year, what are the main differences between a restricted water swift and the full one?
It's a lot quicker down the straights and off the corner. It's very quick, so.
Daniel Ferguson has taken the lead of this race, 49.6 seconds as well. It's been great fun for me and Henry to watch in the box your fights with Daniel Ferguson this year. How much have you enjoyed racing against him?
It's been very, very hard against Chester Fawkes and Daniel Ferguson, all the drivers out there. And we've had really good pace the whole year, which I'm really happy with.
Very good indeed. Hello to those of you in chat. Hello to Dan Ashton, who's on his last day in Malaysia. Says well done to you, Alfie, from becoming a British champion. And yeah, firstly, I said hopefully my first of many ARCS drivers to become British champion. Great to have you with us, Dan. We're missing you a lot this weekend, but know you're doing some great work out there in Southeast Asia. Good battles happening out on circuit. Ferguson and Roots breaking off the front of the order. It's Mason Hibbert who's come through to take third place ahead of Harry Chapman. Chester Fawkes in fifth place. Chester Fawkes who won the final yesterday here at Three Sisters. Ethan Robinson there in sixth. Another really good season for you as a team as well, Fusion Motorsport. How rewarding has it been working as Fawkes goes down the inside of Chapman? How good is it to be part of the Fusion family?
Fusion Motorsport really helped me along the way with data and stuff, which really helps a lot with the tracks and stuff, which every track we've been very fast and we've had very good pace from Johnny Shocks, which has really helped us along the way. And yeah, just Fusion are so good with us.
They are indeed. Chester Fawkes, though, has just moved past the Fusion Kart up into third place. With this result, Chester Fawkes could be achieving a podium for every single round. Daniel Ferguson hasn't achieved that. He's had a couple of rounds where he's been off the podium, so that would be a bit of a feather in the cap for Chester Fawkes. He'd be the only driver to achieve that across the course of 2024. Harry Chapman there in the yellow, white and green liveried machine, running as a privateer for this weekend, trying to hold that tighter line to get a bit of a draft off the back of Mason Hibbert there. Take fourth place. 7 minutes of this race remaining. Chapman looking down the inside, but not alongside Hibbert, so correctly just chooses to slot back in and wait for another opportunity. I've got a poll going as well. Do you think that there's going to be some rain towards the end of the day? Alfie, do you think there's going to be some rain towards the end of the day?
Well, there's some dark clouds and there's some blue clouds, which it will definitely be a rush to get wet tyres or dry tyres on. It's going to be a mix, I think.
6 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Daniel Ferguson still your race leader. James Roots has got the fastest lap of the race, though, 49.42 seconds. As Ethan Robinson looks to the inside, this is for fifth place on Harry Chapman, and with relative ease, breezes past Chapman there to take that position. Another thing that we try and explain, myself and Henry, in the box for the viewers at home is this stage of the race. You know, you've been up at the front with Daniel in various races this year. Explain to the viewers, why is it we don't see as much fighting at this stage of the race than maybe towards the end?
Because you need really to get the top two or the top 4 or 3 to get away from the other pack, and the last 2 laps, and then that's the point where you can have a really good battle and start defending. It's rather to be pushing it with 5 minutes and 20 seconds to go, and then we can have a fight with probably about 50 seconds to go, maybe.
Yeah, and is that quite hard, like trying to keep the concentration up when you're in this part of the race?
Well, you just need to really push with each other and get away as much as you can, so you'll be definitely trying hard to stay with the guy in front, which is very hard, but you can just get them back in the toe if they pull away a little bit.
So less than 5 minutes to go of this race. Daniel Ferguson leads, took his first win of the season on Sunday, last time out at Shennington. James Roots has not been to the podium since Wilton Mill, very first half of the season. Took a double second place on that double header weekend. It's looking good to return to the rostrum. Chester Forks still there in third, looking to finalise this full set of podium finishes across all 8 rounds of this year's Wera Tools British Kart Championships for IAME Water Swift Restricted. I'll keep throwing these questions at you, Alfie. For anyone who's, say, a year or two younger than yourself, who are maybe looking at this category as the one to do, why should they do IAME Water Swift Restricted, in your opinion, over other categories?
It gets you loan for the inter, and it's really, really hard with the drivers what you need to compete with, which gets them like ready for inter, but it just inter's a little bit faster, but they can hopefully they can all cope with that and see how they get on.
Absolutely. 3.5 minutes to go. James Roots not made the move yet. That's understandable. Just continuing to work with Daniel Ferguson. Right now, 49.4s for Ferguson and Roots. 49.6s for Forks and Hibbert. Ethan Robinson is the biggest mover in this race, up 5 places to 5th. Harry Chapman holding in 6th place. Oscar Kenny still out there in 7th place. Had that unfortunate loss of positions at the start of the race. Then we are seeing a couple of changes in the top 10 for the championship order, because of course off the back of these results we will see the plates being awarded for 2025 if drivers elect to stay in the IAME Water Swift Restricted category, of course. Mason Hibbert has taken 5th place away from Oscar Kenny, and remember, when there is a tiebreaker at the end of the season, and there is one at the moment between Hibbert and Kenny, 779 points apiece, it's decided by whoever finishes higher in the last race. So Hibbert's 4th versus Kenny's 7th is deciding that. But if Kenny can find a way through past Chapman, he's going to break apart that tiebreaker, move to 780 points. 2.25 minutes to go. What do you think of this circuit as well, Alfie? It's quite a fast one.
Yeah, it's very fast and flowing. There's a long straight which really you can push with and probably get away from the other drivers a little bit. It's a really good track. I like the tight bits and I like the long bits, which really is a really good track. I like how it's like, it's a good, really good track.
And do you like as well how there's a bit of elevation changes there? It's not, some circuits we go to are very flat. This one's the very opposite, isn't it?
Yeah, some hills and some downs, which is very fun to race around, and there's very good corners.
1 minute and 30 seconds to go then. It's at this stage of the previous race, Alfie, that you went on the attack for the race lead. What do you think will be going through the brains of both Ferguson and Roots at the moment?
I think Daniel will start thinking in about probably about 15 seconds you need to start defending, and Roots will be trying to get past him as much as soon as he can so he can start defending.
Change for 6th place. Oscar Kenny has got through past Harry Chapman. That has broken apart the tiebreaker scenario between himself and Mason Hibbert. So right now Oscar Kenny has got the number 5 plate back in the last racing appearance for Oliver Rowland Motorsports. It's the single ORM driver in this race. They have got more drivers, of course, to come up in the IAME Water Swift category. Looking forward to 2025, Alfie. I know there's going to be some drivers, probably your likes of your Will Greens and others, moving up to their next level. But who are you looking forward to racing against in IAME Water Swift? Or have you not thought about it too much yet?
I like to race against like Giles Sayer and Austin Newstead, who's been in there for the whole year, which is going to be very hard to beat, but we'll have a go at it next year.
And in terms of karting as a sport, who else do you look at in terms of heroes and role models out there?
Well, Freddie Slater is one of the big ones. There's quite a lot of people who's gone up to a lot like F4 and F3, which is very, very achievement for them, and hopefully a lot of drivers in the young class and the big class that can hopefully get in.
Absolutely. I'm glad you've mentioned Freddie, because we should send our congratulations. Freddie Slater, crowned Italian F4 champion this weekend. Right, last lap for Daniel Ferguson. Ferguson looking to take a second finals win of the season. Did so at Shennington. Can he do it again here at Three Sisters? James Roots is looking round the outside, but there's not enough speed and grip round there through turn 1 to make it work. James Roots has not had a win so far this season. He's had a couple of second places. This is going to be his last chance to take victory in a round of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships for 2024. Ferguson defends into Paddock Bend. Roots not able to find a way through yet, but has still got the best opportunity of all. We've already seen one final victory decided with a run to the line out of Luna Bend. The top 2 are there now. Daniel Ferguson has got to get on the power. Can he hold on for his second win of the year? Can James Roots finish the season in style? It's going to be side by side over the line. It's Ferguson who takes the win, holds second place in the championship. James Roots is back on the podium for the first time since Wilton Mill in round 4 with second place, and Chester Forks completes a run of being on the podium in every single round. What did you, quick words before we let you go down to Nicole, Alfie, what did you think of that?
Very good race through the top 2 and top 4 and 5 and 6. Very good race, and hopefully we can have a good year next year with Daniel and Chester and Mason and Oscar and everyone with the grids.
Fantastic. I'm going to let you go because you've got to get down to have a chat with Nicole and also have a very important meeting with Dan Parker. I'll let you go. Fantastic stuff from our British champion. But what a finish. 0.21 the gap between Daniel Ferguson and James Roots. Chester Forks, another podium for him. Mason Hibbert finishes P4. A strong weekend for Mason Hibbert. Oscar Kenny's P5 means he's in the top 5 in the championship standings. Robinson, Chapman, Sammy and Algar, the rest of the finishers. Wow, that was something new, Henry. We don't often get to talk to a champion.
Yeah, a champion commentating on their own race. Just had a press release issued. James Fitzhugh at Alpha Live announcing the new commentary team for. Let me just read. Right, Wera Tools British Kart Championship announce commentary team for IAME 2025. Andrew Mather, Oliver Stewart, and Alfie Davidson.
That's a bit awkward. Hard luck, mate.
Great. Again, we're going to see Alfie there. This is the good thing. From a very young age, I can see Cross-Eyed Lion. I spoke to Dirk at Cross-Eyed Lion at Kartmasters, and he just put the Alfie over Henry. Thanks, Dirk. Appreciate that. A look back at this race, James Roots and Daniel Ferguson. Oscar Kenny's chances of getting on that podium went at the first corner, really. He was never able to get back into the lead group, and that didn't help the number 12 of Henry Algar either. It came down to a head-to-head battle between Daniel Ferguson and James Roots. We were talking about Alfie Davidson, you know, as we watch here now. Roots went for the outside move going into the final lap, but Ferguson, a pretty good clean defence. I think Roots went for one more move coming out there, but Ferguson, he watched the Honda race. He wasn't going to do that. But I mean, Alfie Davidson, he wins the British title, does his racing this morning. As the karts are on the rolling lap, he's grabbed out of the Fusion awning by me to come up here and commentate. Helps commentate and give some incredible insight into the race. Now he heads back down to another media interview and to be presented with his official British number 1 plate title. It shows how well this paddock prepares the young drivers for their media commitments and how comfortable and confident they are to promoting themselves on the microphone. And now another microphone is going to be at work. It's going to be the microphone held by Nicole Sutherland.
Thank you, Henry. With Daniel Ferguson then. Daniel, happy with that one?
Yeah, definitely. It was a really good race. James and me pushed away from the pack, and then it was just last 2 laps, and I just defended, and it was good, yeah.
Yeah, and can you tell me a little bit about that last lap? A minute ago you said it was a long one. Tell me about that.
Well, I was going into the last lap and I was looking behind, and then I see James trying to go around the outside. I wouldn't have let him, and then it was just stay where I was and just don't leave a gap, really.
And for all the hard work that's been put into what such a successful year for you, who have you got to say thank you to?
Everybody, Shocks, Ram, my dad, my mum, my brother, and everyone who helps me. Danny, Carl, Ben Carl, yeah.
Congratulations, Daniel. We're also going to speak to one of our other winners, who is Alfie Davidson, this time your championship winner. Alfie, I think I've just heard you on the commentary. Did you have fun?
Very good fun.
Bit different from the racing though, right?
Very different. We had a commentating then racing, but yeah, had very good fun at that.
And the choice to not race in that final of the year, what influenced that, Alfie?
Well, I just didn't want a risk of getting disqualified, so we took the better idea and didn't race from the final. So.
And it's such a big achievement, you know, to say that you're a British champion. What is going to happen for you from here out onwards? What's your plan?
Well, I'm going to celebrate it with all my family, and I'd like to say a massive thank you to Fusion Motorsport along the way. They've helped me so much, and I couldn't have done it without them. Fusion Motorsport, Johnny from Shocks with all the really good engines, and obviously Ollie Walker, who's mechanics me. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Alfie. Great to speak to our Water Swift restricted drivers then. Dan Parker has got your big #1 plate.
Good job. If the racing doesn't work out, the commentating could be a future. Well done.
Thank you.
Well done, mate.
Up to hear from Wera Tools then, and then on to the next race.
Welcome back to Lancashire. Welcome back to Three Sisters. Mate, we're in trouble. We're in huge trouble.
Well, I'm in trouble. You're the one that always turns up on time.
Getting ready for IAME Water Swift, their 8th and last final of the year. Let's head down to Nicole Sutherland.
Thank you, Andrew. I'm next to the 24 of Colby Patterson then. Colby, how are you feeling ahead of this last race of the year?
Really good. Just going to go send it.
Go send it. And what are you hoping to achieve in this one? What result do you reckon is realistic? Do you reckon you can get that win in there?
Hopefully. It depends. If get a good start, go, and then see where it goes from then.
Great to speak to you, Colby. I'm going to head behind you and try and catch up with Christian Kobe, who's also in the ORM team. Christian, how are you feeling?
Yeah, really good. I'm hoping we can get away with the top 3 here. I think it's in range of me. I think this has been the quickest I have been in British all year, so I'm just hoping we can take advantage of that.
And as for the championship then, it's been a bit of a different setup where every weekend has been a double header. What have you thought of your progress this year, your results? How would you summarise it?
I think I've got quite unlucky in all of my races, but I think if I can get a good, decent result in this, that I can hopefully get another IWF ticket.
And obviously, for the time being, your focus is just on this race, you know, eyes on the prize. But what is going to happen beyond this championship and this year? What's your plans?
Honestly, I think next year could be mine. I'm really hoping that it goes my way. But of course, I have to do IWF and all. So once I get that done, I'm hoping we can start a good new year.
Great to speak to you then, Christian. I'll head behind. We have got Sukmani Kira then to my right, Sukmani, or Sugars as they like to call her. Obviously Alpine F1 Academy driver, the Race Her programme. Got a bright future ahead. I've got Austin Newstead there being given a handshake by his driver, the 42 of George Clark as well, OMS racing driver. OMS, bit newer to the championship. This is only their second year within it, but such great progress to say that they're getting those top 10 results in there. We'll head back up into the comms box then to go off for the last Water Swift final of this year.
Thank you very much, Nicole. This should be a good one. Lots to be decided in the 8th and last final of the year. Will Green has the championship sewn up. Can he take his 4th win on a Sunday? He starts in pole position alongside Austin Gibson. Colby Patterson and Finley Lyons starts on row number 2. Next up, Christian Kobe and Jarlath Sayer. Row 4, it's Sukmani Kira and Blair Smith.
On row number 5, Austin Newstead and Luca Narroway. George Clark and Teddy J. Porter are next. George House and Freddie Wood in row number 7. Harry Williams and Harley Musk are next.
Night Measures and Andy Stewart go from row 9. Max Mason and Sophie Campbell will look to move forward from row number 10. Charlie Clough and Grayson Wortley start on row 11 ahead of Callum Graham and Oscar Miller. Completing the field on row 13, it's Ian Carey and Baron Altonsoy. Orion Meta and Joseph Davies go from row 14. Johnson Stewart 29th on the grid.
Very, very quickly, before we get to the machinations of the points and who's going to get the IWF tickets, the wind has picked up considerably, as you would have noticed from Nicole Sutherland's hair. Sorry, Nicole. It is coming from behind Coward Summit. So it's coming from the right-hand side of the circuit as you're looking at it now. Will there be rain? Apparently it's raining in Liverpool. But let's have a look. Point situation, ticket situation, Andrew Mather.
Ticket situation, Will Green and Jarlath Sayer already have their tickets to Valencia booked through the IAME Euro Series, which means 3rd, 4th and 5th of the championship could be taking tickets. Lyons, Newstead are nicely positioned. There's 3 or 4 drivers who could get in the top 5. There's the plates for the top 10 as well to be contended for.
And Will Green is not there.
That is a very good point. Will Green is not there.
He's missed his chance to come and commentate, but I'm thinking about job security and I'm not going to go and find him.
Here we go. We're going to go for an extra lap.
Is that an extra lap so I can go and run and find Will Green? No.
That's beautifully timed because it means we can just give a little bit more context to, as I say, the ticket situation. So Lyons has taken 2nd place in the championship away from Sayer.
Yes.
So there's still that to be decided as well. So at the moment, your ticket holders for Valencia would be Green, Lyons, Sayer, Newstead, and Gibson on countback. On tiebreaker with Sukmani Kira. There is a gaggle around 5th place. Gibson and Kira both on 7:41, Porter on 7:38, Williams on 7:34. By my calculations, Blair Smith could still get himself in amongst it as well if he has a belter of a race. He's currently on 7:23. I'm excited for this one, Henry. This is going to be good.
So really, the fight within the fight for the tickets to the IWF finals between Gibson in the 52, Kira in the 8, Teddy J. Porter in the 66, and Harry Williams in the 44, with the number 15 of Blair Smith also in with an outside shot.
Here we go then, towards the line. Lights are green, racing in the final for the last time this year in IAME Water Swift. There's a problem for one of the drivers towards the back. It might have been Baron Altonsoy. Gibson has the lead.
Oh.
Finley Lyons trying to wrestle the lead away from Gibson there as through they go into, it's really getting a bit squabbly down in the middle of the pack. But I tell you what, Austin Gibson this weekend, he has stepped up.
Yes.
The winner from Restricted last year had a difficult start to the season, but in this second half of the year, he has properly found his rhythm.
Yes, indeed. I have noticed that. Thank you, Niels, on the live chat. Yes, my political career, that'll be interesting. Out of Luna Bend, there is the recovering Austin Newstead. Unfortunately, it looked like who was the driver that was oiling up at the start? It was Ian Carey. For the Norris Carey Motorsport team. Ian Carey out of the race. Now, the three leaders come through Joey Dunlop curve. There is Ian Carey cruising back to the pits. Obviously, the plug is oiled up and it is not going. And David Whitehouse making a good point. In 1997, Jamie Green won the British JICA title, and his son Will now wins Water Swift. It is his son, not his nephew. Yes, there we go. Interesting little statistic. Back at the front, here is your lead duo. Coming through turn number 1. Gibson holding off lines. At the moment, Austin Gibson is maintaining 5th place in the championship, and that would be the final ticket for the IWF finals, with all the other drivers that have already qualified. Sukmani Kira, or Sugars, as the team called her. Sukmani is 7th overall, so she needs to start working her way up the order. As we look back, there's Luca Narroway going through. There is Teddy J. Porter. He's also needs to get his finger out, because he is now slipped to 8th in the championship behind his teammate Harry Williams in the number 44 car. There's Colby Patterson in the number 24. Oliver Rowland Motorsport. This is their final roll of the dice. Are we going to see an ORM driver on the podium one more time in the British Championship? Well, Christian Colby in 4th and Colby Patterson in 5th are the ones leading that charge.
Ian Carey back out onto the circuit after some time in the repair area. Here are your top two, Gibson and Lines. Last time we saw Lines on the top step of the podium in the IAME categories was round 5 at Shennington. It would be a welcome return for the single Synergy Factory team driver out there. This performance at the moment is giving him 2nd place in the championship. Charles Sayre's got to do something about that. Firstly, reel in that gap. It's about 0.8 of a second at the moment. Right at this minute, though, I think Sayre's going to be looking over his shoulder. Really good work from Christian Colby and Colby Patterson the last lap or so. They have caught the sole Fusion runner ahead of them in terms of that group. It's always going to be hard for Charles Sayre to stay out of that pack. They've got the momentum. Now let's see what Christian Colby does. Can we see an ORM driver on the podium one last time?
Obviously they will go to other events after this one in the UK and the IWF final. I would imagine that would be their last event overall. Here we go then. Colby to the inside, going into turn number 1. Sayre holds him off. The 42 of George Clark sitting there as well. Oh, Colby's really trying, and Colby Patterson goes around the outside of his teammate to take 4th position. Here comes Clark, and now Colby Patterson has a look at Charles Sayre. Sayre is the cork in the bottle at the moment. The rest of the field, no, and there is the number 90 car of, Sophie Campbell off track. Look at this group coming out of Luna. Now you've got George Clark's in there, Sukmani Kira's in there, Austin Newstead's in there, so is George House and Blair Smith. So you're looking at the battle from 3rd to 11th.
Nothing Sayre could do at that moment. He's just going to wait for his turn to drop back into the queue. He's going to find himself down in 6th place. This is the moment for Colby Patterson. Got 3rd place in the intermediate classification early. That was his biggest haul of championship points at a single stage so far this season. He's not been on the podium in a final. Side by side between the two Fusions. Kira through past Charles Sayre. Charles Sayre is seeing the hopes of finishing 2nd in the British Championship fade. This has kind of been the story of his day. It's just not had the race pace, unfortunately, in the number 8. Such big hopes at the start of the weekend. He'll go to Valencia. He's had some very good form in the IAME Euro Series this year. Will be a good bet in that race, but it's just not going to be his day here. Oh, I'll say that. It's just gone back down the inside of Sukmani Kira. A bit of an assist from Austin Newstead. Newstead, 7th on the road, is holding 4th place at the championship pretty solidly, so that, by our calculations, would mean ticket time. Is there a problem there for the number 19?
Night Measures is down in 19th place. I don't think he was looking at his symmetry. 19 in 19. No, 19. Paul Hardcastle, anybody? No? Okay. Right, what I'd like to see, Emerson McAndrew-Uren on the live chats supporting Finley Lines. Those two drivers, they've battled hard all year in Minimax, and yet Emerson is cheering on Finley there. Here we go. There is Sutmani Kira. Is that Jarlath Sayer moving back?
Sayer,
yeah, Jarlath Sayer is coming back into play. And Jacob Hume. No, what happened is that he remembers Sheddington when Dylan Briley was our camera cart. What happened was, Christian Colby running wide, is that we did put the camera back on Dylan Briley's cart, but Stuart, his dad, was so busy tightening the airbox that the camera fell off. No, we don't have any onboards this weekend. Don't worry. You tune into another event that Alpha are covering later this year, and you'll see some onboards.
That big one in Italy?
That big one in Italy. Okay. A different manufacturer, not IAME. We'll talk about the IAME Warriors final today. Let's give them their due.
Max Mason, new fastest start of the race, 47.31. Well, I think Charles Say must have heard me. He's gone, no, be quiet, Andrew. I'm going to fight back onto this podium and give one last hurrah for the 2024 Rear Tools British Kart Championship season. He's there ahead of Austin Newstead. They've had many a battle, both on British shores and overseas, across the course of this racing season. Who's gaining out there? Harry Williams is up 5 places, up into the top 10 in the race, and looking like he's going to secure himself one of the top 10 plates for the end of the season. Night Measures, I thought there was a problem. I think their exhaust has come loose.
Yes.
The exhaust was bouncing around quite a bit through the last lap.
So the driver with the best name in the paddock, sadly, will not finish this one. Now, some eagle eye, MDT photography. Let's talk about, do you know what, Andrew Mather? MDT photography, he's only right. Have a little look at the radiator on the number 8 kart of Jarlath Sayer. Let's have a little look the next time we get a chance. Now, look at that radiator. What is different about that radiator to every other radiator, Andrew?
The angle of attack on that radiator is getting worse and worse. This could be a problem. This could be a real problem for Jarlath Sayer. He's not going to be getting anywhere near the level of cooling efficiency through the powertrain that he needs. Look at this, a much shallower angle compared to the 2 karts behind. Now, what can happen sometimes with water-cooled engines is they get very quick before they go pop. And they are closing in on Finley Lines and Austin Gibson here. This could get a bit interesting.
Yeah, there have been occasions where a driver has done the fastest lap of the race just before engine go bye-bye.
Thibaut Ramekers did it in Franciacorta in IAME Euro Series.
Yeah.
That's the best example I can think of it so far this season in the IAME. It's getting worse. That is a great spot by there in the chat. 2.5 minutes of this one remaining. Austin Gibson. This is very useful though for Austin Newstead. It's a 47.3 last time around for Jarlath Sayer. He's half a second quicker than Lines and Gibson, but it might be at the sacrifice of his power unit in a second.
Well, Johnny Shocks, he puts a lot of waft in his motor. Let's hope that the waft is equal to the water in that motor. Let's have a little look for the first time this race at the current championship positions, just to keep everybody up to speed. There we go. Will Green, Finley Lines, Jarlath Sayer, Austin Newstead and Austin Gibson. So Gibson is still doing more than enough. He's 10 points ahead of Sutmani Kira. Kira is there in 4th position, however, which could become 3rd, although to be fair, Jarlath Sayer is... that's probably a good thing that he's not got a kart directly in front of him, because at least there is some air. If there was a kart directly in front of him, although they're catching Finley Lines hand over fist. As we go through Paddock now with just over a minute to go. Austin Gibson is clear at the front. Christian Colby is the leading ORM kart. It may not be today. We may not get one last ORM driver on the British Championship podium, and that would be a shame. But who will join Austin Gibson? Because Finley Lines has just been swept up like yesterday's rubbish into turn number 1. He drops from second to fourth, and that puts Sukhmani Kira back on the podium.
It does indeed. Sukhmani Kira has not been on the podium since the very first round of the season. This is a remarkable drive from Charles Sayer. I don't know if he knows what is potentially happening to his car. There was a bit of rubber being kicked up there. I think the other worry I would have is the space between the radiator and the rear left wheel. Was that a little bit of the rubber pickup being kicked off the tyre of the number 8? It's going to be 2 more laps to go, possibly in this one, or it might be a little bit close on the line. Austin Gibson does not see the last lap board. That is
excellent.
not good news for Charles Sayer. He needs this race to end now before there's further problems with his number 8 kart. It's holding together. It's like an Apollo 13 situation out there for Charles Sayer. Hold on, little radiator. You can do it. He could even still win this race.
Look at that, because they're closing in on Austin Gibson now. This is remarkable pace up at the front from Sayer and from Sukhmani Kira. Out onto Rogerson Straight for the penultimate time. Lines is still there. Newstead is there. Clark is there. So is Colby in 7th. 7 drivers, 1.1 seconds. We see the last lap board go out. Pick a winner.
Oh, huge run for Charles Sayer. He's caught up to Gibson. He took quarter of a second out of him on the front straight alone. Gibson's got to defend now. He's definitely not going to be aware of the situation with Charles Sayer's radiator out on towards Paddock Bend. Gibson's going to defend. Someone's going to have to do it round the outside. Charles Sayer, so consistent through the year, but he hasn't had a win in the British Grand Championships. Kieran's down the inside for second place. All over the curb is Charles Sayer. Here comes George Clark. OMS could be on the podium today, or maybe not, because Charles Sayer is fighting in there. Austin Gibson is going to win the final round of the season. Sukhmani Kira is going to take her best result of the year in second, and Charles Sayer somehow, his number 8 holds together. Re-entry has been achieved. P3, a Fusion 1-2-3 by a thread.
We need a nice nature shot there just to calm us down. What a race. Gibson by 0.12 of a second. 1.1 seconds separate the top 8 across the line. It's a Fusion clean sweep. Sukhmani Kira, that's her best result in the British Championship. She had a podium at the start of last year. She's now got a second place. A great effort. And Sugars is 6th in the country. Well done, Sukhmani Kira.
In all of that, provisionally, that win, I've got to say, Austin Gibson started the weekend 9th in the points.
Wow.
He's elevated himself with a tremendous weekend of 2nd, 5th, 2nd and a win to 5th. Provisionally, we think that gives him...
Look at that. Look at the scrutineer. Right, that's Sukhmani Kira. She had a flat tyre.
No.
She had a right front flat tyre. And somehow she finishes second. Unbelievable, Jeff.
So we've got one kart with a flat tyre, one kart with its radiator hanging off. Let's try and get a close-up of the number 8 and the radiator there. That is probably just hanging on by the hose.
Oh, yeah. Look at that. And of course, we're not allowed to touch the kart, so we're not going to try and show you how it is. But yeah, just look at the angle of the radiator. That all is it. There is some moisture on the floor, but there was enough water left. And there is your champion overseeing things. Well, how was that without me, boys and girls? They were like, yeah, it was actually a lot of fun. You should stay on the sidelines a bit more. And there's Sukhmani Kira. You know, what an inspiration she is. Here we are, standing on a tyre. Love that, no, the chatting afterwards. And yeah, Will Green watching and observing. He goes, I'll let you fight over the scraps. Wonderful. Wonderful. Great, great stuff. Great camaraderie amongst them as well. Let's have a look back at that one, Andrew.
Here are some of the highlights from the 8th and last final of the year for IAME Water Swift. Problems straight away for Ian Carey. He wouldn't see the field, well, he would see the green flag, but would not be at full racing speed. Early stages, Jarlath Sayer trying to hold on to third place. Yeah, already at this stage you could see the radiator was drooping down, just holding on by the water hoses and the clips around the hoses there. Great race from Sukhmani Kira, just misses out on a top 5 spot in the championship, but she can be very proud of the effort that she's had this year. A big step forward, scored points as well on the continent. 6th place in the championship and the best result in her career at a national level here in the Beaudette's British Kart Championships. Great scrap as well. They all caught the race leader, Austin Gibson. This really is a big win for Austin Gibson.
Did a tyre. That's where Sukhmani, yeah. But again, at that point, that was the last lap. You know, it's just send it.
There is your win for Austin Gibson. 2nd place to Sukhmani Kira. Only needing 3 wheels to get fully across the line, and what a result for Fusion as well. A 1-2-3. Let's head down to Nicole Sutherland.
With the race winner, Austin Gibson then. Austin, happy with that?
Yeah, very happy. See, they were catching at the end, and it was really hard at the end, so yeah.
And being out there in the at the front with nobody to chase, all the pressure is on you because you've got to hold them off. What were you thinking in those final couple of laps?
Yeah, they were catching, of course, because they were pushing, and one kart doesn't work pulling away here, so I knew they were going to catch me, and I knew the pressure was on because if they made a mistake, they would have kept me. But yeah.
And you've just been given a big hug by your mechanic, Lewis Malin. Other than Lewis, who have you got to say thank you to for this weekend and this year?
Fusion, my dad, my mum, all my family and cousins have all been here watching me this weekend. It's been really happy, and everyone watching me at home.
Congratulations, Austin. We'll see you on the podium. We'll get Will Green, our championship winner, to hop up on the step then. They're not actually, they haven't grown this much. They've got a bit of a boost. Will, sitting on the sidelines for that one, was it a bit of a difficult decision to make, or?
Yeah, it was a bit of a difficult decision, but I wanted to race, but Joe, the engine builder, and Jamie Green didn't want me to race, so I unfortunately didn't, but I won the championship, so I'm happy.
You've got plenty more racing coming up, both this year and in the rest of your career. What are you going to move on to do next?
We're not sure yet. Just depends what happens next year, but we'll see. You never know what happens in motorsport, so yeah.
And those specific people who have made all of this possible for you this year, who you've got to thank?
Kart Republic, Jamie Green Racing, Aventus Power, and my mechanic James.
Dan Parker is stood there with your number 1 plate. Will, celebration for that number 1, what's it going to look like?
Well, fortunately I got school tomorrow, but yeah.
An early morning and early night then?
Yeah.
Congratulations, Will. Before we head off into our next race then, let's hear from Wera Tools. Short break there, but a quick run down the grid to get up to Riley Cranham, the number 18. Riley, feeling good?
Yeah, I'm feeling good.
And this weekend then, so far, how have you got to sum it up and what are you thinking ahead of the final?
I mean, I think we've had great pace all weekend. A bit unfortunate in the final yesterday. We had the pace to win it, but obviously it didn't all go your way. But I think very happy so far this weekend to see how we go in this final.
Of course, our championship winner is already decided. Teammate Harrison Mackie has taken that. But what are you thinking about where you could potentially finish?
Well, I'm hoping to finish second, but it just depends on how the race goes.
Thank you, Riley. I also want to speak to Rocco Shenton, the number 86, who is starting right behind Cranham. Rocco, spoke to you yesterday after a clean sweep within the heats. This year you're having today you're having another strong day. How are you feeling?
Feeling great. Hopefully I can push Riley away, see what we get the gap, then fight it out in the last 2 laps.
And of course, this is the final of the year. Do you reckon the racing is going to change a little bit, be a bit more full on?
I don't think it'll be too bad. It's just a normal race, isn't it? So we'll just see how it goes.
And then Rocco, beyond today and beyond this championship, what are your plans? What are you looking forward to in the future?
Hopefully we can win next year and see how that goes.
Thank you, Rocco. Heading off then for the final junior race of this year. Let's see how these drivers get on.
Let's get ready for it. For the 8th time this year, X30 Junior go for their final. Riley Cranham on the front row of the grid, joined by Harrison Mackie. Thomas Minspearing and Rocco Leon Shenton start on row number 2. Morgan Moore and Aaron Richardson have a good chance there from the 3rd row of the grid. On row 4, it's Joey Brown and Harrison Whitcomb.
On row number 5 is Zach Green and Archie Owen, Mondi Junior Canini and George Edgar. On row 6, Laith Khan and Theola Strange, Evan Purcell and Mayan Patel. That's your top 8 rows of the grid.
Kenzo Craigie and Hamish Forrest on row 9. Dylan Patel and Cameron Edmonds start on row 10. Harry Walsh and Jake Brook next on row 11, ahead of Seth Nurnberger and Sky Parker on row number 12. Alexander De Benedictis and Katrina E start on row 13. Ashley Harder and Max Ewell start from the back on row 14. It's a 28-strong field.
Harrison Mackie, our champion, is not on the grid. That's a 100% hit rate for champions not going out in the finals, which is unfortunate, but that's the way it goes. I've got to say, Harry Walsh in kart number 73 looks like Sharon. Well, I'm assuming she's invited us both home for Sunday dinner afterwards, as well as Harry. Good luck to you at home with the Sunday roast. Waiting a lot later on. Oh no! Theola Strange! There is no power, and silence befalls the kart. Lestrange is out.
Out indeed. 12 minutes plus 1 lap will be the course for the drivers in this one.
Oh.
Sunday roast is on
at
home. Sunday roast is about to be cooked here on the circuit for the juniors. To the lights, do they go out? Yes, they do. Away and racing in X30 Junior side by side. Look at Shenton down the inside from row 2. What a start. 4 wide in the middle of the pack. Surely that's not going to work. Yep, it does.
Somehow. Yes.
But what a start there from Rocco Shenton down the inside. The gap was there and he dived through it into turn 1.
Well, the pole man, Riley Cranham, tried to move across to stop Thomas Minspearing from getting to the inside. And, well, Rocco Shenton just thought, well, in for a penny, in for a pound. And we go. He's the one who told Nicole at the start of the race, no, I'm not expecting this race to be any wilder than usual. It's just a normal of the race, isn't it? As he goes 3 wide to take the lead into turn number 1. Now, can the privateer hang on? Cranham and Spearing are there in 2nd and 3rd, with Aaron Richardson getting support from Gillian Bennett online, Morgan Moore, Harrison Whitcomb and Joey Brown next in line.
So, midway through this 2nd lap, Shenton leads from Cranham. Spearing there in 3rd. This is a good start for Thomas Minspearing, who at the moment would be taking 3rd place in the championship away from his teammate Kenzo Craigie. There's another 3 tickets on offer to the IWF 2024 edition at the Circuito Internacional de Lucas Guerrero later on in the autumn. At the moment, those tickets would be going to Cranham, Spearing and Craigie.
Because Mackie has already got his tickets. So Cranham, Spearing and Craigie. Craigie on 759 points at the moment. Morgan Moore, 731. So Kenzo Craigie, despite poor Grace. Oh, Harrison Whittaker was just making a move there. And has that move worked? I believe it has. Harrison up into what is now 6th position. Archie Owen. Good under-the-radar performance from Archie, the BMR restart driver, in 8th position at the moment. Wait, are these kids in the go-kart, says Kate. Yes, it is. This is Junior X30, drivers aged between 12, 13 and 14 years old.
1.5 minutes to go. Just counting on where Kenzo Craigie is. He's just got up to 11th place. Now, with dropped scores, this would be a counting score for Kenzo Craigie. Well, he's looking to get rid of a trio of 17ths. So 16th or higher, and it's going to be more points on the board for Kenzo Craigie. So if you can find another 5-6 positions, he could still hold on to 3rd place in the championship in this inter-team battle in the Argenti awning. New fastest lap of the race, Riley Cranham, 43.11. Gap is down to 0.29 of a second.
Yes, indeed. The rest of the field flooding through Joey Dunlop curve. There's the number 11 kart of Joey Brown running in 5th position, and Whittaker now defending from his countryman Archie Owen, and that is move Archie up 1 place, move Harrison down 2. And here is Morgan Moore in the number 16, the premium karting entry. Speaking of premium karting, let's speak to Katrina EE a little bit later on. Haven't seen Katrina. She's a very good young driver. As we've had a change of the race lead, Riley Cranham passing Rocco Shenton into turn number 1. Can Shenton fight straight back, or will he sit and wait behind Cranham? It's not really Shenton's forte. He's a driver that likes to, once he's there, he likes to get the move done early, so to speak.
Absolutely. 7 minutes and 50 seconds to go. Cranham's been nice and patient so far this race. Shenton is not going to give it up, though. He's going to stay on the rear bumper, I'd imagine, of the number 18. This is the fight for 5th place on the road. Morgan Moore ahead of Joey Brown. Then it's Archie Owen, Zach Green. Zach Green going to Valencia, virtue of finishing 2nd in the IAME Euro Series this year. And straight back through goes Shenton into the lead.
Yes, I did say that Rocco wasn't one for sort of letting grass grow under his feet, as it were. But of course now they both know a strength and a weakness of the other. They've almost given away one little move in their arsenal. Thomas Min Spearing, there's Spearing closing in 3rd position for Argenti Motorsport. There's a big gap now, back to Richardson 4th. More on your screens in 5th, with Joey Brown in the number 11 kart just behind it. Then it's Zach Green, followed by Archie Owen. Evan Purcell, haven't talked about Evan Purcell, up into 9th position. Evan has moved over, no MDL racing here this weekend.
No, he's in the Argenti tent this weekend. There is a noted difference with the livery, because of course he's running his VDK Racing livery this weekend. And I've got to say, so much has been happening this weekend, we've not had a chance to say it. Evan Purcell has taken a huge step forward. He turned up to Belgium for the last round of the IAME Euro Series and performed it. It was one of those like, where has this pace been? He carried on, he ran in the OK Junior at the World Championships 2 weeks ago. As I say, he's not going to figure in the top 10 in the championship scores, but watch out for this driver over the next 6 months as we start to go into the 2025 season, because Evan Purcell is on a very strong upward trajectory. He's got Joe Turney looking at the data this weekend as well. Has been doing some great work with him. He is a driver very much on the rise.
He is indeed. And now we're watching this battle for the lead, and I got a feeling this is going to rage on, so we may not have a chance to do this again. I was wondering at some point if we could start looking for driver number 20 Mayan Patel for the Jade Racing team, that red and white Birrell kart. Mayan is currently running in 16th position. I'm going to get to my point very shortly. There goes a couple of Jades across the line. He's the first, and he's just in front of Harry Walsh. There's Harrison Whitcomb. That's the number 78 kart of Laith Khan. There's Mayan Patel briefly on your screen. Why are we talking about Mayan Patel? Well, because Mayan Patel, there he is. He is the leading rookie in this race, and as a rookie, at the moment, he is on course to finish 10th in the British Championship and take the last national seeded number. Now, that is a fantastic achievement in any class. To do it in this class against the amount of competition that he is up against is even more special. So we're going to head back to the battle for the lead very shortly. But there you go, Mayan Patel, leading rookie, and he's on course to take a national seed. Well done.
And if you want an example of a step up in performance, I was just reminding myself from early in the season, mine was in the repecharges at the start of the season at PF International. You know, it's had a really, really tough start, but the way he turned it on from Wilton Mill onwards has been a credit to the Jade Racing team. 4 minutes to go. Shenton in the lead ahead of Cranham. Cranham has just set the fastest lap of the race at 42.87. Spearing there in third. He's got a 6-point advantage over his teammate Kenzo Craig. He's a little bit further down the order. He's in 12th. Has moved up 5 places, but has kind of hit a bit of a progress roadblock, it would seem. Cameron Edmonds is back up into the top 10. Brilliant drive from Cameron Edmonds, who switched into the fledgling Geraghty Motorsports awning for this weekend. Has gained 10 places in this final. This is the fight for 5th place between the two fusions of Aaron Richardson and Joey Brown. Morgan Moore once again performing admirably for Premium Karting. The Irishman is up to 4th.
Yes, indeed. Now here's a move. That is the number 11 Fusion kart of Joey Brown, passing his teammate Aaron Richardson for P5. And now Joey Brown will set his sights on the Premium Karting number 16 of Morgan Moore. This battle taking place nearly 4 seconds, though, behind these two drivers, Rocco Leon-Shenton and Riley Cranham. Cannot emphasize how well Shenton has done this weekend. He has taken the fight to the main contenders, and he's not in the top 10 in the championship. Nope. He missed a round.
He did.
Was that right? He missed a round. So again, he's not in the top 10 in the championship, but he is on course for a podium, potentially a very good podium finish. Riley Cranham, however, will have something to say about that. Oh dear, that's Ashley Haase out of the race. The Jamaican driver, he's about to get the mechanical flag. Well, look at the bright side, Ashley. At least when you're looking at your go-kart in Parc Fermé in about 1 lap's time, while everyone else is still going round and round in circles, you can say, dang, that's a good-looking go-kart.
1 minute and 45 seconds to go. No move from Cranham yet. I think he's just biding his time. He knows he can find a way past Shenton. He's already done it once in this race, but he also knows that if he goes to the move, Shenton will respond. He's got to time this to perfection. He's got a good gap in there. There is Ashley Haase. Trying to work out what the problem may well be. Ooh, yeah. Another radiator that's come loose. Chris Derrick down there. One of the main scrutineers saying, yeah, that is no good. That's a safety issue. That's Haase out of this race.
Why was, I hear the question asked, why was Ashley Haase given a mechanical flag and Jarlath Sayer wasn't? Well, the bracket had completely broken on Haase's kart, whereas with Sayer it just leaned back.
Leaned back a bit, and the radiator was touching the exhaust as well there.
Yes, that would have got very warm in a hurry.
That's one of those from automotive engineering. You've got bits of interference that you definitely do not want. That's an unfortunate moment for Ashley Haase. 40 seconds to go. This has been a great battle
Oh,
all weekend. You see the commitment from the drivers turning in. Left-hander off the Rogerson straight, sweeping through the right-hander. Warning for Evan Purcell in the number 46. 2 laps to go. Here we go. One last battle to enjoy for this season in X30 Junior. Shenton takes a nice line through the first couple of corners. No opportunity there for Riley Cranham to go around the outside. Down into Joey Dunlop corner. Threading the needle is Rocco Leon Shenton. Nicely done again. This driver who's come up through the ranks. The privateer trying to get one of the strongest, if not the strongest, privateer result of any class, of any entry so far this season of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. One more lap to go. Can Shenton hold on?
Riley Cranham gets a good run coming out of Luna. Shenton will hug the inside line. Watch Rocco now pull out a little bit wider to prevent Cranham from getting the crossover as we go through the first complex. Now Cranham will look to the inside, going through Joey Dunlop curve, but he can't make it work. There's realistically one opportunity left here. Shenton covers, and now Riley Cranham will have to try something truly special to deny privateer driver Rocco Shenton.
Into Luna Bend for the last time. Cranham has still got the slipstream run to the line. Is it going to be long enough now? No, he knows. He didn't get a good corner exit. Shenton's going to win. Rocco Shenton, the privateer, wins at Three Sisters. Riley Cranham finishes P2. Thomas Mintz Spearing on the podium. And we wait to see over the line. Yes, Spearing takes 3rd place in the championship as well in the final race of the season. Morgan Moore in the top 5 again. 5th for Joey Brown. That's got to be one of the strongest results of the year for Brown. He repeats the result that he had 24 hours ago. Richardson, Green, Owen, Canini and Edmonds in the top 10. Kenzo Craigie won't be happy with P11, but he has got P4, and by our calculations that's going to be a ticket to Valencia. We talked about it with Ethan Jeff Hall that he could be a double winner. The other thing. With Mackie already qualified through the IAME Euro Series, Craigie, by our provisional understanding, will take the 3rd and final ticket from X30 Junior.
Although he did lose 3rd of the championship in that race to teammate Thomas Mintz Spearing. Morgan Moore beats George Edgar on a tie break for 5th in the championship, and Zach Green comes home ahead of Monde Junior Canini, who finished that race 9th for 7th in the points. So Green 7th, Canini Junior 8th, Whitcomb 9th in the points, and Mayan Patel, leading rookie, 10th in the points table. Just looking down the order there, Evan Purcell finishing down in 14th, Harrison Whitcomb finishing in 13th, Laith Khan is 15th, Patel 16th, Sky Parker 17th, then Harry Walsh, well, I can't wait to see what Sharon's got cooked for us later on. Sunday roast. The Purple People Eater finishes in 22nd, and Kirsty Brooke has just watched her son Jake finish 21st.
Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that final in X30 Junior. Shenton and Cranham off the front of the field very, very early on. That was the move from Cranham down the inside of Spearing. Good effort there. It shouldn't be understated how strong a run that has been from Thomas Mintz Spearing, particularly in the second half of the season. He had a really, really tough start to the year at PF International, and he's fought back up through the order, and he's a thoroughly deserved recipient of that number 3 plate. Not the race that Harrison Whitcomb could have wanted. He lost a position there to Zach Green. Latter stages, Joey Brown and Morgan Moore had a good fight over 4th and 5th places. There was the move from Cranham down the inside of Shenton for the lead on, I think, around lap 4 or 5. Shenton would fight back, retake it from the number 18. Also good runs in that one for the likes of Aaron Richardson, Zach Green and Archie Owen, all up in the top 8. As the race went on, it was clear it's going to be between Shenton and Cranham. one of those two to take the win. This was a nice move from Joey Brown down the inside of Aaron Richardson for P5. This final run, you saw the frustration there from Cranham. He knew at that point he wasn't going to be close enough to draw alongside Shenton to take the win. Rocco Lee and Shenton wins the final. A brilliant display from the privateer. Let's head down to Nicole Sutherland.
Rocco, a first win then since back in the cadet days. I think it's well overdue, well deserved. Tell me about it.
Yeah, it was a really good race. Riley put up a good fight. It was just had a bit of luck and got the win.
And thoughts then when you were leading out there, how tough was it to kind of deal with that pressure, keep Riley behind you?
It was tough because I didn't know when he was going to overtake and defend, so I just had to keep my head forward and just carry on.
And then as for next year and moving on from this championship, you reckon next year could be yours, you could get that title win?
Yeah, I could win next year. Hopefully we get a bit more pace around other tracks. Hopefully we can take the win.
Great way to round up your year then, Rocco, and congratulations. We'll also get championship winner Harrison Mackie over. Harrison, little Mackie, but you're taller than your brother now, so you could actually be Big Mackie.
Yeah, we could put it as Big Mackie now.
Championship winner, you know, we knew yesterday that you'd kind of done it, but you decided not to race in that. Tough decision to make, or?
Yeah, we just this morning we were going to do it, but then after Heat 2 I was like, it's done and I'll sit and watch and see what the team can do. And obviously the team did a good job with P2, so well done to them.
And you've said so much throughout this year and throughout this weekend how much Fusion means to you, and you know they are such a big player in what you've achieved. But who else have you got to thank, Harrison?
Oh, obviously the team, they're a big part. Aventus Power, doing the power has been amazing all year. Never faulted what's wrong with that. Obviously my mum and dad being here to support me, been here all year and made sure that I can do it every weekend and out. Family at home, Nanny June, the rest of them, and biggest support here, Mara Gilman. So,
congratulations. I know eyes on the prize then at the IAME Warrior Final, and then beyond that, thoughts?
Yeah, after that we move to seniors and we'll start that journey.
Dan Parker stood to my left then with your number 1 plate.
Really well done, mate.
Congratulations to Harrison then, to Rocco as well. Let's hear from Wera Tools and then we'll see you on the grid.
Two races to go here at Three Sisters for event 9 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Henry,
yes,
ready for X30 Senior? This should be a good one.
This should be excellent. A big thank you to Seth Franklin for your kind donation. But we will go down to Nicole Sutherland on what I'm imagining will be a very, very tense grid.
Over on the grid then, Gus Lawrence. Gus, you've been in this situation a couple of times, you know, fighting for the championship lead. Thoughts?
Yeah, it's always, no matter how many times you win it or even if you don't win it, it's always the last race of the year. A lot of emotions and, yeah, always thinking about what could go wrong or what could go in your favour.
And, you know, it's out of you and Fred. Fred, young and fiery, but you've got a bit of maturity and that experience of winning a championship before on your side. How are you going to play it out, Gus?
You don't know, do you? You need to get around the first corner first in a nice, clean way and then see where it takes you, really, and just enjoy it.
Thanks, Gus. I'm going to head over then to speak to Lewis Bird. Lewis, last time we saw him out at Shannington, he was in a GGM kart. He's now over with BMR. Lewis, team swap, tell me about it.
Yeah, just decided to change teams. We thought Ben has got the knowledge and everything, so yeah, it's been going well so far.
And as for the championship then, you know, the year, it's been a bit of a different setup. We've had every round as a double header. What have you thought of your progress, your performance, anything that you would have liked to change or do differently?
Probably I don't know, I've got on better with the Kart Republic. Maybe if I changed a bit earlier, it could have been a different story, but you know, it is what it is. So.
And obviously, final race of the year, all guns blazing?
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Thanks, Lewis. We'll keep heading behind then. We've got Noah Wolf having a quick discussion with his mechanic before we head off. We've got the GP plate of Cian Geraghty. Big handshake for his mechanic. Hello, Cian.
All right.
How are you feeling?
Yeah, confident. We didn't have the pace at the start of the weekend, but we've definitely got there in the heats. We're not really in a fight for a championship position, so it's just, for me, just go and try and get a win.
Head down then and heading off. I think everybody's getting in their carts as you are about to head off. Any final words, Cian?
No, I'll just see what I can do. Try and go out on a good one.
See what you can do. We've got Henry Gregory. He's just stood in his seat. You can sit down. It's all right. Is it the microphone you had earlier? It is, yeah. And the camera. Henry stole the mic and the camera earlier on, so he's might swap the karting career to a camera ops career. Might be working for Alpha next year. We'll see. I'm going to watch the playback of your camera. It was very good. He interviewed Cian. They're heading off then. Andrew, over to you.
Here we go then, last race of the year for X30 Senior. There's some key viewers of this one.
Dave Boyce, I can see Dave Boyce, on the right hand side, I can see that. Oh, you mean someone else in the middle? Right, okay.
Hello,
yeah.
Freddie Lloyd and Gus Lawrence on the front row of the grid. Lewis Bird and Fred Green on row number 2. Noah Wolf and Cian Geraghty go from row 3. The 4th row, Aaron Brown and Henry Gregory.
On row number 5, we have Hayden Eldridge and Alistair Cresswell. Sam Lewis and Harvey Roth are on row number 6. Archie Tillett and Oliver Rands, row 7. Oliver Stilp and Ty Stansfield are on row number 8.
Tayton Coulthard and Michael Gray go from row number 9. Conor McMullen and Dylan Briley starts on row 10. David McIntyre and Freddie Housley on row 11. It's a 24-strong field, completed by Casper Piecki and Harry Ewell, although I think they've got problems. Harry Ewell is not reported as out on track in the number 65, neither is David McIntyre in the 83.
So I have to say a massive big up to the Beccles Soapbox crew, who are cheering Dylan Briley on with great gusto. I believe that would be the Ella Park Massive, as they are like to be known.
Beautiful part of the world.
A beautiful part of the world, Beccles. Gotta love Beccles. Gotta love Wigan. Did I just say that? Here we go. Lights are out. We're off and racing in Senior X30. And into turn number 1, there's problems already. No. Could that be championship over for Freddie Lloyd?
Oh, it's not good. It's not a good start at all for Freddie Lloyd. Archie Tillett is round off of turn number 3. Noah Wolf leads going into Paddock Bend for the first time in this one. We got our sums correct. Gus Lawrence started this race 831 points. Freddie Lloyd 823. The maximum that Lloyd can score with a race win in this would be 830. So yes, Gus Lawrence has done the three-peat. He's got the championship again, but it's even worse now for Freddie Lloyd. He's long down the order at the end of lap number 1. He's gone from the front row to 21st.
And it was all down to the fact that Freddie Lloyd won, that the title was decided because Freddie Lloyd won the second heat and didn't let Lewis Bird past him. That was the only way that we could have kept the title hopes alive. Somebody on the live stream asked, why do drivers who have won the championship elect not to race? It's quite simple. If a driver gets disqualified for any reason, any reason, technical or driving issue on track, they score 0 points and they have to count that 0 point score on their championship tally. Whereas if they don't race, they get last place points and they can drop that score.
In another way, they lose one of their 3 drop scores. They can only drop their worst 2 scores.
Yes.
And as they carry that 0. So it's just giving them that insurance policy before the end of the season.
I still don't like it, but you know.
No, I tend to agree. And by racing in the heats, they get the 20 bonus points for having been present and competing at every single
Yellow flags.
round. Yellow flags out in.
They were waving at the Rogerson Straight, so somebody has gone off. I think it might be Piers Sexton Racing's Freddie Housley, who has not come round, sadly. The number 20 kart for the PSR team. Now, we haven't had any proper naughty cutbacks this weekend, pretty much because the circuit doesn't lend itself. However, the king of the naughty cutback, Thomas Fleming, is watching.
Hello, Thomas.
So he's on naughty cutback watch. He provides this service for Alpha Live every once in a while. And let's have a look at the championship standings as they run on screen early on in this race. There is your live top 5. There's Freddie Housley retiring from the race. But yeah, Lawrence 831, Lloyd 823, Wolf and Garrity separated by 10 points. It's not beyond the realms of possibility that Noah Wolf can grab, that Cian Garrity can grab third place, but Noah Wolf in that Van Amersfoort Racing livery kart looking very, very strong at the moment. A quick Dylan Brierley update, Andrew Mather.
18th. 2 positions gained for Dylan Brierley so far in this race. He's just behind Dayton Coulfeld out there in the number 38 as through goes Bird. Bird takes the race lead away from Noah Wolf. Well, he's made the change. He's made the switch over to the Kart Republic chassis that we saw strongly perform 2 weeks ago at the World Championships. And Lewis Bird has now got an opportunity to finish his season on a high. He hasn't had a race win this year in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships in terms of a final. I'd keep an eye on Aaron Brown, though. As I say, his race pace has been tremendous. Every time we've seen the number 46 out on circuit, qualifying maybe hasn't quite gone his way. Here he goes, down the inside of Noah Wolf, sweeps through. That's some good old engine tuning there, Mr. Brown.
And an
up into second place.
And an engine he built himself. Let's not forget that. The Vismo International team, Han is the team boss, is here in the paddock. There's Gus Lawrence, Cian Garrity right behind him. Freddie Lloyd is still mired back in 19th and not going very quickly either. So I'm not sure if there's an issue with that kart as a result of the opening lap skirmish. Oh dear, indeed. And that was the problem. The nose of the kart was in, and Freddie Lloyd retiring the kart.
And retiring the kart, I think just being reminded by the by those around that trying to move the front bumper would not be a good idea at this stage of the championship.
Well,
we won't go into the further details of that because there's plenty going out on circuit. 6.5 minutes remaining. Lewis Bird leads Aaron Brown all over the rear bumper with the number 24 now. Aaron Brown, who's potentially still got some hopes of moving up in the championship. The championship scores have just disappeared off our screens. Apologies for that. But before they went, nice curious situation. Oh, we'll come back to that because Cian Garrity's on the move. Down the inside of Noah Wolf. Love that from Garrity. He's up to third.
Indeed, and here comes Noah Wolf getting very, very well acquainted with the rear bumper of Cian Garrity's kart there. Henry Gregory, meanwhile, in kart number 54, he is also there in 6th position. Only driver can literally have a conversation with the pit reporter while the karts are going out onto the circuit. Very relaxed driver. There is Gregory. And running with the Crop Promotions team just behind British champion Gus Lawrence. Here comes Lawrence. Greg's on legs following Gus Lawrence through. I tell you what, we should let Henry steal the camera and the microphone a lot more. It seems to improve his driving.
So 5 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Curious little situation we've got going on here with Aaron Brown looking to take the race lead. Noah Wolf down the inside out. Oh, Noah Wolf caught a bit of a move there with Henry Gregory. That is going to be the end of Wolf's hopes of repeating his win from Shennington. Has Henry Gregory lost out in that? Is Aaron Brown, the man who provides his waft,
to himself?
Aaron Brown has a chance here of taking one of the seeded plates away from his main customer,
Oh.
Mr. Gregory.
Oh,
if
dear.
Henry Gregory loses more positions and Aaron Brown can take the lead, Brown will take, I think it is 5th place in the championship away from the number 54.
Well, I mean, I think Henry is. If that does happen, then at least Henry's got a good grounds to go and ask for a discount next year. Let's have a look there. Now, Dylan Brierley update. That moves Dylan up into P16. He's battling with Ireland's Conor McPollin. Conor McPollin getting some support from Ian Carey on the line. But here's Aaron Brown. Bird and Brown. Could we have a new winner in the British Championship this year? I don't believe that either driver has won a round of the British Championship.
Nope.
Lewis Bird has had many podiums, looking back to his career in Mini X30 as well, when he was battling with the likes of Vinnie Phillips and Leo Robinson back in 2020. But I don't think he stepped on the top step of the podium yet.
So into the last third of this race. I keep an eye on Cian Garrity as well, because we've seen this before from Garrity. He likes a longer form of race. The GP plate being on his kart is proof of that. He's had a bit of a quiet weekend as Cian Garrity. And how great is this scene as well? Lewis Bird leading this race, knowing the engineering side of it, knowing that he needed that change of chassis. Aaron Brown with all of his expertise, doing his own engines. Cian Garrity runs his own team now. And these drivers who don't just do driving, excelling this season in this championship. And how can we not talk about Gus Lawrence in that respect as well there for the PF International karting team in 4th place. This would be a drop score for Lawrence at the moment, but he is once again due to be your champion.
Indeed he is. Fred Green runs 5th. 2.6 seconds down. Here comes Garrity up the inside, going into turn number 1. Aaron Brown saw it coming. And then Brown gets it crossed up on the curbs. This is going to give Gus Lawrence doesn't want a part of it. Gus Lawrence thinking, just drive. Just drive. I'll sit here. I'm happy to sit here. I'm happy to sit here. I'm just going to drive. We come through the S's now. We didn't spot when the Noah Wolf incident happened. It was poor old Hayden Eldridge who collected Noah Wolf and sort of sent Noah Wolf's back pointing the right direction across the grass. I would imagine that has come at the detriment of Hayden Eldridge's nose cone, and there's a move. Wow! What a move from Cian Garrity. Cue the replay, please, Mr. Director, because that was special. Here he comes. He's not even close to the... He sets up Lewis Bird, and Lewis Bird doesn't give him enough room, but now Garrity forces the issue. That was brave stuff from Cian Garrity.
I'm going to quote Mr. Will Buxton here. Oh, shut up. That was fantastic. That was brilliant from Cian Garrity, a driver who started the year with a podium in the IAME Winter Cup in Valencia. Could this be the kind of drive that could maybe send him back to Lucas Guerrero in the IWF team? He's leading this race now. It would improve his score to 810. Where is Wolf in all of this? Yes, it would. Cian Garrity on our scores is going to move back into 3rd place in the championship here, and at the last possible minute could be on the plane to Valencia.
That move was colder than polar bear poo. Fair play. Fair play.
45 seconds to go. 2 laps then to decide this one. Cian Garrity could have won a round at Shennington in some level of controversial fashion, lost that race victory. He's got a 2-3-4 kart length gap to Lewis Bird behind. He doesn't need to defend at this stage, because if this is a setup one of like just letting the kart come into play, come into that purple patch in the second half of the race. This has been a brilliantly constructed performance on and off track by the British Grand Prix winner earlier in the year at Kart Masters. He's not had a race victory in the British Championships since Wilton Mill. Can he do it here? Final lap board is out. Is the GP plate going to take P1?
Well, it looks... Oh no, Dayton Coulthard retires the Simon Wright Racing Development car from what was about 12th position, but the man of the race, Cian Geraghty. Let's think back to Shannington, where he over-defended and it cost him a win. Now you look at the maturity to pull off a move like that for a new team this year. Cian Geraghty finishes on top of the podium, but finishing on top of the Senior X30 Championship for a record-breaking third year in succession is Gus Lawrence. Well done.
There is your provisional results. Geraghty P1, Lewis Bird takes second place for BMR, and they thoroughly deserve that after the great weekend they have put together. Aaron Brown on the podium for Vismo International. The WAF powered him to a podium there for the number 46. A rookie as well. We shouldn't forget this is his first year in the Wera Tools
Fantastic performance from Aaron.
Gus Lawrence fourth. It's a drop score. It doesn't matter for Gus Lawrence. He is champion again. He has kept his cool under extreme pressure from the likes of Freddie Lloyd, from the likes of Cian Geraghty, who by our calculations may well have taken third in the championship and the third of the IWF tickets. What a performance, what a champion. Fred Green, fifth on the road today ahead of Noah Wolf, Henry Gregory, Oliver Stilp, Hayden Eldridge and Alistair Cresswell.
Oliver Rands finishing in 11th place, followed by Sam Lewis, then Harvey Roth, Ty Stansfield, wait for it, Dylan Briley, P15. Well done. There we go. Round of applause to the commentary box. The live chat erupts. Conor McPollin, it was not a great day for Conor, but he's back after that terrible accident at Shannington. Michael Gray, a big hello to everyone in Ireland watching the Buzzing Hornet. Eddie Jordan's Buzzing Hornet finishes in 17th position. Archie Tillett, Casper Payecki were next, and sadly Dayton Coulthard retires, as does Freddie Lloyd. Freddie Housley, David McIntyre and Harry Ewell failed to start. There is that's Joe Bullen of many Aventus Power Wafts. And looking there, there's Aaron Brown from Brown Power. And looking over there, asking the scrutineers, saying this is what we want you to check. This is the exhaust. The calm before the storm, shake of the hands. Aha! That's something we haven't seen at many kart masters. Gus Lawrence and Reggie Dewey shaking hands. But, a good sport all round. Here we go, look at the highlights.
This is the start of the race. Bad moment for Freddie Lloyd. He would run wide. That was really the end of any hopes that he had of repeating his victory from yesterday. Noah Wolf emerged as the early leader. Lewis Bird would get down the inside into turn one. Nice move at the end of the main straight. Aaron Brown had some really good pace in the first half of things, was up to second place. Noah Wolf would fade in the mid part of the race, losing position third place there to Geraghty. This was where it would get even worse for Noah Wolf. Mighty close moment. There it was there.
Hayden Eldridge.
Wrong place, wrong time for Hayden Eldridge there. That moment with Henry Gregory involved also. Latter stages. This was the charge of Geraghty. First down the inside of Aaron Brown for P2. If you thought that move was good, wait till the one in a moment. Gus Lawrence was still pushing on in fourth place. This was one of the overtakes of the year. There is not a lot of grip on that outside line through the first turn. Somehow, Cian Geraghty found enough to hold the inside line for turn two and would storm to a brilliant victory. One of the best victories that I've had the pleasure of seeing Henry Beaudette from Cian Geraghty. That one must have felt good.
Yeah, he has grown this year as a person and as a driver. We're going to hand down to Nicole Sutherland very, very shortly to interview the winner of that one. I'm not going to lie, Andrew Mather, I'm going out for a cigarette and some Iron Brew because we've only got one race to go and it's KZ2 and I can't handle the pressure.
Thank you, Henry. I'm with Cian then. Cian, our last interview of the year.
I know, emotional.
Emotional, yeah. I'm feel really sad actually.
Yeah, it is. End of the year. Not one of the championships to go, but good to end on a win.
Definitely end on a win. And you just said to me that you wanted me to ask you about your move for the lead. So tell me about it.
Yeah, I just kind of like. I knew Bird was going to defend because I'd seen him trying to defend from Aaron, so I thought I've got to get a bit inventive. 3 laps to go. So I tried to just take the chance when I could straight away, managed to hit the front and then kind of had the pace to control the race lead from there.
You've had so much pace this year and you've been doing a double campaign. You've been strong in both, so strong in IAME, but what's next for you, Kian?
I think it's too early to say. As you know, in motorsport, things can change very last minute on what your plans are. We've got a few things that might be happening, but I'll have to just wait and see the next couple of months what comes out for next year.
And this year you've been racing in quite a unique way. You've been racing for your own team, Garrity Motorsport. So other than, Garrity Motorsport, who have you got to thank?
Litchfield Engines, they've done a great engine all year. Jamie Tyler, who's my mechanic, he's done a great job all year, no mechanicals. My dad, I know he's in the team, but he's done a good job all year looking after it. And then, everyone who's just helped along the way and everyone who's supported me.
Congratulations, Kian. We'll watch you step down from the step just to show everyone you're not actually that tall. We'll get Gus, our championship winner, to come over as well. Gus, what a strong year, what a strong motorsport career in general. Gus, you've done it again. How do you feel?
Yeah, it's unbelievable. I had a rocky start to the season with a DNF and whatnot, but then to have a few good solid finishes and then obviously consistency and a few wins along the way, I'm over the moon.
And in that as well, were you aware of kind of what was going on with Fred Lloyd? You were battling it out for the championship. Did you know what was going on with him in that race?
Obviously, I started second. He started next to me. I got put on the grass a little bit down into the first corner, but then out of nowhere, karts come from the. I got put back quite a bit actually. I was maybe 10th position, and then round the first corner, I was maybe 5th. A few karts went sailing past, and he was in front of me over there. So I clearly saw. But I just focused on the job I was doing and, just had a sensible result, really.
Congratulations, Gus, and for all of that work, who have you got to thank?
Firstly, Paul Fletcher, because without him, I wouldn't be racing here today. My mechanic, Stephen, everybody, Archie Tillett, mum and dad's girlfriend, the lot, everybody. The whole Tillett gang, the lot. No, it's been great.
Well done, Gus. We're going to hear from Wera Tools very quickly, and then we'll see you over on the grid for our final race of the 2024 British Kart Championships. Hello, Ashley Lewis.
Hello.
Second interview with me this weekend.
Yeah.
How are you feeling after that first one?
Yeah, no, really good, really good. Also had a first race win, so that's amazing. But just got to keep level-headed and go for it in the final.
And obviously, final KZ2 race of this championship, final race of the championship just in general. So I think a good show is on the cards. Do you think actually that the pressure lifts a little bit now that, it's kind of, this is it, all or nothing?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you just you got a championship, but I just try and forget that and just do what's got to do on the track.
Great to hear from you, Ashley. I'm also going to speak to Charlie Turner, the O-Plate. Charlie, of course, this fight is definitely on. Charlie, how are you feeling?
Confident, just got to do the job and hopefully see what happens afterwards.
And you've done this a couple of times now, you're one of the most experienced drivers within this paddock. How are you going to use that to your advantage?
Well, we've got 12-minute finals, so just about being patient in the first few minutes and just go for the front. That's how we can do it. It's obviously 6 points, and Josh has actually had the advantage this weekend knowing this track, but we've just got to do what we can do and see what happens at the end.
Most definitely. And Charlie, this race, is there any predictions at all, or do you think it's not even remotely you can't even forecast it?
I hope it chucks it down with rain, that's what I hope for. I've got the wet helmet on.
You got your wet helmet on. Is it similar to your dry helmet though?
10 years old, but I just use it as a wet helmet.
10 years old. Wow. Right, great to speak to you, Charlie. Good luck. This is it then, guys. Your final KZ race of this year within this championship. Let's see how they get on. Let's see how the championship battles out. Boys in the comms box, up to you.
Thank you very much, Nicole. There's a nervous energy in this commentary box because, Henry Beaudette, you've just been outside.
Yes, I have.
How's it feeling?
It's feeling tense. I went down on the grid, had a chat with a couple of people. I want to make an apology. First of all, I did say earlier that Sam Moore had suffered some sort of a family bereavement. He hasn't, although he did ask me, now that I've jinxed it, could the missus go and check to see if the hamster's still alive? No. So I apologise about that. It was someone else called Sam Moore who was on my social media that suffered a problem with somebody, but not our Sam Moore, not Sedva Sam the coal man. Rain is on its way. Will it arrive before the end of this one? It's unlikely, but you never know. What twists and turns are there left for this one? There is the aforementioned Sam Moore smiling away. I've made my apology. Yeah, just go and see if the cat's all right, Mrs. Moore, back home. Here we go for the final time in 2024. Let's go racing.
One race to crown a champion in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships for KZ2. Championship leader Josh Price starts on pole position. He needs third or higher to clinch the title. Ashley Lewis is alongside him on the front row. Ella Stevens starts on the inside of row 2. The only driver who can prevent a Price championship win is Charlie Turner, fourth on the grid. Miles Murphy and Derek Morgan start on row 3. Lee Ward and George Barker go from row 4. Bryn Kinch and Ryan Green complete the 10 runners in this one. Jake Weston does not take the start after his crash yesterday.
Ryan Green is out there, and we just hope for a finish for privateer driver number 57. Now, there's the title battle between Josh Price and Charlie Turner to consider. The fourth place battle is on as well. Ashley Lewis, 662 points. Miles Murphy, 658. Del Boy Morgan, 654. Jake Weston, absent on 651. And Lee Ward on 646. So that battle will be just as exciting as the title battle. If Charlie Turner wins, then then Josh Price can afford to finish second, but he would only but Josh would win the title by about 2 points, and then it gets a bit more complicated. Charlie Turner has to win.
Yeah.
If then Josh Price comes third, that I believe would be enough for Charlie Turner by 1 point. Both drivers have teammates in the mix. Charlie Turner has Ashley Lewis starting from the front row, and Josh Price has Miles Murphy starting from P5. The wild card in amongst it all is the red and white J Racing Birrell ART of Ella Stevens. Can she get it off the line?
There's also the question of rain. Our resources are saying rain in 16 minutes. Can they get this race run before the rain comes in? The lights are about to come on for the title decider in KZ2. The lights go out and away we go. Good start for Josh Price. Good start for Ash Lewis. Good start for everyone. Charlie Turner is immediately up to third place. He needs to go on the attack. He needs to win this one. Down towards Joey Dunlop for the first time. Lewis looks to the outside. You'll see the sparks coming up off the bottom of the chassis. Josh Price immediately defends.
Lewis
trying to go around the outside on the run into Paddock. He can't do it. But opens the door for Turner.
Yeah.
Turner up to second place. If he can find a way through past Joshua Price, it puts the pressure on Price. Remember, Price has to finish third or higher, irrespective of a win for Turner, and he will win the championship. Turner has to win. It's win or bust. And we are hearing in our ears,
Yes.
Henry Beaudette, that the rain has started. This is early. This is earlier than forecast. They are getting reports of drizzle on our camera points.
Well, that's from the Alpha Live camera crew out on the circuit. Sparks flying over Coward Summit they go. Is it raining? They don't know as they turn in at 95 plus miles an hour. This takes some stones, this does. And Turner is now turning the screw on ex-British touring car driver Josh Price. What a way to end the 2024 Wera Tools British Karting Championship.
Both these drivers have had tough weekends. It started with a big crash for Charlie Turner in practice on Friday. Josh Price had his problems yesterday as well. It was always going to come down to this. Price versus Turner for the British Championship. End of lap 2. Price leads by 1/4 of a second from Charlie Turner. Charlie Turner, this is the most he's looked at the races so far this weekend. Has he been saving himself? He's racing sore. He's racing a bit hurt from that off over the top of the circuit on Friday afternoon. Ashley Lewis is there third. Ella Stevens has got good race pace at the moment there in fourth. Lee Ward's had a decent start. Is up to P6. No more reports in our ears of changing weather. Down the inside goes Stevens, holding fourth place ahead of Miles Murphy. You can feel the tension out there, Henry. You can cut it with a knife, but Price is kicking. Price is kicking and driving away.
Josh Price needs to, because there is the number 4 kart. That is Miles Murphy. That is Josh Price's only teammate up at the front, and he has slipped to 5th position. Turner has got his own Rush Performance teammate of Ash Lewis right behind him. Turner needs to pass Josh Price and get somebody between him and the number 2 plate kart for more racing. There is a look. Now, you thank goodness that Charlie Turner did put his wet helmet on. He's got his clear visor. And we can see Ella Stevens now closing in. Because the early evening gloom is descended upon Three Sisters, you can see the sparks being kicked up by these karts. Now, as they go across the start-finish line, down Conrod Straight to start lap number 5. Lap times are still improving. Turner, you can see his eyes going over the top now. If we get a slow-mo shot of Charlie Turner with his clear visor on going over the top of Coward's Summit, then I might have a bit of coronary in the commentary box there. Oh, he's gone wide. Is that because it's slippery? Or is that just because he was so focused on the rear bumper of the race leader that he just missed his braking point?
We can see out of our commentary box window the wind direction is different to yesterday. Yesterday, the weather was approaching from behind us over this part of the circuit that you're looking on your screens at the moment. Today, it's coming from the other direction, and we can see darker clouds closing in on the circuit. I reckon we're maybe 10 minutes away from a real downpour here at Three Sisters. The question is it going to come a little bit earlier? Is it going to affect things in the latter stage of this race? Can Charlie Turner wind it up again to close in and pass Josh Price? He's just gone purple through sector number 1, has Turner. 16.76. He knows if he wants to reclaim the title that he won in 2022, he has got to have the drive of his life to catch up to Josh Price. Out of the race is Bryn Kitch, the number 42, retires on lap number 6. What a shame there for Bryn.
I've got to say, Ella Stevens could be a key here to Charlie Turner's championship hopes, but she needs to make a move. She needs to make a move on Ashley Lewis because she's got a heck of a lot of race pace in that car. Dab of Oppo over the top of the hill, sparks flying. Ella Stevens has got to make the move because I think she has the pace to catch the top 2 if she could get past Ashley Lewis. But Miles Murphy wants to try and make sure that doesn't happen because he's trying to protect his teammate, Josh Price.
6.5 minutes to go. Josh Price has just done a personal best through sector number 1. Turner has responded. Turner has taken 3/10 out of Josh Price on this lap so far. What has he got through sector number 2? What has Ella Stevens got in P4? We're hearing reports of spots of rain outside on the circuit. It's not heavy at the moment. It doesn't appear too much to affect the things. 48.50 for Charlie Turner. That is a massive lap. At the end of the weekend, he's caught up to Josh Price. He's got to make the move soon, I feel here, Henry, to start affecting things, because at the moment the situation would be, if Turner was to take the lead, remember Price needs 3rd or higher, he's quite happy at this stage to follow Charlie Turner home.
I gotta say, you don't see this often in gearbox racing. You don't see drivers turning round to look over their shoulder. Josh Price just did. I think that's a sign that Josh Price is now a bit concerned about Charlie Turner, but he wants to look at the big gap behind Turner. 2nd would be enough for Josh Price should Turner win. Up and over that, there's a little cut in the tarmac there that the chassis just ground out. Now Turner, his eyes out on stalks, throws it through Joey Dunlop and up towards Paddock Bend.
They come past our commentary box window and there are growing spots of rain on the commentary box window. It's coming early. We thought it might come on the last lap. We've got 5 minutes to go. If the rain hits now, this could be a disaster for either Price or Turner. What a finale. What a story we're getting here at Three Sisters. Through and out of Luna again. This is on a knife edge.
I was going to say the commentary box has got incredibly dark here. You can't see it on the cameras, but it's got very, very dark because there is an ugly, ugly black cloud about to descend upon Three Sisters. It is just behind the car parks, which are just behind the paddock, and it is heading this way. Lap times are not quite yet dropping. There it is the sign that the drivers did not want to see. They don't want to see it because, quite frankly, this circuit is terrifying enough for them in the dry. Imagine going across the top of the summit in the wet on slicks.
Turner had a huge snap there on the entry into the Lunar Bend complex. It's like a lunar eclipse out there at the moment. It's gone that dark very, very quickly indeed. You can see the sparks coming off the bottom of the chassis as they go over the top of the hill, drifting down towards Joey Dunlop corner on lap number 11. The lap times are dropping. The lap times are dropping. That was a 49.0 last time around for Price. This is the part of the circuit that's wettest. Through the infield section, the slowest part of the circuit, where they're not able to get the grip as much from a little bit of downforce compared to over the top of the circuit. 3.25 minutes to go. Josh Price is holding on at the moment. How many risks does he take? How many risks does Charlie Turner take? At the moment, the difference is 9 points in the championship. You can hear the rain starting to hit some of the static cameras out there on circuit. Again, if Turner can find a way through, he would elevate himself up in terms of those championship points. It would be 3 extra points. 709 would be his final total. Price, if he holds 3rd place, will finish on 710. 2nd, 712.
The angle of opposite lock as they go over Coward Summit is increasing. That tells you that the level of grip available is decreasing. It's getting slippery, and neither of these drivers can afford to lift an inch. There's a British title on the line, and Mother Nature is having the final say. 2 minutes to go. Down Conrod Straights to start another lap, and it's now raining harder than ever. Boys, you've got to be so careful, boys and girls, as they cross. Oh my word, this is the problem when you're going downhill into a braking zone. That is a real problem. I didn't see where that hard rain was falling. It looks like it could be the infield section, and here we go. Game on,
down
Turner.
Turner goes down the inside. He's got the race lead. That's what he needs. That's what he needs. It's win or bust for Charlie Turner. How much risk does Josh Price take? He's fine at the moment in 2nd place. If he holds there, he'll be champion by a matter of 3 points. If he drops behind Ashley Lewis, it'll be 1 point. If he drops behind Ella Stevens, they'll be tied on scores, and Turner, virtue of a better finish in the
look
last
at
race.
Charlie understeering.
Huge moment at the same point where Turner had his massive off on Friday. What is the pace like downhill? This is terrifying in some manners for the drivers. Turner has a little wipe of his helmet there. That wasn't a wipe of his brow. That was a wipe of his visor so he could see into Paddock Bend. This, once again, is the wettest part of the circuit. This is near us here in the commentary box where there's more rain coming down on our commentary box window. The good news for Price right now, though, is it's the same for everybody out there.
The good news for Price is that he is 2.2 seconds in front of third place Ashley Lewis. There is Lewis. Stevens is even further back. Stevens is like Josh Price has got a 3.5 second margin.
Turner has missed a gear there. Sorry for cutting across
No.
Henry. But this could give Price the opportunity to get back in the lead. The trouble is, he's now got to negotiate a slippery circuit like he did yesterday against Ella Stevens. Look how much speed they're having to take off as they go over the hill. Time is up.
Time is up. Ashley Lewis is closing in, but I think it's not going to be enough. Charlie Turner, well, I'll say it, he's got to back Josh Price up now. He's got to slow the pace down, not allow Josh Price to get past. The clock is in. If you're going to defend, if you're going to try and block a pass, now is the time you do it. I'm not saying that it's everyone's cup of tea, but that's the facts at the moment. If Charlie Turner wants to win, that's the only way he can win.
They're using all of the curbs to get themselves around. Josh Price is having a little look
Josh,
down the
don't do it,
inside.
Josh. Don't do it, Josh.
If again, at this stage, if there's any kind of +5 bumper penalty or anything of that description, that could lose Josh Price the title. We're going to go on to the last lap. Charlie Turner hasn't been at the front all weekend. He's been fighting back from the challenges of Friday. One more lap. We still don't know who's going to be British champion. Josh Price is looking up the inside. They're squirming up the hill. Josh Price is alongside Charlie Turner
in the
for
wet.
The British title here at Three Sisters. Down again into Joey Dunlop corner at a snail's pace.
And Lewis is catching them both.
Lewis is
and
catching
Stevens.
them both. It's still not over. Turner defends into Paddock Bend, trying to find some level of grip out there. Price is holding on, it would seem. Ashley Lewis is needed on the scene as quickly as possible for his teammate. He's closing all the time. This is the most remarkable finish to a British Kart Championship we've seen in many a year.
Turner has to just slow Josh Price down as much as possible. Josh Price can't get a nose cone penalty. Josh Price to the inside. Josh Price is going to be British champion if he can just hold on. One corner to go, Andrew Mather. Here comes Lewis.
Round through Luna Bend. This is the most remarkable finish to a race we've seen in 2024. Josh Price has got the lead. Josh Price is off the corner. Josh Price is going to be British champion. Josh Price wins at Three Sisters in the most remarkable fashion you will see in KZ2 karting. Henry Beaudette,
wow.
I am on my feet. What a finish.
Do you know something? That we saved the best till last. If you want to show your friends and family what karting's all about, show them that race. Show them that race. That was superb. Josh Price, I think he knew what Charlie Turner was trying to do. He knew that was Charlie's only option. So he had to try and make the move on slicks, in the rain, at a circuit that quite frankly is spectacular, but has scared the living bejesus out of the drivers. They've all just said it's one heck of a track, and it served up one heck of a final. There is your provisional KZ2 British Kart Champion for 2024.
Josh Price joins the Roll of Honour. Adam Glear in 2019, Joe Charlton in 2020, Ryan Cannon in 2021, Charlie Turner, the man he's beaten to the title, stays on a title count of 1 in the modern era. Morgan Porter beat Josh Price to the title last year.
Oh.
You've got to feel for Charlie Turner. He didn't put a foot wrong in that race. He has had such a tough weekend. The provisional scores, Josh Price finishes on 715 points. Charlie Turner, 706.
Oh.
Let's have a look at some of the highlights of that race.
Let's not. I don't think I can handle it.
Look how bright it looked at the start of the race. This was before the rain came. And the very start of the race, great start across the field. We've seen some variable ones across the course of the weekend. Josh Price took the lead. Good start for Charlie Turner as well, disposing of Ella Stevens straight away. You're always going to see the switch between the two rush performances. Turner up into second place and then set about trying to take the lead. He knew to have any chance at all of becoming British champion once again, he had to find a way past his rival, Josh Price. The rain started to come down. Our commentary box window is completely smothered now in rain, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. But Charlie Turner closed in on Josh Price. This was the moment. Into the infield section. He managed to slot down the inside. It was a lovely overtake from Charlie Turner and good racing from Price as well. He didn't try and make it overly difficult, but this last lap here on slicks in the rain, how brave is that? Josh Price down the inside. Had to get it stopped as well. Yep. Going into Luna Bend. This was the point at which he probably knew he still had to snake his way through with no grip at all to the line. That was the moment Josh Price became the 2024 Motorsport UK Wera Tools British Kart Champion.
Wow. For the final time this season, let's go down to Nicole Sutherland.
This is your KZ champion and race winner, Josh Price then. Josh, firstly, congratulations. Tell me about the win. Tell me about the championship.
Yeah, it was one of them races. If it wasn't nervous enough going into it, halfway through, I thought I was controlling the race quite well. But when the rain starts coming down on slicks, being the first one through, you need a marker to sort of see where you need to stop and where you need to put your throttle in and so on. And Charlie was that marker, and I think he made a very slight mistake on the last lap, into the last corner. I just managed to get up the inside. But he drove blind in race as well. It's been a really tight all year. I'm not sure how many points were between us, but I bet it's hardly anything. But 3 points, right, okay. But yeah, thanks to more racing, Galifa, my dad, who's been on the tools all year, he's done a really good job. I'm really happy to round it off with a win.
Yeah, I think I can speak for everybody to say how impressive that was to watch you drive that track at that speed in the rain, like you said, when you've got fair dues to Charlie, when you've got nobody in front of you to kind of gauge where to stop, where to speed up, those gear changes, pretty full on, and well done for dealing with that, and well done for winning the championship. Congratulations.
Cheers, thank you.
Dan Parker is there then with Josh Price's #1 plate. Big congratulations.
Those last few laps are absolutely phenomenal. I know you worked really hard for it, so well done.
Thank you.
That is it then. What a way to round off your 2024 Wera Tools British Kart Championship. Boys, you're looking a bit soaked there. Run down from the comms box.
Yeah, the rain has arrived, and you want to know how hard it is to win a British Kart Championship? Josh Price, a former British touring car driver, look at the way he celebrated. That's what it means to these drivers, but also that is how hard it is to win in the UK, and it is why British drivers are the best karters in the world. The results prove it.
It's appropriate in this part of the world to say I can't speak. That was just the most incredible finish to the season. Props to whoever set the schedule for this weekend. We always knew that KZ2 would go down to the last race. It delivered, but I don't think even we were expecting it to finish like that. What a race.
Almost as if it was scheduled in there for the rain to come down and to give us such a spectacular final. What a year. To have come onto this side of the fence for my first year of commentary, not being a racing driver anymore, has been pretty spectacular. And, you know, the work that goes in is incredible.
Yes. Hang on a second. First things first. This young lady has been fantastic. Less than a year ago was the first time you picked up a microphone, and I just want to say everyone in the team from Motorsport UK, Alpha Live, want to say well done to you for what is the start of an extremely long and successful career on this side of the microphone. But really, we have to say thank you to everybody involved in this championship, the stakeholders. We have to thank the marshals at every single circuit, the people that put the trucks up and lay the tyres out and put the tyres away and set the scrutineering bays up, and the technical team, and all the people who are here hours after we've gone home taking down all the bits that make this the best championship in the world. Now you can have your microphone back.
I couldn't have said it better myself, Andrew.
Yeah, just an incredible year. For many of the drivers, it's not over. Big congratulations to those who've won tickets today to go to Valencia for IWF. Personally, really looking forward to that because I'll be there for that one, following all the British drivers and making sure that I'm completely neutral, of course, when we head out back to Spain. But yeah, fantastic season. Roll on 2025.
To our army of sponsors, competitors, Motorsport UK, the whole team, thank you so much. I'm Nicole Sutherland, this is Henry Beaudette and Andrew Mather. We'll see you next time.